I, a college student, was playing games in my dorm last night, but today I become the leader of a Middle Eastern warlord? Yesterday, I was still at my computer pulling off an epic comeback in a pixel-perfect war game, occupied the presidential palace in Yemen. I woke up to find my roommates all discussing international news. The Houthi rebels had indeed seized the presidential palace overnight. Strangely enough, every detail in the news reports perfectly matched those in my game. My in-game character's arm, which was blown off on the screen, miraculously healed in reality. I was no longer manipulating data, but real battlefields and armies. With every click of the construction button, the entire geopolitical landscape of the Middle East was about to be completely overturned by me, the player behind the scenes. My name is Jiang Ye, a transmigrator with exceptional gaming talent, making a living as a game booster. In 2014, in the university dormitory, I had just taken down the enemy's crystal with a pentakill. Although I lost both parents at a young age, my exceptional gaming talent allowed me to live a fairly comfortable life. I've lost interest in ordinary games, only war strategy ones can captivate me. A Douyin promotional video caught my attention, Real Battlefield. The visuals seemed impressive, so I clicked to download. After the game loads, the screen displays a simple pixel art style. I choose a faction, with only one option available, the Houthi Armed Forces. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully choosing Houthi Armament. As the warlord leader of Houthi Armament, you must quickly lead your army to grow stronger. Opening the map, the vast area shows only a small green patch belonging to me, while most of it is occupied by the red squares of government forces. The government forces have a strength of 150,000 troops, equipped with advanced weaponry such as MiG-29 fighter jets and T-80BV tanks. Our armed forces number only 80,000, armed with G3, the Mosinnegad M1944 and other outdated rifles, with only one infantryman in the faction. The military strength disparity is nearly twofold, and the equipment difference is even more stark. No wonder our territory is so small. I tried to assemble the troops to assault the south, but the mission failed. Your forces were completely annihilated. Just as I was at my wit's end, the check-in prompt appeared. I clicked to claim the reward. All soldiers enhanced by 100% tactical evolution LV1, group skill, SCAR, AK-12. M4A1 assault rifle percent Abrams main battle tank times 3% high intelligence DJI tactical drone times 15% Houthi. Wow, so many. With tanks and drones at my disposal, I immediately commanded the army to utilize combined arms tactics with infantry and tanks, along with drone reconnaissance for cover, advancing triumphantly all the way. 2 hours later, under my command, the Houthi armed forces completely defeated the opposing army. You have captured a base. You have occupied the enemy's ammunition depot. Congratulations on capturing the opponent's presidential palace. I stretched contentedly, casually tossed my phone aside, and fell asleep. In the early morning, my roommate woke me up for class. My roommate Li Ruiliang was excitedly discussing international affairs. Hey, have you heard? Last night, the Houthi forces crushed the official regular army, fought their way to the capital, and even occupied the presidential palace. My heart stirred. Why does this plot sound so familiar? Li Ruiliang vividly depicted. This matter is absolutely not simple. The driving force behind it is said to be a Dragon Kingdom national. Even the original leader of Lion Houthi, Abujal, listened to him. The Houthi armed forces have been fighting the government troops for so many years and always lagged behind. Who would have thought that with just a bit of guidance from this sorcerer, they turned the tables completely? It's downright airy. He then sighed, believing this battle was won splendidly, but next the Amlabo alliance is preparing to counterattack with the support of the lighthouse country. The Houthi army struggled to stabilize the situation. As I listened, I increasingly felt this bore an uncanny resemblance to the game I played last night, but quickly dismissed it as coincidence. Dongzhou. The top floor of the Yemeni presidential palace, just ravaged by artillery fire, was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Abdul, the supreme leader of the Houthi forces, was respectfully reporting the battle results to a dragon countryman wearing a military cap, whose face was hidden in the shadows. We have completely annihilated the guard forces and seized a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Abdul asked for instructions on how to handle the prisoners. Let's keep it for now and see if we can dig out any clues. The man's voice was decisive, brimming with an assertive and commanding tone. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the presidential palace violently as a rocket landed in the front courtyard. Several more rockets followed, shattering the windows. Bad news, we're under attack, Abdullah shouted, organizing the evacuation of personnel. At that moment, he watched helplessly as the mysterious Dragon Nation individual was caught at the edge of the explosion. One arm almost instantly vanished. After having breakfast and returning to the dormitory, I opened my phone and entered Real Battlefield. Your armed forces have just suffered an attack. Location, Presidential Palace loss. Health 11, Troops 127, Prestige 50. I stabilized the situation with treatment and opened the military intelligence page. The attackers were identified as enemy forces, the Arab army. The game directly applies real-world templates, which excites me. I leaned against the pillow, ready to sound the horn for the counterattack. I opened the faction interface and carefully checked the data. Current available funds, 21.325 billion, extremely tight for a group army of 80,000 people, strongholds, 3 deployable troops, 82,457 people tech points, 0 prestige value. 125 I discovered the construction system, but building steel mills, military factories, etc., all require tech points, and I currently have 0 tech points. In the prestige store, I saw black technologies like overall soldier enhancement and high drone construction blueprints. But the prestige points are still insufficient for the purchase. After assessing the situation, I decided to prioritize building the main city as a stable base. A task window popped up just in time. Mission issued. Construct the main city. The main city construction order requires 100 prestige points, which I promptly purchased. I decided to locate it at the presidential palace beneath my feet. Clicking the construction button triggered NPC Abdullah's dialog box to appear. Leader, establishing this place as the main city is very dangerous. Please reconsider. He feared this place would become the target of a frenzied counterattack by government forces and the Anla Alliance. I decisively chose to confirm. Then, a video unfolded from the first-person perspective of my character in the game. Abdul cautioned once more, the odds of success are likely less than 50%. I clicked the little speaker and input the words to persuade him. Abdul, I understand your concerns. But this is the capital of Yemen, a crucial location controlling ports and military strongholds, as well as the best industrial base area. Our goal is to build one of the world's most powerful nations, as strong as the Dragon Kingdom. In the video, Abdul trembles with excitement, looking at me with admiration. Mr. Jiang, I never expected you to possess such visionary foresight and grand ambition. Following your lead must be the right decision. % prestige +1. This game actually gives real-time feedback based on what I say. Dongzhou. Inside the presidential palace, Abdullahi, clad in a tattered military uniform, sank into deep thought. I can't even begin to match Mr. Jiang's vision and strategy. Mr. Jiang, your injury. Abdul looked at him with concern. Not long ago, Mr. Jiang's arm was blown off, and the injury was severe. But just now, his arm miraculously recovered. Don't worry. The man's voice was deep and powerful. Abdul was certain this was a divine miracle. Unable to restrain himself, he fell to his knees, and the others inside the tent followed suit, kneeling down as well. Speaking in Arabic with lofty honorifics. Chapter 4 Oil Exploration. Become a tycoon starting today. They felt Jiang must have been sent by heaven to save them. Over here. The cutscene finally ended. Building the main city requires one main city construction order. Confirm? Confirm. Jiang Ye selected confirm once more. There was nothing to hesitate about. First, establishing the main city would allow him to quickly build an armory and boost combat strength. With all those cutting-edge technologies available in the fame market, how could we possibly fail to withstand the government forces and Arab coalition's assault? What a joke. Jiang Ye also had his own considerations. Though the presidential palace is dangerous as the capital, its facilities are the most comprehensive, with a solid foundation in light industry. Other places? Jiang Ye scanned the landscape. Nothing but poverty-stricken backwaters, utterly destitute, desperately poor. Building the main city in such places would only lead to more complications down the line. Moreover, Yemen presented a unique situation. Geographically speaking, this place shouldn't be poor, quite the opposite, it should be quite wealthy. It had ample oil reserves, a substantial population, and a thriving trade port. Whether exporting oil or developing maritime trade, Yemen could easily become wealthy. The primary reason for its poverty is the lack of an industrial base. Compounded by frequent foreign intervention in its governance and persistent harassment from various local armed groups. All these factors have prevented Yemen from developing. In Jiang Ye's view, this is the most critical obstacle to Yemen's development. If he could swiftly resolve these issues, address fiscal problems, establish a unified government, and end the internal strife and foreign interference, turning the tide against all odds would be a matter of minutes. Confirmation complete. The system begins constructing the main city. It didn't take long. Minutes later, Jiang Ye received a notification from the system. Main city construction complete. Congratulations on completing the main city construction task. Achievement unlocked. First steps in officialdom. Jiang Ye rubbed his hands together. As expected, the next step would be receiving his reward. Sure enough, a golden reward notification popped up on the screen. Congratulations! You have earned 300 prestige points. Jiang Ye's face lit up with delight. Prestige points could be exchanged for all sorts of cutting-edge tech rewards at the Fame Shop. 300 prestige points, that was already quite a lot. Jiang Ye clicked confirm. Another reward notification popped up. Another reward? Without hesitation, he clicked to view it. Congratulations! You have obtained a Special Forces unit. Description: your utterly loyal subordinate will never harbor any rebellious thoughts toward you. Jiang Ye noticed the words absolute loyalty. So if Jiang Ye ordered them to die, they'd do it without complaint? In war, the importance of a group of absolutely loyal subordinates goes without saying. He'd start by cultivating this unit as his inner circle. Jiang Ye quickly formed his own plan. A new Special Forces unit was swiftly added to the faction. After reviewing their detailed information, he gave the unit a name. Xinglong Special Forces. He then randomly selected the member with the highest attributes and promoted them to squad leader. Since they all had foreign appearances, Jiang Ye thoughtfully gave them international names. Captain, Alpha. Deputy Captain, Maxon. Confirm. He then opened their equipment tabs and equipped each member with the strongest weapons currently in his possession. In short, as his absolutely loyal troops, all equipment was prioritized for them. Soon, a number in the upper right corner began to skyrocket. Jiang Ye noticed this data for the first time. Clicking to inspect it, he discovered it was actually a combat power system. The current overall combat power of his army had reached 140,000. Combat power, 140,000. This game still held many unexplored features for Jiang Ye. He noticed some features were still grayed out. No explanations were provided. Certain areas on the map remain inaccessible for now. This indicates that continuing to play the game offers significant room for further development. Interesting. This was Jiang Ye's first time playing a game with such rich details and such thorough content. Most importantly, much of the game mirrors reality, making it incredibly immersive. Alright, he hadn't checked in yet today. Jiang Ye opened the check-in system and clicked to check in, wondering what reward he'd get today. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have obtained one-time oil resource detector. Tip, keep checking in to get more exploration gift packs. A petroleum detector? Wow, is the reward this generous? Zhongdong, as one of the world's largest oil reserves, holds vast untapped and undeveloped petroleum resources underground. If I could detect and discover new oil resources myself, it would completely solve my current funding issues. Speaking of which, Jiang Ye recalled that according to the game data, Yemen's oil exploration reserves were also quite low. It wasn't that Yemen was truly poor, but rather that its exploration technology was utterly crappy. Even the proven underground oil reserves couldn't be extracted due to outdated technology and weak development capabilities. In such a vast area, forget oil. Even if they discovered gold deposits, Jiang Ye wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Thus, the game's daily login rewards remained exceptionally generous. Seems like the essence of humanity is all about making money. Jiang Ye chuckled wryly. Money not only lets you thrive in the real world, but it's also a powerful pass in the game. Use the detector. Select detection area. Jiang Ye thought for a moment and set the range to maximum. System detecting. Please wait. Scan complete. A data chart appeared on the screen. Jiang Ye stared at it. Holy cow. It confirmed his earlier suspicions. Yemen wasn't poor at all, quite the opposite, it was extremely wealthy. The map showed a resource-rich oil field located beneath a landmark not far from the presidential palace. Its scale was immense. Full extraction could yield 1.2 billion tons. And less than 20 kilometers south of this area lay a natural gas deposit with reserves exceeding 100 billion cubic meters. Untapped oil field. Reserves 1.2 billion tons. Development difficulty 3 stars. Current status developable. Unproven natural gas reserves. Reserves 12.7 billion cubic meters. Development difficulty 35 stars. Current status recoverable. Jiang Ye had only one thought: he'd struck it rich. If all these oil resources were fully extracted and exported, it would effortlessly resolve fiscal issues. It would lay a solid foundation for future development. Natural gas would serve as an endless stream of funds. With such vast reserves, extraction couldn't possibly be completed in a short time. Jiang Ye clicked on the military unit, preparing to dispatch troops for extraction. But trouble struck again almost immediately. The same problem persisted. Outdated extraction technology was a major drawback. In his excitement, Jiang Ye had completely forgotten this crucial detail. Jiang Ye opened the mining technology currently available to him. The data panel appeared. After reviewing it, Jiang Ye pressed his hand to his forehead. Outdated? Not just a little outdated. Chapter 5, Materialization Technology? Money talks. Jiang Ye looked up the information and discovered that Yemen's current mining technology was only at the level of the previous century in the Dragon Nation. No wonder they're so poor. A major challenge now loomed before Jiang Ye. The only way to overcome it was to find a suitable mining method. But this was a technical issue, not something that could be resolved quickly. The most agonizing thing in the world must be detecting such vast resources yet lacking the capability to extract them. Jiang Ye smiled bitterly. What he saw wasn't an oil field, it was a mountain of gold and silver. Refusing to accept defeat, Jiang Ye continued sifting through the data. Minutes later, he uncovered a fact so absurd it left him speechless. Although Dragon Nation was rich in resources, most areas featured complex geographical environments. Development costs were generally higher. Around $50.60 per barrel. In contrast, extraction costs in Dongzhou were a mere $10 per barrel. As for Yemen, with such backward technology and no mechanical assistance, extraction costs would likely match those in the mainland. By this calculation, even if Jiang Ye were to extract oil at any cost, he'd likely end up making little to no profit. Utterly hopeless. Jiang Ye activated the system's built-in tech tree function. It's just a game, there must be a solution. It can't be designed to completely block players, or how would you progress? Basic oil extraction technology, $300 million. Intermediate oil extraction technology, $500 million. Advanced oil extraction technology, $1.5 billion. Jiang Ye. Glancing down at his pocket, Jiang Ye decided against it. He had $2 billion on hand, but he couldn't forget that this money had to cover the expenses of his next army, nearly 100,000 people. Spending it all on one technology could leave him unable to feed his troops. He simply couldn't afford the drain. With no other choice, Jiang Ye thought of the fame shop. Having just completed the main city construction, he'd earned a significant amount of prestige points. I wonder if it might yield unexpected results. Natural or mining technology. Current stage unlocked. Basic, 30 prestige points. Development cost per barrel, 55.60. Intermediate, 70 prestige points. Development cost per barrel, 30.45. Advanced, 150 prestige points. Development cost per barrel, 10.20. Through his search, Jiang Ye discovered the technological attributes of mining techniques. His eyes lit up. Upgrading the tech tree truly reduces costs. After unlocking the main branch, he could directly acquire mining technology. Existing mining facilities in the game would also upgrade accordingly. Jiang Ye was overjoyed, for even the advanced mining technology only required 250 prestige points. Earlier, he had captured the presidential palace and then built the main city. Jiang Ye now had over 300 prestige points, more than enough. Spend 30 prestige points to upgrade natural mineral mining technology? Confirm. Jiang Ye upgraded the mining technology to advanced level in one go. With that done, Jiang Ye exhaled deeply. The mining issue should be resolved. He was about to dispatch workers to begin mining. Suddenly, a prompt window flashed. Notice, host may materialize the complete mining technology set into reality using prestige points. Attempt materialization? Ha? Materialize into reality? Is this real, or just the narrative immersion playing tricks? Jiang Ye paused for a second before tapping confirm. Host's prestige points are insufficient. Please accumulate prestige points promptly. Jiang Ye. Alright, materializing it actually requires prestige points equivalent to leveling up tech trees. What a ripoff. And manifesting a complete petroleum extraction technology in reality, what does that even mean? It'd probably shake the entire nation. Just sending a model? Jiang Ye chuckled, forming a rough guess. If it really is a model, that's not bad either. A free game with no in-app purchases, and they even give away models. What a steal. Once I've accumulated enough prestige points, claiming a model to play with would be pretty cool. Yemen, Presidential Palace. Leader, what are your orders? Alpha appeared in the office and addressed Jiang Ye, seated at his desk, with respectful deference. I have a mission to assign to you. What kind of mission? Alpha received a set of blueprints and an intricate device. After a brief inspection, Alpha accepted his first official assignment. Mission objective. Using the detector in your possession, complete the extraction of oil and natural gas. Staring at the items in his hands, Alpha exclaimed in astonishment, Leader, how did you acquire these? Upon learning that the blueprints documented a supergiant oil field containing 100 million tons of oil and a natural gas deposit holding 10 billion cubic meters, Alpha was stunned. Though they were system rewards, they were still flesh and blood humans. He understood the magnitude of this discovery. It meant the massive problem that had plagued their entire armed group for years would finally be resolved. No more financial shortages. The continuous extraction of oil and natural gas. This would also ensure the group's future financial stability. What did having money mean? It opens up a world of possibilities. It can be used to fund independent research and development of high-tech weapons or to purchase them directly from other countries. Economic development, trade expansion, military advancement, technological progress. In short, the fundamental driver of expansion boils down to one word, money. Money talks. You needn't concern yourself with this. I have my methods. Just follow my orders. Alpha fell silent for a moment. Yes. As the leader's most loyal subordinate, he would never question the mission. Beside him, Abdullah, longtime leader of the Hush Armed Forces, exclaimed in awe, Leader, you're practically a god. Maxon added, under your great leadership, we will surely thrive even more. Most people would see only money, huge sums pouring in. But professional warriors like Maxon saw the advanced weaponry and high-tech equipment that could be acquired with that money. Alpha, who rarely smiled, gave a slight chuckle. Need I say more? The leader's greatness is beyond our comprehension. I'll have the organization prepare for oil field extraction immediately. Abdul glanced at Alpha, then immediately knelt toward the desk and bowed deeply. Thank you, leader. It is truly our honor to serve under your command. Alpha and Maxon, who had been about to leave, found themselves caught between leaving and staying. In the end, they too knelt down in unison. We would gladly brave fire and water for the commander. The words may be cliched, but their sincerity is genuine. For them, a single word from the commander meant they were truly willing to die. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye stared at his phone, shaking his head in embarrassment. He hadn't expected such an interlude to play out immediately after issuing his orders. This self-praise was getting a bit awkward. Of course, that's beside the point. Awkward it may be. But the game's modeling were incredibly realistic. At first, Jiang Ye thought it was a pixel game, but this cutscene, the level of detail is almost lifelike now. You'd have to look closely to spot the flaws, and even then, most people wouldn't be able to tell. Next, the information panel appeared on the left side of the phone for the first time. Current mission, oil field extraction. Jiang Ye watched as Alpha led the troops out on the screen. Jiang Ye was overjoyed, a massive windfall was coming soon. Chapter 6, The Ambitions of the Former Zhang Army. The march would take some time. Jiang Ye used this time to exit the game interface and look up the real-world appearance of the Houthi armed forces. After all, the game felt far too realistic. He wondered if the game had been built to a 1-to-1 scale based on reality. If that were the case, Jiang Ye could only admit that the game developers were quite something. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that the developers had connections reaching to the heavens, fearing no shutdown. Jiang Ye, there's a competition. Why don't you represent our class and participate? No sooner had he shut down the game than his counselor called. Jiang Ye didn't want to be bothered. What competition? It's an innovation and entrepreneurship competition. The school requires every department to have participants. Our department hasn't had any sign-ups yet. Would you consider it? Just as Jiang Ye was about to refuse, the counselor lowered his voice and whispered. If you can place in this competition, that would be great, but even if you don't, you'll still get credit points. Jiang Ye perked up at that. An opportunity to earn credits? That's something he couldn't pass up. But wouldn't it be too much trouble? The counselor added, honestly, we don't expect you to win any awards. You can pick any research topic you like. The judging this time is very lenient, we just need you to fill the numbers. With that, Jiang Ye had no choice but to agree. He signed up first and submitted the basic materials. As for the research topic and such, he'd figure out later. He glanced at the time, it was already lunchtime. Let's go eat. As for the research, Jiang Ye had already pushed it to the back of his mind. Amidst a scorching desert landscape, a mining team of over 2,000 people arrived at the site in perfect formation. Under Alpha's command, they first deployed detectors to conduct extensive scans of the ground beneath them. The results came back swiftly. Commander Alpha. The scan confirms we're standing precisely on the oil field location the leader described. Alpha smiled. He then ordered a topographical survey to prepare for constructing mining facilities. After calculations by the professional team, a set of blueprints was submitted to Alpha. Alpha and Abdu discussed it. Confirmed. Very well, begin construction now. Remember, this is the first task the chief has given us. We must work diligently and complete it thoroughly. We absolutely cannot disappoint the chief. A team of thousands mobilized in grand procession. The scene was grand and imposing. It was truly awe-inspiring. To construct complete mining equipment in such a short time, this mobilization was essential. Fortunately, the army currently lacks everything, even if manpower isn't scarce. Wherever manpower was needed, more could be mobilized at any time to join the construction effort. While Alpha and his team directed their subordinates in the bustling construction effort. In a corner, a figure discreetly pulled out a phone, snapping several photos and recording a video of the construction scene before them. Then, they were secretly sent to a certain location. Sandstorm. Supreme Command Headquarters. An important meeting was underway in a high-level conference room. Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the recent developments in Yemen. This is highly unfavorable for us. President Houthi of the original Yemen government stated solemnly. The Yemen government forces were breached and the Houthi armed forces successfully seized power, capturing the presidential palace in one fell swoop. He, the president, had narrowly escaped because he was abroad discussing matters with the Sandan government. Fortunately, he still commands a loyalist force under his direct control. Having rallied a portion of his former troops, there remains hope for reclaiming power in Yemen. Moreover, he remained the legitimate authority of Yemen. He could remotely control multiple cities in Yemen. No worries. As long as our deal with Sandow is finalized, their current strength poses no real threat. A senior officer voiced his opinion. As far as I know, the Houthi forces lack the funds to sustain their operations. Moreover, the Anla alliance has already been organized across eastern continent. Without resources or economic backing, they won't last long. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to grasp the situation, suddenly letting out a collective sigh of relief. Exactly. The Houthi militia's current expansion is nothing but a fleeting phenomenon. Without financial backing, their arrogance won't last long. Just as everyone, including President Houthi, was beginning to settle down, an urgent intelligence report suddenly arrived. What? Houthi leapt to his feet in shock. Are you certain? How is that possible? I didn't even discover this oil field myself. How could they have found it? Impossible. The one reporting this was a dark-skinned man wearing a white turban. Yes, I'm certain it's true. He pulled out several photos and a video clip. The video clearly showed Houthi's armed forces leading a large group of people in constructing oil field extraction equipment. One key commander, now reduced to ashes, was recognized by all. The current leader of the Houthi armed forces, Abdullah. The news sent shockwaves through the entire upper echelons of Shaddai. The high-ranking officials, who had just begun to relax, were now on edge. This cannot be allowed. A senior counselor immediately stood to voice his opinion. If they succeed in exploiting this oil field and secure sufficient funds to sustain Houthi's development, it will be highly detrimental to us. We must stop them. This was followed by statements from more high-ranking officials of the original government. Yes, and according to our intelligence, this oil field is estimated to contain hundreds of millions of tons. We cannot stand idly by, we must seize it. Oil fields are valuable assets. Securing it would bring a massive influx of revenue to the national treasury. A larger share of oil reserves would also amplify their influence and standing on the international stage. Most importantly, equipment. If this major oil field is successfully developed, the Houthi forces will be able to procure sufficient equipment, making their hopes of retaking Yemen utterly unattainable. However, since the capital remains under their control, any attempt to seize it would likely. His words plunged the conference hall into silence. This was undeniably true. They were, after all, the defeated side. Even if they could muster considerable forces, engaging the Houthi forces head-on would be no easy feat. The cost would be enormous. Just as the heated debate reached its peak, Houthi tapped the table, signaling for silence. Enough. This oil field isn't ours for the taking, but we can't let the Houthi forces get it either. Otherwise, it'll become a weapon they use to strike against us. It was unexpected. They had just concluded that the Houthi militia, lacking follow-up funding, posed no real threat. Who could have foreseen this? Houthi immediately declared, this might not be a bad thing. I know Shashan has been weighing whether to continue aiding us in retaking Yemen or to back another faction. If we promise to share the majority of profits from this oil field with them after reclaiming Yemen, they won't waver. With Sanda's military strength, preventing them from developing the oil field and eliminating the Houthi forces would be no difficult task. Having made up his mind, Houthi immediately set off for the presidential palace in Shashi. That same day, several fighter jets slowly lifted off from the Sanda military base, heading toward Yemen's airspace. Chapter 7, Concept Class Fighters. 10 vs 36 Air Combat. That evening, Jiang Ye and his roommate returned to their dorm. They chatted about the innovation and technology competition they had participated in that afternoon. At first, when his roommate mentioned it was just an ordinary competition, Jiang Ye didn't take it seriously. It was only later that he learned the competition was officially organized by the state to encourage college students' passion and drive for technological research and development. Jiang Ye began to take it more seriously. After all, a state-sponsored event carried significant weight. However, the actual planning and execution fell to Wan Hai and his team. Winning the grand prize would certainly be great. But if they didn't, it wouldn't matter. As long as we get the credits, that's enough. The main goal was to coast through with credits. The discussion ran late, and after it ended, Jiang Ye went straight to sleep. The next morning, he woke up to find he had no classes today. Jiang Ye stretched lazily, lying in bed and playing with his phone. He casually opened a game to play a couple of rounds. Yesterday he'd sent people to build oil field extraction equipment, wondered how that was going. It should be almost done by now. Jiang Ye was eagerly anticipating the results. They say every man has ambitions to conquer the world who doesn't dream of unifying the realm? If not in reality, then at least getting a taste of it in a game would be nice. The game instantly loads the main page. This game has another amazing feature: all its loading times are incredibly fast, running smoothly as can be. Many big studios, like Tencent and NetEase, couldn't achieve such silky smoothness without lag. This only reinforced Jiang Ye's belief that the game's development team was truly exceptional and highly capable. First things first, check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations! You have obtained Caliban Model Fighter Jet. Quantity X10. Description: a fighter jet that existed only in concept, but here, it becomes reality. Congratulations on obtaining Fighter Pilot X10. Description: possesses ace-level fighter pilot skills ready for action without training. Fighter jets? Jiang Ye swallowed hard. After a moment, he slowly raised his thumb. Impressive. Not long ago, he was penniless. Yet in just a couple of days, he'd already developed a concept-level fighter jet. This growth spurt was a bit too fast, wasn't it? His phone vibrated. A fighter jet animation appeared before Jiang Ye in 3D. Jiang Ye swiped across the screen. The fighter jet transitioned with a smooth, fluid motion. Its silver-white fuselage, cold technological texture, and sleek lines brimming with futuristic design made the fighter look like a work of art. Awesome. So cool. The two massive cannons mounted on the front section exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Jiang Ye tapped once. Detailed specifications for this fighter jet appeared simultaneously. Model: Caliban Fighter. Length: 249 meters. Wingspan: 153 meters. Height: 62 meters. Empty weight: 3,025 tons. Standard mission weight: 4,935 tons. Maximum takeoff weight: 5,539 tons. Power plant: 1 SRR-9 high-density energy core, 2 KD56 BV dual-cycle engines. Maximum cruise speed: 279 Mach. Endurance: 15 days. Jiang Ye swallowed hard. If he remembered correctly, these specs were nothing short of extravagant. Far more impressive than the specs of the world's leading police force, the Lighthouse Nation's current top-tier fighter jet. Wow! Jiang Ye whistled in admiration. If such a fighter existed in reality, it would instantly dominate the skies, unbeatable against any foe. Claim now. Click to claim. A new fighter option appeared in the function menu. After admiring the fighter jet, Jiang Ye suddenly noticed a blinking exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Military intelligence. A red exclamation mark signaled an alert. Had another attack occurred? Jiang Ye hurriedly tapped on it. Your squadron is under attack. Below the message was a triangular play icon. Jiang Ye tapped the screen, and the display switched to a video feed. The video showed a large open area, the very location of the oil field Jiang Ye had detected earlier using his scanning device. At this moment, various large-scale extraction facilities had already been fully constructed. From a bird's-eye view, one could see drilling rigs, oil extraction equipment, water injection systems, oil-gas separation units, storage tanks, wellhead facilities, fracturing gear, acidizing equipment, and more. These massive installations were scattered across the terrain, presenting a highly sophisticated appearance. Extraction could have proceeded smoothly. However, in some areas, thick black smoke billowed. They had been bombed. Extraction became impossible to continue and was forced to halt. Who did this? Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, then noticed several fighter jets streaking across the sky opposite the screen. Jiang Ye clicked to view. F-15 fighter jets. Source: Sand Territory. Quantity: 15. Tornado fighter. Source: Sand Special. Quantity: 21. So it was sand? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. He didn't recall having any grudges with them, did he? Then it hit him. It must be the Yemen government forces seeking help from Shashi. They were practically in cahoots to begin with. If the Yemen government offered some sweetener, they'd surely lend a hand to beat him up. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. Perfect timing. The fighter jets he'd just acquired through check-ins would finally serve a purpose. Whether it was the F-15 or the Tornado fighter, their performance could only be described as mediocre. They're relics that have been in service for nearly 50 years. How could they possibly stand a chance against a concept fighter? They'd shatter at the slightest touch. Jiang Ye swiftly switched screens, entering the fighter deployment mode. One-click deployment. Confirm. 10 versus 36. The numerical disparity was staggering. But Jiang Ye's lips curved upward. He showed no panic whatsoever, instead eagerly anticipating the show to come. Yemen Airspace Oil Extraction Base. Abujal Alpha watched in utter despair as the aircraft roared overhead, relentlessly dropping bombs to bombard the extraction facilities. Flames filled his vision. The already stifling heat became unbearable. Has the leader not replied yet? Abdu turned and looked at Alpha with difficulty. Alpha shook his head. Not yet, but I believe the leader won't abandon us. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! In the distant sky, several figures sliced through the heavens, producing a thunderous roar like a violent storm. The sound was overwhelmingly oppressive. The pilots manning the F-15s and Tornado fighters stared outside, their expressions frozen in horror. They looked down at their radars. The enemy was this close, yet the radar showed no reaction whatsoever? Was it malfunctioning? No. They quickly realized the enemy aircraft possessed advanced stealth capabilities, rendering their radar completely ineffective. Who is it? An F-15 pilot asked over the intercom. No one answered him, as everyone was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, several electromagnetic bombs slammed toward them. A fraction of a second later, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky. 3 F-15 fighters were blown to smithereens at high altitude. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 8, The Fighter's Might. What the hell? Game materialization? Watching the dazzling performance of the Caliban fighter, Jiang Ye smiled. Just as expected. Concept fighters aren't some old junk you can bump into. Their capabilities are on an entirely different level. If this keeps up, those 30-odd enemy fighters won't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. Still, Jiang Ye was satisfied. At least he tested the Caliban fighter's true combat capabilities. Jiang Ye gained a new understanding of his current combat capabilities. The battle raged on. 10 Caliban fighters soared in formation, executing several high-difficulty maneuvers that left the enemy pilots utterly dumbfounded. It felt like witnessing alien technology. But the real question was, where the hell did this mysterious force come from? The one that had suddenly appeared and instantly destroyed 3 of their fighters? Amidst their stunned gazes, 10 Caliban fighters closed in, encircling all enemy aircraft. Desperate, they launched missiles in a last stand. But the projectiles couldn't hit their targets. The moment they were launched, they were disrupted by some mysterious interference, veering off their intended trajectory. Boom! 10 Caliban fighters struck simultaneously. One after another, F-15s and tornadoes erupted in dazzling bursts of flame mid-air. Fragments of wreckage rained down across the sky. The entire engagement lasted only minutes before ending with the Caliban fighters' overwhelming dominance. That's a wrap. Jiang Ye clapped his hands and clicked. One click returned to base. 10 fighters turned in unison, withdrawing from the battlefield one after another. Alpha and Abujal watched the spectacle in disbelief, their pupils dilating in shock. It's over already? Alpha suddenly realized something. These must be the fighter jets the leader sent to support us. Yes, it must be. Abujal trembled with excitement. No one but the leader would come to rescue them. Who would have thought the leader had such formidable fighter jets at his disposal? Unbelievable. Just how advanced was the technology at the leader's disposal? At this moment, the urge to worship him surged within him with unprecedented intensity. News of the complete annihilation of over 30 enemy fighters quickly reached the government forces. The news sent shockwaves through the entire government military. What? An entire squadron wiped out? The dark-skinned Houthi's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. That was over 30 fighter jets. In most parts of the world, they would be unbeatable. Totally wiped out? How could that be possible? The report must be wrong. It has to be wrong. Yet just over an hour later, partial combat footage and battle data from the scene began streaming back. Faced with this undeniable proof, Houthi slumped into his chair, gasping for breath. What the hell? First off, how did those Houthi sandal-wearing rebels even get their hands on all that cash and weaponry? But how did they even get fighter jets? And they're so advanced? They're beating Saudi Arabia's F-15s and tornadoes into submission? Houthi fell into brief contemplation. Half an hour later, he left the lounge and headed to the Saudi presidential palace, requesting an audience with President Salman. Saudi Arabia received the news immediately. After all, the aircraft deployed this time were all Saudi Arabia's own. Over 30 aircraft. The entire Saudi Air Force, combined, only had a little over 100 aircraft. To lose nearly a third of them in one strike. The hearts of the entire Shat leadership led. Useless. All of them useless. Upon seeing Houthi, Solomon pointed at him and unleashed a torrent of anger. How could he have failed so miserably, not even managing to ascertain the Houthi's equipment status? I didn't know. Houthi felt wronged. In his mind, the Houthi fighters were just a bunch of sandal-wearing soldiers, dirt poor and destitute. According to his original plan, it would take them a few more years to slowly wear down the enemy. Who could have imagined that such a destitute group would possess such advanced fighter jets? This doesn't make sense. Where did they even get this equipment? They certainly couldn't have bought it. He knew such advanced technology simply didn't exist. After cursing Houthi, Solomon still felt unsatisfied, but he knew it was too late to do anything about what had happened. His next pressing question was, where did this group of sandal-wearing rebels even get these high-tech fighter jets tech so advanced that even his own father couldn't procure it? Both sides held a meeting that lasted several hours. Ultimately, the Yemen government and the Sand State decided to hold their positions for now and observe the situation. After all, the situation had exceeded their expectations. Pushing forward now would likely lead to even greater losses. You have successfully intimidated the Yemen government forces. Prestige plus 1000. You have successfully intimidated the SART government forces. Prestige plus 1000. Just as the Caliban fighter had returned to the hangar and Jiang Ye was about to review the specific data, a notification page appeared on the screen. 2,000 prestige points just appeared. Jiang Ye had only gained about 300 prestige points from constructing the main city earlier. Come to think of it, this move had effectively intimidated two nations simultaneously. With his reputation spreading, the prestige points awarded were naturally higher. For Jiang Ye, this was welcome news. Prestige points had many uses. They could be spent in the prestige shop to further upgrade other technologies. This would further expand Jiang Ye's comprehensive industrial chain. Time to move on to the next step. Jiang Ye opened the map and directed Alpha and the others to repair the extraction equipment. Once repairs were complete, they began collecting oil. The financial gains displayed in the upper right corner showed a significant increase. Alright, 2,000 prestige points should be enough to claim a full equipment model set, right? Jiang Ye recalled that this game offered rewards. He browsed the mission page and indeed found the manifestation option. He selected the current equipment and clicked the materialize button. Materialize. Materialization successful. Countdown 120 hours. 120 hours, that's 5 days. Probably the shipping time or the time it takes for the package to arrive. Jiang Ye didn't pay it much mind. It would make a nice collectible to display at home. After completing these steps, Jiang Ye noticed that the funds in the economy section had risen from 21 billion to 25 billion. This growth rate was downright terrifying. With this much money, there was no need to be stingy anymore. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ye opened the map and found the road construction option. As the saying goes, to get rich, build roads first. A well-connected road network would greatly facilitate transportation and hold significant strategic value. It took him half an hour. Jiang Ye mapped out road plans for the territories under his control. He immediately dispatched workers to begin construction. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ye opened the fame shop and selected the technology tree. With over 2,000 renown points, he couldn't let them go to waste. They had to be put to use. After materializing mining equipment, only 1,300 fame points remained still sufficient. Jiang Ye continued to make his mark. Chapter 9, World Change. Does this have anything to do with me? Jiang Ye knew that one couldn't become fat in one bite. The same applied to development. You couldn't start off by overreaching. Start with the basics first. Only by laying a solid foundation can you build taller skyscrapers. Light industry a little, civilian tech a little, agriculture a little. After a series of upgrades, Jiang Ye upgraded all these to advanced levels. This would prepare for future factory construction, military recruitment, and further development. Glancing at the time, he realized he'd been playing almost until midnight. Jiang Ye set down his phone and stretched lazily. Time to sleep. Suddenly, Wang Hai from the lower bunk let out a startled exclamation. Holy crap! The Hush Armed Forces actually took down the Sand Special Forces? The outburst woke everyone else. Damn it, keep it down. We've got an 8 a.m. call tomorrow. Cut it out. Do you really need to get so worked up? The rest of the dorm stared at Wang Hai in disbelief. Sorry. I got too excited. Go back to sleep, haha. Wang Hai chuckled thick-skinnedly. The others drifted back to sleep, but Jiang Ye, who had just been about to doze off, found himself wide awake after Wang Hai's outburst. Ha! Armed. Did you take out the Sand Special? Jiang Ye rolled out of bed with a swift motion and lay down beside Wang Hai. The guy was watching the news channel. The latest update just released. Let me see. Jiang Ye snatched the phone from Wang Hai's hand. News report. Just over an hour ago, Houthi armed forces and the Sandan tribe engaged in a large-scale conflict. Shatar suffered heavy losses. Below is an accompanying interview video. Clicking through revealed a complex large-scale mechanical structure in the background, while the interviewee was a dark-skinned man wearing a cap. We solemnly warn the Sandites and the Houthi, you are no match for us. Under the leadership of our great leader, we shall ultimately achieve prosperity and greatness. If you know what's good for you, cease your resistance. Additionally, I have words for all our Yemen compatriots. We now possess the most advanced and powerful weapons, as the recent battle clearly demonstrates. Therefore, trust us, our armed forces will lead you all toward prosperity and strength. We welcome all to join us. Take up your weapons and join us in resisting the violent regime that has oppressed us for so long. Long live the leader. The speech was impassioned and stirring. Even through the screen, one could feel the speaker's fervor. This man is the current leader of the Hushan armed group, something like Abu Abujal or whatever. Seeing Jiang Ye's keen interest, a rare fellow enthusiast Wang Hai eagerly began explaining. Oh, and there's an interview video below. Wang Hai scrolled down, and the video switched to an interview with Abujal. Reporter, could you share some specifics? For instance, how did you resist this joint operation by the Saudi Omani forces and the Yemeni government army, stop the bombing, and defeat their aircraft in combat? Abdul, I'm sorry, I can't comment on that. The reporter wasn't satisfied. This was breaking news. I have to get something out of him. He pressed on. But Abdullah merely waved him off, saying impatiently, "I told you, this concerns our internal confidential matters." The reporter wasn't giving up, trying to get around the issue. But Abdul brushed them all off. By the end of the interview, the reporter still hadn't gotten what he wanted. Video ends. Wang Hai took the phone back from Jiang Ye. Though curious why Jiang Ye had suddenly developed an interest in military affairs, he didn't press the matter. Instead, he mused to himself. Honestly, the performance of the Houthi armed forces these past 2 days has been absolutely mind-blowing. They stormed all the way to the presidential palace, crushed the government forces, and then even went head-to-head with the Sada forces. That's just insane. You have no idea how impoverished that flip-flop army used to be. Oh, and while the news didn't go into detail, I'm pretty sure the Sada lost a bunch of fighter jets this time, massive losses. Wonder if the higher-ups are spitting blood over it, huh? Jiang Ye was deep in thought when he noticed the kid's excitement and couldn't help but ask, "You're really happy about this, huh?" "You bet." Hearing the discussion, the other roommates couldn't sleep either. They all turned to join in. Wang Hai saw his chance. This was right up his alley. He continued to expound to the group. "In my opinion, the Houthi militia are real men. They've been suppressed by the government forces for so many years. I don't know how they've managed to survive. All I can say is they fought this battle brilliantly. You guys don't know, but the government forces in Yemen have always been lackeys of the US traitors who bow to the enemy. Saudi Arabia is the same. Though things have improved in recent years, their track record is too tarnished. Across the entire East Coast region, the Houthi armed forces stand the tallest and hardest to break. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Their growth benefits us too, ha." This guy tells stories like a professional storyteller. And you know what? The other roommates were actually listening with rapt attention. The Houthi armed forces must have stumbled upon alien tech. One roommate quipped half-jokingly. "Suddenly this powerful? Doesn't add up." Wang Hai shook his head solemnly. "Based on my analysis, there must be a mastermind behind this, quietly orchestrating everything." "Holy crap, that's insane. I'm genuinely curious who this person is. A mastermind? Some big shot from a certain country?" "Exactly." Wang Hai couldn't suppress the grin on his face. He was genuinely curious about this big shot, this mysterious figure. To turn a ragtag army into this? Absolutely insane. They've taken absurdity to a whole new level. What immense power and influence must this person wield? What kind of capabilities would it take to pull something like this off? Jiang Ye had been intrigued at first, but now he felt the kid was getting more and more out of hand. "Cut back on the novels, will you?" Jiang Ye placed one hand on Wang Hai's shoulder, using the leverage to pull himself up from the bed and crawl back to his own. "Who reads novels? You guys just don't get it." Wang Hai retorted, "I dare say such a figure absolutely exists. He must be the kind of big shot who can make a whole world tremble with just a flick of his finger. You believe it or not?" Jiang Ye scoffed, choosing not to engage with the kid's nonsense. "But..." Jiang Ye leaned over the edge of his bed. "Right, what time did the fight happen again?" 12:25. "Why?" Wang Hai glanced at the time in the report and replied. Jiang Ye didn't respond. 12:25. That was around the time he was playing the game, commanding fighter jets in an aerial battle against the Sand Tigers. What a coincidence. Does the game content update in real time? Is the development team on Weibo? Jiang Ye fell into a moment of deep thought. Mysterious person. The videos and dialogues within the game. Jiang Ye suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. Could these possibly be related to me? Chapter 10, Verification. Could my game actually manipulate reality? Gulp. Jiang Ye swallowed hard. This was all too strange, spiraling into the bizarre. He had to do something to prove it. Jiang Ye sat up, grabbed the charger, plugged in his phone, and reopened the game. Scrolling through the previous email video, it remained just as vivid. The details of the aerial combat were equally authentic. Jiang Ye opened the map and located the oil extraction base where Abujal and the others were stationed. He tapped the character icon and locked onto Abujal. Abujal, leader, what are your orders? A text box appeared, allowing Jiang Ye to freely input commands and instruct Abujal to perform any task. The freedom was unparalleled. Perfect. Jiang Ye had something to prove. Jiang Ye, I have a task to assign. Follow my instructions precisely. Abujal, no problem, leader. At 2 p.m. today, I need you to arrange a press conference. Announce that we've successfully thwarted Shahjahan's plans, oil extraction is proceeding smoothly, and full-scale global exports will commence shortly. Oil is liquid gold. Every nation is in desperate need of it, no worries about finding buyers. But with so many oil exporting nations, gaining an edge and breaking through the competition won't be easy. The best approach is to slightly undercut prices. By selling at a lower price, others will naturally choose to partner with us and purchase our oil. As for whether this might disrupt the market, Jiang Ye couldn't care less. Making money is the ultimate goal. Moreover, his extraction costs were extremely low, thanks to a complete set of drilling equipment. Other countries simply couldn't compete. Moments later, Jiang Ye revealed the true purpose behind his plan. Additionally, if the Dragon Nation needs to import our oil, I'm willing to offer a 288% discount. After all, Jiang Ye was a Dragon Nation citizen born under its flag, possessing a red heart. If this game truly connects to reality, then Jiang Ye would definitely implement generous welfare policies for his own country. It would be his way of contributing to the motherland. Spreading this news would also further enhance Houthi Arms' international reputation and influence. After all, today's Dragon Nation is no longer what it once was. It now holds significant sway across the globe. Indirectly, this lays the groundwork for Jiang Ye's future development. Oh, and for the headline, let's go with we're going to bring down oil prices. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before emphasizing the crucial point. Oil prices are a matter of global concern, ensuring maximum visibility. Abujul, understood, leader. Any further instructions? None for now. I'll notify you if anything else arises. Abujul, understood, leader. I offer you my highest respect. Under your guidance, I believe we will soon achieve prosperity and strength. MHM. Go about your duties now. The order was issued. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was starting to feel a bit nervous. He wondered if this order would make the news this afternoon. If it didn't, then it would just mean everything that happened before was a coincidence, no big deal. He could just chalk it up to his own wild imagination. But if it actually came true, then that would be interesting. It would mean Jiang Ye could remotely manipulate the entire situation in East Continent. By exploiting the game's login system, he could claim those game-changing rewards and effortlessly sway the world's course. In the future, he could dominate East Continent and end its chaotic state. Jiang Ye could even grasp the entire world's fate firmly in his hands. South Korea? As a nation born with inherent animosity toward the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Ye will make them repay the debts they owe from years past. World Police Eagle? Sorry, but it's time for a change. East Continent Oil Extraction Base. Abujul, what's the matter? Alpha saw Abdullah suddenly rise with a grave expression. The leader has entrusted me with an important task. I must return to the main city first to prepare for the press conference. Abujul said. With that, he rose and left the lounge, boarding the vehicle bound for the main city. Though he didn't understand why the leader had given this order, he knew one thing for certain: fulfilling the leader's task was never a mistake. The leader is a divine being sent by heaven to save us. I must not disappoint him. Abujul gazed at the night scenery outside the window, silently resolving himself. Hours later, Abujul returned to the main city. His first action was to relay the details of the press conference. Make all preparations for the interview in advance, ensuring nothing could go wrong. Within half an hour, Jiang Ye had further refined the plans for the roads and the main city construction zone. Now it looked much more comfortable. Industrial zones, recreational areas, residential districts. Especially the capital district under his command after the redesign and reconstruction, they all looked significantly more sophisticated than before. He then established several specialized patrol units to address security concerns within the main city. Jiang Ye planned to allocate part of the military tonight for dedicated industrial transport. But for some reason, he felt strangely unmotivated that night. He sighed absent-mindedly. Never mind. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Jiang Ye decided to sleep first. His main concern was whether tomorrow's real-world news would carry any reports on the matter. Jiang Ye was fretting over this. The next day, Jiang Ye was woken up by his roommate. In the morning, he joined them for a campus event, then attended a discussion session for the innovation and technology competition at noon. The entire morning slipped away like that. Exhausted after all that, he returned to the dorm after lunch intending to nap. Before dozing off, Jiang Ye made sure to set his alarm for 2 p.m. This was the time he had instructed Abujul last night to hold the press conference. 2:30 p.m. The alarm rang punctually. Jiang Ye woke up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and hurriedly grabbed his phone to open the news app and refresh the homepage. The sudden announcement of oil price cuts was major news. If the game truly connected to reality, it should be visible in domestic media. Unfortunately, after refreshing the homepage several times, Jiang Ye still couldn't find it. Then it occurred to him, the press conference would take time. He decided to check back later. In the meantime, Wang Hai and the others called Jiang Ye to join them for a class. By the time class ended, it was already 3 o'clock. Jiang Ye opened the news feed again. Jiang Ye, why are you suddenly so interested in the news? Wang Hai sensed something off about Jiang Ye. He seemed strange today, constantly checking the news for no reason. Jiang Ye ignored him, refreshing his phone several times in a row without seeing any related content released by the media. Just as Jiang Ye was beginning to feel disappointed, suddenly, a banner notification appeared on his phone screen. Phoenix News Agency, breaking news. At exactly 2 p.m. today, Houthi armed forces made a high-profile announcement of oil price reductions. Chapter 11, Can Games Manipulate Reality? Check in for a nuclear warhead? Jiang Ye froze for a second. After swiping endlessly without finding it, was it actually waiting to push itself to him? Are you kidding me? He hurriedly tapped the news article. Good afternoon, viewers. Tune in to our channel at 3:11 p.m. today. According to the latest reports, the Houthi armed forces who unexpectedly discovered a massive oil field days ago suddenly held a press conference and dramatically announced a reduction in oil prices. Industry insiders reveal this could significantly impact the oil industry, particularly other exporting nations in the East Continent region. Another surprising announcement, the Houthi faction stated that any Dragon nation importing their oil would receive a 288% discount. This report is quite comprehensive. Jiang Ye patiently read through it, his expression shifting from calm to astonishment. Holy crap! This game is actually linked to reality? Jiang Ye could now confirm beyond doubt that he could genuinely use the game to remotely control reality in East Continent. Why 288? It was the number Jiang Ye specifically emphasized to avoid misunderstandings. And wouldn't you know it matched perfectly. Everything before could be called coincidence, but this time it couldn't possibly be a coincidence, could it? Shot. A bold thought emerged in Jiang Ye's mind. If this were true, then could this valuable materialization ability be more than just sending a model as he imagined? Could it be real? Could he truly materialize a complete oil extraction rig into reality? Gulp. Jiang Ye swallowed hard. An expression of wild excitement immediately spread across his face. Interesting. So very interesting. For Jiang Ye, manipulating reality through the game carried no personal risk, because exposure was impossible. Nor did he need to worry about being targeted by a coalition of Eastern continent nations or facing decapitation. Take that missile strike earlier, he lost an entire arm, yet his in-game character instantly regenerated health. That alone proves he's invincible in certain aspects within the game. Therefore, Jiang Ye could gradually seize control of real-world Dongzhou through the game. The game's various rewards. These rewards signaled that Jiang Ye could effortlessly develop his influence in a short time, becoming a pivotal figure influencing the entire world. He could quietly build his influence, becoming a hidden boss who steers global affairs from the shadows. Not just one region, not just one country, but the entire world. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Ye felt his adrenaline surging. It was utterly mind-blowing. Still, the same thought lingered. Interesting. So very interesting. Oh right. Jiang Ye hurriedly opened the prestige shop and saw that the item he'd previously chosen to materialize was still counting down. Prestige points. This is a good thing. You can unlock tech trees, exchange items at the prestige store, and later materialize game items, all requiring prestige points. Jiang Ye began to carefully study the game's mechanics. Since it could influence reality, Jiang Ye could no longer treat this game as mere entertainment. He needed to take it seriously and thoroughly understand every single mechanic. Jiang Ye recalled that his previous instances of gaining prestige points were all tied to specific actions he had taken within the game. The first time was when he captured the presidential palace. The second time was when he built the main city. Then, in the aerial battle against Sunda, he had utterly routed the enemy. Got it. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. He realized he needed to perform actions that would intimidate rival factions or accomplish feats with massive global impact events that would shock the world. Prestige, prestige. Only by achieving widespread fame could one truly gain prestige, that much was clear. With that realization, Jiang Ye understood that to grow, he'd have to keep stirring things up. Jiang Ye opened the taskbar. He intended to start with the taskbar. End the chaos in East Continent and unify it. Seize the southern territories and destroy the Yemen government army's concentration camp. Raise your reputation to 10,000. Complete 3 globally shocking campaigns. Earn $10 billion US. The array of missions is dizzying, with numerous entry points available. However, many of them present challenges for Jiang Ye at this stage, and the specifics of execution require careful consideration. After a moment's thought, Jiang Ye temporarily exited the mission interface. Today's daily check-in task remained unfinished. The daily login rewards were always generous. He wondered what this time would bring. Check-in complete. After successfully completing the check-in, the rewards were dispersed. Jiang Ye stared at the screen and froze in shock. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 nuclear warheads. Nuclear warheads? Did I see that right? Jiang Ye scrutinized the message, rubbing his eyes to confirm he hadn't misread it. Indeed, they were nuclear warheads. Jiang Ye was certainly no stranger to nuclear weapons. One of the most devastating weapons of our time, popularly dubbed the equalizer of all life. A single nuclear blast could not only cause direct destruction through its explosion but also unleash radiation powerful enough to turn a metropolis of tens of millions into a barren wasteland. Amidst today's chaotic international landscape, nuclear weapons remained a crucial instrument of mutual deterrence among nations. Put it this way. The lighthouse nation acts as the world's policeman, running rampant and plundering resources. Even those puppet states that rely on the lighthouse nation are able to run amok under the protection of their lighthouse father's power. But if any of these oppressed nations possessed even a few nuclear bombs, the lighthouse father wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Excellent. This thing could totally serve as a stabilizing force, haha. Jiang Ye smiled. He satisfiedly claimed the reward and stored it in the warehouse. Of course. Just having the nuclear warhead isn't enough, you also need all the supporting launch systems. Jiang Ye didn't have those yet. But with the warheads already in hand, acquiring the rest was merely a matter of time. In short, possessing this thing is like having a trump card up one's sleeve. It could prove remarkably effective when the moment arises. It's no exaggeration to call it a game-changing weapon. Main City District. Several heavy trucks slowly entered under cover of night, then maneuvered into the warehouse under Abujul's command. What big move is the leader pulling now? Maxon asked Abduli curiously. I don't know. The leader just told me to transport the goods back and keep them safe. Abujul shook his head. 3 heavy trucks were needed for the transport, and it was also mysterious. He knew the cargo was unusual, but exactly what it was, he had no idea. Squeak! As the heavy metal door slammed shut with a thud, Abdu and Max left the warehouse. After retrieving the nuclear warhead, Jiang Ye suddenly felt emboldened. After repeatedly studying maps of various regions in Dongzhou, a plan formed in his mind. With the nuclear warhead as a safety net, the cost of trial and error was significantly reduced. If the plan succeeded, the benefits for Jiang Ye would be immense. Chapter 12, Surprise Attack. Seize the port, begin the war. Jiang Ye's plan was actually quite simple. Just moments ago, Jiang Ye had spotted a crucial location on the map. That was the port of Aden, situated west of Yemen. Geographically, this location held immense strategic value. First, located on the northwest shore of the Gulf of Aden along Yemen's southwestern coast, Aden port controls the entrance to the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea. It serves as a vital transit point between Europe, the Red Sea, and the Arabian Peninsula, as well as the Pacific Ocean. It is also Yemen's largest seaport and ranks as the world's second-largest oil refining hub. It handles transshipment trade and has regular flights to destinations worldwide. Therefore, it can be said that the port of Aden controls Yemen's vital economic lifeline. Control Aden port, and you gain command over most of Yemen's economic lifeline. Yes. Jiang Ye's plan was to find a way to seize control of Aden port. Once the port is secured, subsequent operations like oil exports and weapons imports will become significantly easier. The only thing to be mindful of is that risk and reward go hand in hand. Aden port is heavily guarded by a large garrison of soldiers. Capturing it will require considerable effort. Jiang Ye was known for his decisive and swift approach to action. He promptly summoned Abdullah and Maxon. As for Alpha, his temporary assignment was to command the oil extraction base. Watching the two character models from the game approach him, Jiang Ye couldn't help but fantasize. At the same time, over at the Yemen, Abdullah and Maxon also appeared before him, just like in the game, right? A dialogue box appeared on the screen. Abdullah, leader, what are your orders? Jiang Ye clicked the input box and began typing. I have a mission for you. Tonight, find a way to take Aden port. Any questions? Abdullah, leader, this might be a bit difficult. That place has a large garrison, heavily fortified with layers of defenses. As a key military point, the soldiers stationed there are equipped with advanced weaponry. It won't be easy. Maxon, yes, Commander. We're still in our developmental phase. Perhaps we should wait until we've raised sufficient funds and expanded our capabilities before making a decision? Jiang Ye now knows. Abdullah and Maxon weren't mere game characters, they were flesh and blood humans. Upon reflection, their concerns actually made sense. Aden port holds such critical strategic importance. It's the lifeline of the Yemen government forces. How could it be easily captured? However, Jiang Ye never regretted a decision he made, nor did he ever back out midway. If the enemy's weapons are more advanced, then we'll outdo them with even more advanced technology. Jiang Ye asked Abdullah and Maxon to wait briefly while he opened the fame shop. It was worth noting that, following several recent press conferences, particularly the announcements of oil price reductions and preferential export policies for Dragon Nation, had significantly boosted his reputation points. These events had caused quite a stir, making headlines across major domestic news channels, especially military outlets. Prestige points, 1399. Combined with the remaining points from earlier, the total now stands at approximately 1,400 prestige points. That's more than enough. A dazzling array of modern advanced firearms and weaponry appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes. It was dazzling. There were even portable electromagnetic cannons, plasma lightsabers, and proton bombs, these monstrous products of the future. But the required reputation points. Jiang Ye glanced at the prices and decided against it. For him, those figures were astronomical. The only weapons he could afford were firearms slightly more advanced than those used on modern battlefields, but still within his capabilities. But compared to these, Jiang Ye immediately shifted his attention to the tank section on the next page. Because the most direct way to boost combat power he could think of was still tanks, those unruly little tyrants of the battlefield. Second was affordability. Affordability. Jiang Ye carefully selected several models with the best-looking specs and performance. Among them, certain models caught Jiang Ye's attention. VZ-58 Concept Armored Tank. Specifications. 4-member crew. Firepower, Tier 9 122mm gun, 440 damage per shot, per round magazine, 35-second reload time. 257 penetration AP rounds, 325 penetration APCR gold rounds. Excellent gun control data, 8-degree depression angle. Armor, K568 all-purpose alloy covering entire hull, providing exceptional defensive capabilities. Mobility, excellent power-to-weight ratio. Top speed, 94 km/h, agile and nimble turret traverse. PL-01 stealth concept tank. Specifications. Crew, 3, with a rear compartment accommodating 4 infantry. Armament, primary weapon is a 105mm or 120mm tank gun housed within a stealth-designed unmanned turret. Features an automatic loader with a maximum rate of fire of 6 rounds per minute. Secondary weapon is a 7.62mm machine gun with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Armor, modular armor based on ceramic aramid composite, provides NATO STANAG 4569 level 5 protection. Additional armor can be installed. Mobility, powered by a 940 horsepower diesel engine, achieving a maximum road speed of 109 km/h. Fire control system, advanced, featuring an observation and aiming system with an electronically stabilized laser rangefinder, day-night low-light camera, and 3rd-generation thermal imaging. Type Y-58 main battle tank. Performance specifications. Crew, 4. Firepower, equipped with an XM360 120mm lightweight low-recoil smoothbore gun. Auxiliary armament consists of one XM9 1430mm chain-fed automatic cannon capable of firing standard 30mm 113mm series ammunition. Mobility features a lightweight main gun and a tail-mounted autoloader, reducing overall height and frontal profile. Utilizes a hybrid power system. Armor, full body coverage with modular carbon-reinforced aramid armor. These three variants boast impressive specifications, outperforming any currently deployed main battle tank worldwide. Moreover, they are reasonably priced, offering excellent value for money. Jiang Ye opted to purchase them. Purchase? Let's start with 5 units of each. No need for more, especially since he already had drones to support the operation. 15 tanks employing infantry tank coordination tactics, combined with tactical aerial drone cover for the assault, will absolutely be enough to destroy the enemy. Purchase complete. 15 units cost 1,200 prestige points. Jiang Ye felt his heart bleeding. But as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without spending the bait. Capturing Aden port in this battle would cement the Houthi armed forces' reputation, marking the first step toward global renown. Would he still worry about lacking prestige points then? Soon after, Jiang Ye gathered everyone involved in the operation. Over 3,500 men in total. Ahem. Before the official battle commenced, Jiang Ye, as commander-in-chief, naturally delivered a rousing speech. Comrades, this is our first step toward global renown. Rally your spirits. Victory in this battle means the future world belongs to us all. With his silver tongue, Jiang Ye managed to ignite the blood of every single person in the crowd within just over 10 minutes. Jiang Ye smiled. It seemed he truly possessed the charisma and talent of a leader. Chapter 13, the battle begins. Tomorrow, I shall make my mark on the world. Jiang Ye's speech carried tremendous momentum. A bugel gathered everyone in the open field before the main city. The eyes of every person present burned with a palpable hunger for battle. This was something Abdullah had never witnessed before. He had never imagined his followers possessed such a side. After all, his men weren't a regular army. They hadn't undergone the professional training of soldiers from other nations. To put it plainly, anyone could tell at a glance that his army was amateurish. Yet now, he saw in their solemn figures a level of professional warriors' discipline more pronounced than ever before. A successful leader. One who excels at inspiring others, making subordinates follow him wholeheartedly. This kind of leadership presence, Abdullah had only ever seen in books and the globally renowned top leaders. Top floor of the main city. Jiang Ye was using a third-person game perspective to survey the massive army of thousands below. Impressive. Truly spectacular. At first glance, it actually looked the part. A bugel, leader, we're moving out now. We'll take Aden port by storm. Understood. Jiang Ye clicked the confirmation button, and Abdullah led his men out. After they departed, Jiang Ye paused to consider the situation and decided it wasn't entirely secure. He summoned Maxon again, ordering him to assemble a 5,000-strong reinforcements to follow as backup. This first official assault must be taken seriously. Meanwhile, Aden port. A man in a white military uniform with deep-set eyes received a phone call. Minutes later, the call ended, and his expression darkened. Seizing Aden port from them? The man was Ahmed, the highest-ranking commander stationed in the Aden port area. The caller was his immediate superior. He was informed that Houthi forces were launching an operation tonight, likely targeting Aden port. As the Yemeni government forces, the direct rulers of this territory, their intelligence capabilities were beyond question. Ahmed gave a cold laugh. Dare to come? I'll make sure you never return. He turned and left the camp. Within minutes, the once dark camps where everyone had been resting suddenly burst into light. Inside the main camp, Ahmed was discussing something with several other senior commanders. Pointing at the map, Ahmed spoke with solemn seriousness. They'll have to pass through here. We'll set up an ambush here, but we can't commit all our forces at once. We just need to cause a little disruption to throw them into disarray. Then we'll deploy heavy firepower in the rear and fight them to the death. But the man standing beside Ahmed wore a grave expression. With such formidable fighter jets at their disposal, I fear. Don't worry. At this point, Ahmed burst into laughter. They may have fighter jets, but they won't dare use them. Their goal is to seize the port to take over the trade business it brings. If they bomb it and destroy all the port facilities, even if they gain control, they won't be able to use it, right? This remark caused the other senior commanders to suddenly understand. They all exchanged appreciative glances. Exactly. They hadn't thought it through. In other words, the enemy's fighter jet advantage was rendered completely useless in this battle. When it came to ground combat, they had even less to fear. The Hush armed forces remain the Hush armed forces. Moreover, they possessed various heavy firepower and the inherent advantage of controlling the terrain. Nearly 10,000 troops were mobilized within the camp. Under Ahmed's command, they were deployed at different points around the port. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder, the battle poised to erupt at any moment. Jiang Ye's side kept a close watch on the military situation. Abdul and his men finally reached the vicinity of the port. Jiang Ye immediately began issuing commands. Such a large-scale operation could not have gone unnoticed by the enemy. They might already be prepared to greet us. Only a fool would charge head-on. The plan was to strike from multiple directions, breaking them down piece by piece. Jiang Ye divided the forces into 6 main groups, each led by a squad leader. Some would provide cover, some would charge the enemy lines, some would execute flanking maneuvers, and some would launch surprise attacks from the wings, catching the enemy off guard. Commence operations. Jiang Ye pressed the attack button. Thousands of soldiers surged toward the port under the cover of night. The Aden port presented a complex layout. It comprised the outer harbor, oil terminal, inner harbor, old harbor, and several newly constructed container terminals. The outer harbor primarily accommodated anchored vessels, featuring a 16-meter deep channel and anchorage depths ranging from 6 to 20 meters. Jiang Ye's strategy was to defeat them one by one from the outer to the inner areas, meaning capturing the outer harbor first. Ahmed stared intently at the thermal imaging display. Upon detecting the enemy's large-scale advance, he immediately issued the order to hold the line through the walkie-talkie. Rat-a-tap-tap-tap. The tranquil night sky was shattered by the deafening roar of gunfire. The port, eerily silent just moments before, was suddenly engulfed in a hail of bullets. Seeing this, Jiang Ye's expression actually relaxed considerably. The enemy had indeed set up an ambush. Had they charged headlong instead of adopting a dispersal strategy, their forces would have suffered heavy casualties under such concentrated fire by now. Right. Jiang Ye hadn't deployed tanks or drones in the first wave of the assault. His primary goal was to gauge the enemy's firepower, and to gauge the combat effectiveness of the soldiers at his disposal. Jiang Ye closely monitored the casualty ratio on both sides. Thanks to the equipment upgrades after capturing the presidential palace last time, the assault rifles his side used were superior and more advanced than the enemy's. Combined with the enhanced soldier capabilities, Jiang Ye believed his side should theoretically hold the advantage. The outcome, however, proved deeply disappointing. 327:342. Yes. This was the current casualty ratio. 10 minutes into the battle, despite their numerical superiority, their losses were nearly equal to the enemy's. This was unacceptable to Jiang Ye. Sigh. He sighed. No wonder. The Houthi militia were never a regular army. He had laid out his tactics, but they might not grasp his intentions. Their tactics were still the same guerrilla methods from before. Their attacks lacked decisiveness and precision. In offensive warfare, failing to seize objectives promptly allowed the enemy to firmly hold their strongholds. As time dragged on, their disadvantage only grew. Ha! Ahmed burst into laughter upon seeing the enemy's assault repelled so easily. His aide fawned beside him. General Ahmad, we'll annihilate them here. Let's crush their spirit. Ahmed shot him a cold glance and sneered. He didn't need to say it. All he knew was that after this battle, his name would be splashed across the front pages of media outlets worldwide tomorrow. Chapter 14, Decapitation Operation. The battle was decided. The battle raged on. Its intensity far exceeded Jiang Ye's expectations. Fortunately, Jiang Ye had a backup plan, having instructed Maxon to bring another group of reinforcements. 15 minutes later, Maxon arrived on the battlefield. Ahmed's side seemed to have gotten a bit cocky, thinking Jiang Ye's forces were nothing special. Had he held his ground, Jiang Ye would have struggled to break through in the short term. The Houthi militia's combat strength still fell short. Yet Ahmed ordered his rear guard to advance to the harbor for a decisive battle. Jiang Ye keenly sensed this. He realized Ahmed had made a fatal mistake. Maxon, I have an important mission for you. Maxon, Commander, your orders. Circle around to the enemy camp center, locate their leader, and execute a decapitation strike. No problem? Both Maxon and Alpha were super special forces operatives rewarded by the system. Their personal attributes and capabilities far surpass those of ordinary soldiers. They are all-around warriors with maxed-out stats across the board. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Jiang Ye's plan was to strike directly at the enemy commander's head. Faced with a leaderless situation, the enemy would inevitably collapse quickly. Maxon, no problem. For an assassination mission, he couldn't bring too many men. Maxon led 7 elite special forces operatives, the cream of the crop, the elite among the elite. Minutes later, Abdullah's side seemed to be struggling to hold their ground. His mission was to command his forces in direct confrontation with the government troops. He sought support from Jiang Ye for Maxon. Jiang Ye had no choice but to reveal the truth to Abujal. Upon hearing this, Abdullah immediately grew concerned. Abujal, leader, the enemy is positioned at the core of their main force. Attempting a decapitation strike by bypassing so many troops would be extremely difficult. Rest assured, Abujal. My observations show their frontline forces have clearly been reinforced, proof they've committed rear units. Their rear defenses must now be relatively vulnerable. Abujal finally understood. Truly the leader. Every move was meticulously calculated. Had Jiang Ye not pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed the signs of enemy reinforcement. Jiang Ye didn't blame Abujal. He hadn't received professional training, after all. Otherwise, the Houthi militia wouldn't have been beaten so badly by government forces before he took over. Of course. Abujal's rise to leadership is undoubtedly a testament to his own abilities. His potential for advancement remains substantial. Maxon set out to execute the decapitation strike. Jiang Ye spared no troops, choosing to go all in by committing every available reinforcement. The firepower on the battlefield intensified dramatically. At the Yemen government headquarters, Houthi and others closely monitored the battle. The port of Aden was crucial. Losing the port meant losing a major source of income. There was no room for error. Fortunately, battle reports arrived from the front lines at that moment. Learning that the Houthi forces had been unable to breach their front lines and were being driven back step by step, Houthi and the other Yemen government officials wore relieved smiles. This third-rate force had beaten us once and now thought themselves invincible, daring to set their sights on Aden port. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Houthi's eyes. Having risen to his position, Houthi was no pushover. Given the chance, he wouldn't give his enemies a moment's respite. He'd wipe them out completely. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. The influx of reinforcements finally began to shift the tide of battle. Jiang Ye studied the map and noticed a weakening in the enemy's resistance forces in the northwest of the outer harbor. Jiang Ye immediately ordered a bugel to launch an operation. Over 1,000 soldiers were redeployed from other sectors to launch a fierce assault on the vulnerable sector. In just 12 minutes, the defending force was completely annihilated. Just as Jiang Ye prepared to press the advantage, enemy reinforcements arrived. A bugel, damn it. It seems their defensive strength is greater than we anticipated. Yet Jiang Ye showed no sign of panic. What's there to fear? Any reinforcements arriving now must come from their internal defense units. The more troops they send, the weaker their core defenses become, making the decapitation mission easier, wouldn't you agree? A bugel. Good. Truly a leader. Another lesson learned from Jiang Ye. A bugel's image in his mind soared to new heights. The only remaining suspense now was whether Jiang Ye's decapitation mission would be successfully completed. Abu Dulay's eyes shone with profound respect as he eagerly anticipated the outcome. Ahmed's location. The inner harbor area. The inner harbor environment was highly complex. Under cover of night, Maxon and his few men quietly made their way to an old fishing harbor. Years of fishing had left the floor slippery. The air was thick with the pungent smell of fish. Maxon crouched beside a cold storage unit, gazing into the distance. Across the way stood a shipyard. To reach Ahmed's location, they would need to pass through this shipyard, then bypass an ice plant and a seafood processing zone. Heavily guarded troops patrolled every section of the route. After a brief observation, Maxon fixed his gaze on the shipyard's 2 dry docks. In the darkness, several figures leapt nimbly onto the metal supports of the dry docks, swinging their arms with force as they swung their way across to the opposite shore. The faint sounds they made were perfectly masked by the wind. Jiang Ye, observing the frontline battle, switched his view to Maxon. They've penetrated this deep? Jiang Ye smiled. The coordinates showed that Maxon and his men had reached the vicinity of the enemy commander's headquarters. Jiang Ye issued an order. Make it quick and clean. Maxon, roger that, boss. At that moment, Maxon leaned against a wall, pushed off with his feet, scaled it, and landed. Through the window of a small building ahead, Maxon spotted Ahmed directing the battle inside. A few minutes later. Ah! Several agonized screams echoed from within the building. Maxon kicked aside a corpse at his feet and walked expressionlessly toward Ahmed. Who are you? Ahmed's pupils contracted slightly, his expression filled with terror as he kept backing away. But Maxon wasted no words. He lunged forward, blade flashing. Within fractions of a second, Ahmed lay in a pool of blood. Satisfying. At the same moment, a reward notification popped up on Jiang Ye's phone screen. Beheading mission completed. Reward 200 prestige points. All soldiers strengthened by 3%. This mission doesn't seem to be on the mission list. Could it be a hidden mission? Jiang Ye's lips curved upward into a faint smile. Regardless, this trip has yielded significant gains. With Ahmed dead, the outcome of this battle was already sealed. Next, Jiang Ye instructed Maxon to use Ahmed's command communications equipment to address all the frontline soldiers. Meanwhile, without Ahmed's command, the frontline soldiers gradually lost their composure, unsure how to proceed. Just as they began wondering what had happened, Maxon's voice crackled through the headsets of several squad commanders. Chapter 15, Seize the Port. Genetic Enhancement Serum. Maxon, attention all personnel. Your commander-in-chief, Ahmed, has fallen by my hand. If you wish to live, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Maxon's tone was calm. Yet these words struck like thunder in the ears of every government soldier. What? Commander Ahmad is dead? At the front lines, countless soldiers stared at each other in stunned disbelief, their eyes filled with terror. Unbelievable. They were about to say it couldn't be true, Ahmed couldn't just die like that. But then it hit them that voice had come directly from Ahmed's command post, which meant the enemy was currently inside their command post. The fact that he could obtain the communicator and relay this message to them. There was only one possible explanation. Ahmed was indeed dead. But this was Ahmed, a renowned commander of the Yemeni government. A man with a distinguished combat record, who fought in several major battles that shook the eastern continent. And he just died like that? Chaos erupted. Soon, the entire garrison descended into utter chaos and the first line of defense collapsed. Jiang Ye recognized this as his chance. He immediately ordered Abdullah to organize forces for a massive breakthrough. The casualty ratio shifted from a slight advantage for Jiang Ye's side to a significant one. At that moment, in Aden port, everyone fled in a panic, abandoning their weapons as they scrambled for their lives. The commander's dead, what's the point of fighting? We can't win. This battle is completely lost. Several squad leaders fought their way through the crowd, shouting at the panicked masses, calm down. Everyone calm down. Pick up your weapons again. We absolutely cannot let them seize the port. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Another squad leader wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. You think you can escape? Even surrender won't save you. Pick up your weapons and fight back. Jiang Ye surveyed the situation from a bird's eye view. He surveyed the situation below. Jiang Ye chuckled. Still resisting? The mobilization skills of those squad leaders were quite impressive. Under their organization, some government troops picked up their weapons again, preparing to continue fighting. But chaos was chaos. Without their commanders, they were nothing but a bunch of headless flies. They couldn't stir up much trouble. Jiang Ye opened the operational deployment. Currently available weapons included tanks and drones. Both were deployed simultaneously. Buzz! The entire port suddenly trembled as 5 VZ-58 armed tanks, 5 PL-01 stealth tanks, and 5 Y-58 amphibious tanks materialized on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of 15 colossal machines. Everyone was stunned. Boom! The Y-58 amphibious tanks fired several rounds from their XM360 120mm lightweight low-recoil smoothbore cannons toward the enemy forces. The tremendous noise felt like a minor earthquake. Boom! The impacted area erupted in blinding fire as dozens of enemy soldiers were instantly obliterated by the devastating blast, vaporized by the intense heat. Impressive firepower. Jiang Ye was thoroughly satisfied. This was the true power a concept tank should possess. The southwest section of the outer port was a vast open area, originally used for storing containers. Its location was irrelevant. Jiang Ye could unleash the bombardment with confidence. Following the Y-58 amphibious tank, the VZ-58 armed tank and PL-01 stealth tank also unleashed a barrage of fire. 105mm or 120mm tank guns and 325 APCR series shells rained down in succession. Each time these dozen or so battlefield behemoths fired, it was like the roar of steel monsters. As the saying goes, when tactics are scarce, rely on tactical penetration. When firepower is abundant, unleash overwhelming firepower. This scene was utterly ruthless. Before long, the battlefield was engulfed in a sea of flames. The government forces were utterly devastated. Who knows where that tank came from or why it had such overwhelming firepower? It was downright insane. On the other side lay the dock area, a critical strategic zone. Jiang Ye ordered not tank bombardment but precision drone strikes against enemy positions. This was also the primary point of entry for the ground forces. The resistance forces held out for less than 5 minutes before their position was breached. Leader, we've successfully secured the outer harbor. Abujali was visibly thrilled. His face flushed crimson with excitement. He never imagined the Houthi forces could become this formidable. To effortlessly crush government forces and seize Aden port, one of Yemen's vital arteries. This was a miracle, no, a divine miracle. Jiang Ye smiled, watching the little figure on his phone jumping and cheering, expressing inner excitement. He could already picture the scene in East Continent, where Abdullah himself would react to these developments. Calm down. This is merely our beginning. Our territories will expand further, and our influence will gradually blanket the Blue Star. These words sent Abdullah into a frenzy of excitement. He hastily knelt before Jiang Ye. He spouted all sorts of exalted honorifics. Jiang Ye was speechless. Do these Arabs just love kneeling for no reason? Having secured control of the outer harbor, they pressed deeper. Before long, the enemies in the inner harbor were also completely wiped out. Maxon and 7 others broke through from within, reuniting with Abdul. Abujal kindly inquired about Maxon's condition. Maxon flexed his arm, flexing his muscles to show he was unscathed. Jiang Ye witnessed Maxon's prowess for the first time. He had only known that Maxon and Alpha were the 2 strongest members of the Special Forces unit rewarded by the system. This battle. Maxon infiltrated, killed Ahmed, then fought his way out from within, leading 8 men to eliminate hundreds of the enemy. Such a feat could only be described as terrifying. On the battlefield, he was undoubtedly a god of war. If Jiang Ye remembered correctly, Alpha's stats seemed to surpass even Maxon's. Seems like the system rewards are truly top tier. These 2 will be cultivated as war gods from now on. Switching the scene to the chaotic inner harbor, Jiang Ye ordered cleanup and recovery operations to begin. What remained were an old port and several container terminals. The old port was more complex, featuring 9 transverse berths, 6 floating piers, and 3 fueling berths. To grow and strengthen operations, expansion is essential. As for the container terminals, that can be decided later based on circumstances. A gentle breeze swept across the sea between Pingjin and Tianjin, leaving ripples in its wake. Far on the horizon, the sky gradually glowed with the first light of dawn. Dawn was breaking. After hours of combat, the old port and container terminal were finally secured, bringing them fully under Jiang Ye's control. Thus concluded. This campaign concluded with Jiang Ye's resounding victory. Stretching lazily in bed, Jiang Ye felt refreshed and invigorated. The last enemy soldier had been eliminated. The moment Jiang Ye had been most anticipating had arrived. A golden border, shimmering with radiant light, appeared on the screen. Congratulations on completing a conquest battle. Reward, Gene Enhancement Potion. Chapter 16, What the hell? This enhancement serum is insane. Gene Enhancement Serum? A notification popped up on the phone, showing a glass test tube filled with blue liquid. Could it be what I'm thinking? As a modern youth who'd spent years surfing the web, this stuff wasn't exactly rare in novels and TV shows. In American movies and TV shows, anyone who takes this stuff gains superpowers, either superhuman strength or lightning fast speed, or commanding the elements wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. In short, the effects were wildly exaggerated. Jiang Ye was stunned, because it suddenly occurred to him that the items in the game could manifest in reality. With that thought, Jiang Ye tapped his finger on the screen to examine the specific data of the gene enhancer. See if it's what he imagined. After reading it, Jiang Ye couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Genetic Enhancement Serum. Data description. Enhances the user's metabolic functions and all physical capabilities, increases brain utilization, and unlocks the peak of human potential, including but not limited to strength, dramatically increased physical power, Endurance possesses extraordinary stamina, enabling prolonged high-intensity activities and long-distance sprints. Speed includes both movement speed and reaction time, enabling rapid responses to external stimuli. Impact resistance, muscle tissue and bone structure are fortified to match the resilience of professionally trained special forces personnel. Self-healing, accelerated physical recovery rates. Superior endurance, an enhanced endocrine system enables faster and greater secretion of adrenaline upon injury or intense pain, effectively alleviating discomfort. Enhanced flexibility, improves joint suppleness and muscle responsiveness, making the body more agile. Usage, oral administration. Ingredients. Manufacturing. Source. Yes, upon reviewing all the effects and data, Jiang Ye was astonished to discover. This damn thing is basically a replica of the Super Soldier Serum. The Super Soldier Serum. In the Marvel Universe, Captain America Steve Rogers was injected with the Super Soldier Serum. This serum transformed a frail man into a muscular giant capable of planting his hands into stone, granting him superhuman strength, speed, endurance, and agility. Its effects manifested in feats like pulling an airplane with bare hands and withstanding Thanos' punch head-on. In real life, that's the equivalent of a god-tier being who could punch an elephant to death with 3 blows. The gene enhancer rewarded by the system might not be quite that powerful, but its effects could be remarkably similar. I wonder if using it could unlock the human body's peak potential. Jiang Ye murmured to himself, head bowed. Anticipation surged within him. Jiang Ye eagerly clicked to claim the reward and inspected it in his inventory. At that moment, notice, this item has been unlocked. Hosts may repurchase it through the Fame store. Repeat purchase? Jiang Ye hadn't expected the system's surprises to come one after another. Even enhancement potions like this could be repurchased. Unbelievable, this is getting ridiculous. Jiang Ye had initially intended to materialize it for his own use. Now, with enough prestige points in the future, he could equip them for all his subordinates. Build an invincible, enhanced special forces unit. Nothing would stand in their way, not gods nor Buddhas. Let's check the prestige points. Jiang Ye opened the data panel. Current prestige points 837. Over 800. It had risen significantly. Jiang Ye believed this was due to news of his capture of Aden port gradually spreading and gaining traction. Once the Yemen government forces and the Houthis learned he'd successfully captured Aden port, it would undoubtedly create an even bigger sensation. As for the reputation points reward, it would certainly be more than just these 800-odd points. Jiang Ye opened the renowned shop. Genetic enhancer, 200 prestige points. Still not cheap. Jiang Ye exchanged for 1 bottle. With the free one from the system reward, he now had 2 bottles. After a moment's thought, he decided not to materialize them immediately. Instead, he planned to have Alpha and Maxon test them first. As the system rewarded absolutely loyal troops, they wouldn't betray him. They were essentially Jiang Ye's right-hand men in the game, so he didn't mind giving them the boosters. Alpha, Max, this is your reward. Overwhelmed by the honor, they stared at the gene enhancer. Maxon, leader, is this? Never mind. Just take them. I wouldn't harm you. Maxon, understood, leader. Please don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant. Jiang Ye nodded. Watching Maxon and Alpha take the gene enhancers. At first, there was no noticeable change in either of them. But after a few minutes, Jiang Ye clearly noticed they had transformed, their builds grew more robust, and their already well-developed muscles became even more pronounced. Every inch of them seemed like steel, radiating raw power. The two seemed to sense something was amiss. Alpha, leader, why are our bodies? Oh, it's a potion that enhances the body. Go test its effects. Jiang Ye said. The two arrived at the training camp. Built alongside the main city during its construction, it served to train soldiers. It was still rather rudimentary, but it would suffice. Alpha walked straight up to a dummy and threw a punch. Boom! A thunderous impact sent the dummy flying 4 or 5 meters before sliding several more meters across the ground. Alpha stared in astonishment at his own performance. Alpha, leader, I. Jiang Ye was equally stunned. This was absurd, the dummy weighed over 200 pounds. Of course, Jiang Ye had to maintain his composure. Ahem. This is the expected result, Alpha. You performed well. Alpha, thank you for your praise and reward, leader. Next, Maxon gave it a try. He too sent the dummy flying with a single punch, then hoisted the several hundred-pound object and walked off with it. What astonished Jiang Ye most was the sheer speed. Both Max and Alpha were muscular, powerhouse types. Excessive muscle mass typically compromises agility. Yet both clock 8-second times in the 100-meter test. What does that mean? Keep in mind the world record is only 9.58 seconds. This outcome was somewhat unexpected. Jiang Ye hurriedly redeemed a bottle from the prestige store and materialized it into reality. Who wouldn't want to be a superhero? Materialization requires 500 prestige points. Proceed? Alright. Materializing it into reality actually required 500 prestige points, but Jiang Ye accepted it. Confirm. Just as Jiang Ye was wondering how the materialization reward would appear, his phone buzzed with a text message. He picked it up to find a delivery notification. Jiang Ye went to the school gate, collected the package, and upon opening it, found the gene enhancer inside. Open it. Take it. The taste was pleasant, a faint minty freshness, far more palatable than Jiang Ye had imagined. After swallowing it, an expanding sensation spread through his body, accompanied by intense heat. His entire being felt like a blazing furnace, burning with feverish warmth. Jiang Ye could distinctly feel his body adapting to this sensation. Soon after, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Jiang Ye returned to his dormitory, intending to get some sleep first. Chapter 17, Shah's defenses crumble. How could he be this strong? Before retiring for the night, Jiang Ye made sure to instruct Alpha, Maxon, and Abujal to handle the aftermath at the port. Only then did he settle down to sleep. But as soon as Jiang Ye drifted off into dreams, Abujal and the others immediately began a comprehensive cleanup of the port. Abujal served as the primary supervisor. Max, meanwhile, was tasked with writing the battle report for this capture operation. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Oh, and besides the battle report, Maxon was also responsible for the detailed data report on the port. Port usage must be documented. This lays the groundwork for fully taking over the port and developing subsequent trade. Sharjah. VIP guest house. The frontline battles did not trouble Houthi in the slightest. Knowing the fighting would persist for some time, he knew his old bones couldn't endure the strain. He decided to return to his room and sleep. He believed that upon waking the next day, he would receive news of the complete annihilation of the Houthi offensive forces. After all, Aden port had always been a priority for them. Heavy forces guarded the port, equipped with advanced weaponry. Moreover, they had an outstanding commander like Ahmed in charge. He couldn't imagine how they could possibly lose this battle. Yet the sound of hurried footsteps outside jolted the enemy commander from his slumber. What's going on? Having been rudely awakened from a pleasant dream, Houthi was in a foul mood as he roared toward the door. Bad news, Mr. President. The one reporting was a high-ranking official from Yemen who was temporarily staying with Houthi in Sandow. Bad news? What kind of bad news? Hadi's brow furrowed with confusion. What could possibly happen in the middle of the night? Could it be Aden port? But if it's Aden port, how could things go wrong when they're certain to win? Speak up. What is it? Hadi realized something was terribly wrong. He rolled over and sat up abruptly, nearly twisting his back. Well, it's like this. The high-ranking official stammered, fearing Hadi would fly into a rage upon hearing the news. But what must be said must be said. We just received word from the front lines that our troops have been suffering defeat after defeat. They've been completely wiped out by the enemy. Not only has Aden port fallen completely, but even General Ahmed. What? The news struck Hadi like a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe his ears. Say that again? The high-ranking official had no choice but to repeat the events just once more. Hadi listened, his eyes vacant, arms limp at his sides, frozen in a daze. Mr. President, are you all right? For over a minute, Hadi showed no reaction, standing frozen like a wooden pillar. Help me up. After a long while, Hadi finally regained his senses. He rose shakily to his feet, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground. Fortunately, he was caught in time. Where are you going, Mr. President? The executive's voice carried concern and a hint of panic, his tone uncertain. Take me to Solomon. Hadi practically gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Had someone told him 2 hours ago that they would lose this defensive battle to the Houthi forces, he would have dismissed them as madmen, utterly delusional. Such a vast disparity. How could they possibly lose? The professionalism of their government forces alone was something those Hutu militants could never match. Yet, he never imagined such a thing could actually happen. A dozen minutes later, Hadi met with Solomon. Woken in the dead of night, Solomon was visibly irritated. It's barely dawn, he snapped. Couldn't this wait until daylight? Once Hadi had explained the entire situation to Solomon, he was stunned. He stood frozen in place, his expression mirroring the shock Hadi had felt upon first hearing the news. How could this be? Solomon couldn't comprehend it. Just days ago, hadn't Hadi's government forces been steadily pushing back against the Houthi militants? Logically, the gap between the two sides had always existed. It couldn't have been bridged so quickly. Had the Houthi forces suddenly gained insight? Unreasonable. This is utterly unreasonable. I don't know either. In this battle, we also lost a great commander. General Ahmed is dead. Hadi's face was etched with anguish. Ahmed was a major contributor, hailed as a god-tier commander in Yemen. And now he's gone. No one can accept this. Losing the port of Aden means all the business there will inevitably fall into their hands. Salman sat down, pondered briefly, then declared, this won't do. We must teach them a lesson. They've grown far too arrogant. Exactly. With Solomon's strong backing, Hadi was nearly in tears. After all, he was a national leader. When had he ever endured such humiliation? How about this, you regroup your forces and launch a counterattack? What do you think? Salman proposed a plan. Sultan and Oman have cooperative ties. They hold significant interests in the port of Aden. Their losses from this battle are equally substantial. Hadi shook his head. But the Houthi forces have been gaining momentum lately. It's unclear why they've suddenly become so formidable. It's unlikely we'll be able to regain the upper hand anytime soon. The implication was clear. We need Shash's assistance. The battles at the presidential palace in Aden port had cost them dearly. Rest assured. At this point, Solomon shed his earlier dejection and declared fiercely, we've been negotiating cooperation with the lighthouse nation. Just 3 days ago, they agreed to supply us with advanced weaponry. With those weapons in hand, I refuse to believe we can't defeat them. It could be said that Saha had nothing. But it cannot be said that Shashi lacks money. In a certain mysterious Eastern superpower, they're jokingly called the rich bastards, filthy rich beyond belief. If weapons are lacking, then buy them. That's always been Shash's approach. Don't ask, the answer is simple, they're rich and they can afford it. Houthi's eyes lit up. Really? Fantastic. Salman gave a cold chuckle. Of course. The Houthi armed forces have been stealing the spotlight these past few days. We can't let that continue. As one of the strongest nations in East Continent, has always sought to dominate, to become the voice of East Continent on the world stage. But in recent days, the Houthi armed forces have been making headlines with high-profile announcements, even declaring their intent to drive down oil prices. It must be understood that oil is a crucial industry chain underpinning the development of Shandong. By doing this, the Houthi militia is essentially undermining their livelihood, something he's resented for a long time. Even if Houthi didn't ask for help, he would have stepped in to teach the Houthi militia a lesson. The discussion lasted over an hour. Houthi and Salman discussed the specifics and soon signed an agreement. After Houthi departed, Salman convened a meeting of the Sandal leadership to discuss countermeasures against the Houthi militia. All senior officials expressed their approval. The plan was finalized. All that remained was to await the arrival of weapons from the lighthouse nation, then the Houthi militia would be the first to face the consequences. Chapter 18, Global Buzz. Prestige soars. After leaving Salman, Houthi felt all traces of sleepiness vanish. News of the Aden port incident would hit global headlines by early morning. It would leave the Yemen government forces utterly disgraced. Disgraceful. The mighty government forces, the regular army, had been utterly routed by armed groups like the Houthis. What a disgrace. Sure enough, the next day at 8 a.m. such a major incident at Aden port couldn't possibly go unnoticed by the outside world. Before Abdullah and his men could make an announcement, the news had already leaked. Global Headlines Weekly. According to reliable sources, around 3 a.m. this morning, Houthi forces and Yemeni government troops engaged in fierce combat at Aden port. The battle lasted several hours and concluded with a decisive victory for the Houthis. In this engagement, the Yemeni government forces not only lost control of Aden port but reportedly suffered heavy casualties, including the beheading of a high-ranking commander. Global Hot News Report. With Yemeni government forces collapsing across the front lines and Houthi rebels rising to dominance, what lies behind this transformation? Who orchestrated this shift, propelling the Houthis' metamorphosis? The two most widely read media outlets globally. Once reported. It immediately sparked global debate. Netizens from countries around the world found it utterly unbelievable. They launched into frenzied discussions online. No way. The Houthi militia is this powerful? I always thought the Houthi armed forces were constantly being suppressed by the Yemen authorities. What happened? The Houthi armed forces have been way too high profile lately, pulling off several major moves. Holy crap, did the Houthi armed forces get help from some god-tier player? Why did they suddenly become so powerful? This defies logic. A poor, under-equipped militia that seems like a completely different organization these past few days? This is too bizarre. I believe someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, quietly aiding the Houthi armed forces. Oh my god, this is truly shocking. Beyond shocking, utterly mind-blowing. Especially for military enthusiasts worldwide who usually follow military channels. They know just how unbelievable this news is. Were it not for authoritative outlets like Global Headlines Weekly and Global Hotspot News, they might even dismiss it as fake news. Now, the sudden rise of the Houthi armed forces has many believing the world is on the brink of upheaval. Dragon Nation. Holy. I told you so, this Houthi armed forces is seriously legit, beyond belief. If they don't have some goddamn divine help behind them, I'll eat my own words. Jiang Ye was jolted awake by the commotion. He looked up to see Wang Hai and the others in the dorm discussing military matters again. Ha? Armed forces? Jiang Ye was wide awake. Could it be that news of last night's capture of Aden port had already spread? Jiang Ye hurriedly grabbed his phone and opened Douyin. Sure enough. The top trending topic on the screen. Last night's Aden port battle. Houthi armed forces raid Aden port, Yemen government forces routed. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. Look at that, what a bold headline. Not the slightest bit exaggerated, because last night, the Yemen government forces truly suffered a complete rout. Yeah, they're not even fighting guerrilla warfare anymore. Beside Wang Hai, a bespectacled young man named Li Shihang exclaimed in astonishment. This guy never used to follow military affairs. But since Wang Hai was such a hardcore military buff, he got caught up in it too and gradually started paying attention. Especially recently, the Houthi armed forces' major maneuvers were truly astonishing. When the incident occurred, he saw the news immediately. He even joined online discussions with other netizens. Wang Hai, exactly. I predicted this last time. After the Houthi rebels announced oil price cuts and established their own economic system, they were bound to evolve into a formal military force. And now, just days later, they've seized control of Aden port, a vital economic artery for Yemen, handling all major imports and exports. I believe that as the Houthis grow richer, Yemen will undergo a complete upheaval. It might even shake the entire East. At that moment, Wang Hai glanced up and noticed Jiang Ye had awakened. He and Jiang Ye got along quite well. He immediately winked at Jiang Ye. Hey, Jiang Ye, you gotta admit I'm right about this Houthi militia, huh? They keep surprising us with one big move after another. Damn. His roommates were actually having a heated discussion about this very topic. Yeah. Jiang Ye chuckled in agreement. He continued listening to their discussion. Li Shihang exclaimed in awe, the Houthi militia are real men daring to pull this off. I checked the data on Aden port. As a crucial strategic location for Yemen, it's heavily guarded. That's real courage. But if you ask me, it's the stance of other nations in East Continent like Sandstone that matters. They don't want the Hush armed forces to rise, and they'll definitely band together against them later. But man, these guys aren't afraid of trouble. Did these Hushai fighters really find some secret weapon in the desert? I wouldn't rule it out. Take these major events, for instance the outcomes of their campaigns. Many admire the Houthi militia's unyielding, no-nonsense attitude, the spirit of real men. They know full well this will draw the combined forces' siege. They show no fear whatsoever. Brave, so very brave. Several people couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. They exclaimed, Houthi is a real man. Jiang Ye exhaled deeply and lay back down on the bed. The commotion he'd caused was far greater than he'd anticipated. Oh, right, prestige points. This was a valuable resource. He was sure it had gone up quite a bit. Jiang Ye opened the data panel. Current prestige points, 1395. Sure enough, over 1,000 more prestige points had been credited, and since the report hadn't been out long, its subsequent influence would continue to grow. The final prestige points gained would definitely exceed this amount. No classes scheduled for the entire day. But checking the calendar, I remembered correctly, today was the physical fitness test. Jiang Ye had just used the gene enhancer. At the moment, there were no noticeable changes, only a feeling of lightness throughout his body. Perfect timing to test it out with the physical fitness test. Jiang Ye clenched his fist, noticing the veins bulging prominently on his arm. Did he feel stronger too? Jiang Ye wasn't sure. Noon. Students gathered on the playground. Wang Hai and his friends were still discussing military matters, ranging from Dongzhou to the future global landscape. They were deep in the discussion. The physical fitness test began. First up was the 1,000-meter run. Damn, my results are looking grim. Wang Hai sighed heavily. He was a bit overweight, the type who never exercised. Jiang Ye patted his big belly. I told you to exercise more. Wang Hai rolled his eyes. Me? You better pass first, kid. The physical fitness test officially began. Jiang Ye planted his feet firmly and propelled himself over 10 meters in a single bound. Holy crap! Jiang Ye was stunned. His body felt surprisingly light and powerful. Wang Hai, Li Shihang, and the others all looked stunned. Holy crap? Is he cheating? Soon, Jiang Ye finished the 1,000-meter run. The instructor recording the results stared at his final time, lost in thought. 217. He was stunned. If I recall correctly, the men's 1,000-meter world record is 211, right? Chapter 19, almost broke the world record? That's insane. What's going on? Did he take the wrong medicine? The person responsible for timing wasn't just one teacher, there were several. The other instructors saw him staring blankly at the stopwatch in his hand and started joking around. No, look for yourselves. He held the pocket watch up to their faces. Then everyone present froze, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. It took a full dozen seconds before their gazes slowly shifted back to Jiang Ye. Student, what's your name? Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye replied. At that moment, he had no idea his time had nearly broken the men's 1,000-meter world record. Gulp. The instructor swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. Our academy actually has such talent? Teacher, is my time that bad? Jiang Ye looked puzzled. He felt he'd skated pretty fast, and he was in first place so far, everyone else was way behind him. Even if they were bad, they shouldn't be that bad. No, not just poor, it's... He couldn't quite put his finger on it, this was just too absurd. There was a viral meme online recently about crispy college students. They said modern college students would be panting after climbing just 2 flights of stairs. But Jiang Ye nearly broke the world record. You're telling me this is a crispy-skinned college student? He then slowly pulled Jiang Ye aside and asked him for some details. Like his name, age, a brief overview of his family background, and his interests in sports and such. After all, none of it was private. Jiang Ye answered. When it came to his interest in sports, Jiang Ye showed only lukewarm enthusiasm. This didn't disappoint him, on the contrary, it made him even more enthusiastic. His lukewarm reaction suggested little interest, meaning he likely didn't engage in professional training or similar activities. And yet, under these circumstances, he still achieved a performance that nearly broke the world record. A genius. A true prodigy of the ages. If Jiang Ye were to dedicate himself to this field and specialize in track racing, he dared not imagine the terrifying achievements Jiang Ye could attain. World championships would be within easy reach. Let me be clear, the women's world record for the 1,000-meter dash is 2 minutes 28 seconds, while the men's record stands at 2 minutes 11 seconds. Your time of 2 minutes 17 seconds not only shattered the women's world record but also came within a hair's breadth of breaking the men's record. The coach decided to reveal the truth to Jiang Ye. He made up his mind, Jiang Ye was a rare gem, and he absolutely had to nurture this talent. With her potential, she could absolutely bring glory to the nation at the World Championships. Then, as his coach, he'd get to bask in the glory too. Just thinking about it was thrilling. What? Jiang Ye did it in 2 minutes and 17 seconds? Seriously? Holy crap? A world record? Jiang Ye, you're serious? Who knew? Jiang Ye's been hiding his true potential all along? Holy crap, dude. Seriously? At this moment, the other students gradually finished their runs. As soon as Wang Hai and the others reached the finish line, they overheard the conversation between their instructor and Jiang Ye. They all rushed over in astonishment to join the commotion. They couldn't fathom how Jiang Ye, their everyday classmate, could be linked to a world record. But Jiang Ye had indeed run like a beast just now. Everyone had witnessed it. Faced with the crowd's compliments, Jiang Ye merely gave an awkward smile. It wasn't that impressive, he said. Just good luck. The instructor patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder. No need to be modest, Jiang Ye. I've heard of people getting lucky and winning the lottery jackpot, but I've never heard of anyone getting lucky enough to nearly break a world record. A crowd of students swarmed around Jiang Ye. Some gazed at him with admiration. Truth be told, Jiang Ye was quite popular at school. Standing over 6 feet tall with a refined, chiseled face, he was the type who could enter the entertainment industry straight out of school. Now, with his unbeatable running speed and the boost from being an athletic student, who knows how many girls secretly harbored feelings for him. The coach spoke earnestly. Jiang Ye, listen, I'll recommend you for the provincial team. With your talent, I'm confident you'll excel. No one there will question you, it's all about ability. Just keep training diligently and you'll make a name for yourself soon. Let others see your brilliance. As for your future prospects, well, that goes without saying, right? Jiang Ye's talent is such that if he doesn't join the provincial team now, and eventually the national team, it would be a waste of his potential. Such a waste of talent. A talent like this belongs on the national stage, competing for glory and not left to be buried. And most people, trusting Jiang Ye, wouldn't be content to stay at an ordinary university either. Damn it, Jiang Ye, you're going places, don't forget about us. Wang Hai and the others heard this and couldn't believe it. Our buddy's about to take off, they started cheering wildly. Yeah, if you get rich, don't forget us. Hey, remember our deal? We said we'd share the good times and stick together through thick and thin. Don't forget that. Godfather. Jiang Ye stared at this bunch speechless, feeling both amused and exasperated. Alright, cut it out. Jiang Ye turned to his mentor with a solemn expression. Sorry, Professor Lee, I think I'll pass for now. I don't want to think about that yet. During my university years, I want to focus on my studies first. We'll deal with the future when it comes. Making the national team would bring endless glory. Your name would get its own page in the family registry. But Jiang Ye wasn't interested just yet, he still had armies to lead into battle. Compared to basking in the glory of the national team, Jiang Ye still preferred the quiet satisfaction of being a behind-the-scenes mastermind driving global change. Seems he'll have to keep a lower profile from now on or cultivate a genius persona, or else the trouble will only multiply. Jiang Ye thought to himself. With the simulated reality game, he could now continuously obtain all sorts of game-changing rewards. Jiang Ye's unique talents and exceptional qualities would only grow more pronounced. Sooner or later, it would arouse suspicion. But if he established himself as a genius, things would be much easier. All he'd get was admiration. Any further displays of extraordinary abilities would seem perfectly natural, not suspicious. After leaving the playground, Jiang Ye spent the next few hours pondering how to establish this persona. Alright, how's the preparation for the innovation technology competition coming along? Just then, Wang Hai was discussing the competition with others. Right. This competition was the perfect opportunity to establish his genius persona. This gave Jiang Ye a sudden realization. This was an authoritative national competition with immense prestige. And he had just materialized oil drilling equipment in the game. The technological sophistication of this equipment far surpassed the current average oil drilling capabilities in the Dragon Nation. In that moment, a plan began to take shape in Jiang Ye's mind. Chapter 20, Sandstorm Raid. Port Defense System, Starshield? First off, this equipment is currently unavailable domestically, it's the only one of its kind in the world. Due to advanced technological development. In terms of oil extraction, it completely leads the world. If Jiang Ye chose to hand over this entire extraction system to the state, Jiang Ye dared not imagine the uproar it would cause. The entire Lanka Institute would be shaken to its core, with PhDs and academicians scrambling to study the equipment. Materialization would take several more days, so there was no rush. Jiang Ye decided to focus on stabilizing the situation over the next few days before the extraction equipment was fully materialized. After all, a little delay wouldn't hurt. Lying back on his dorm bed, Jiang Ye opened his phone and launched the game to check his progress. Game loaded successfully. Jiang Ye tapped the map, located the oil field, and checked the extraction volume. Not bad, not bad. He'd collected quite a lot already, more than enough for the first export shipment. Jiang Ye nodded with satisfaction. Oh, right. First, check in. Jiang Ye pressed the check-in button. The rewards were always decent, and he was eager to see what this time would bring. Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving 10 large cargo ships. Sure enough, the reward displayed on the screen confirmed Jiang Ye's hunch. 10 large cargo ships. Each one was a 10,000-ton class vessel. If purchased, each vessel of this caliber would cost at least tens of millions. 10 ships combined meant Jiang Ye had just scored hundreds of millions without lifting a finger. The export issue he'd been pondering moments ago was now resolved. Because exports require cargo ships. You have to admit, this game is remarkably user-friendly. It thoughtfully covers every detail. Warehouse. Jiang Ye opened the warehouse, retrieved all the cargo ships, and had the crew transport them to Aden port. With that done, the export business could finally begin. Next up, sit back and rake in the profits. With the profits, upgrade weapons, train troops, develop the main city, and so on. All of that could be set in motion. According to Jiang Ye's vision, if everything went according to plan, the Houthi armed forces would soon establish a formidable reputation worldwide. Suddenly, a flashing exclamation mark in the upper right corner caught Jiang Ye's attention. Battle report? Jiang Ye recalled he hadn't engaged in any battles nor ordered any operations. There was only one possible explanation for the battle report. An attack. Jiang Ye hurriedly clicked to open it. Sure enough. Enemy, Sandstorm. Enemy type, fighter. Military aircraft status. F-22 Raptor fighters X-7. F-16 Fighting Falcon X-12. Location of attack, Aden Port. After reviewing the military intelligence, Jiang Ye's expression darkened slightly. At the time, to ensure the integrity of Aden Port and keep it operational, Jiang Ye himself hadn't even been willing to deploy the fighter jets. Otherwise, that bunch of Yemen government troops wouldn't have lasted an hour. Now, these were assets he himself was reluctant to deploy. Yet others had gone and bombed it. Sandow clearly intended to stir up trouble. Port. Jiang Ye clicked on the port to assess the damage. It turned out that in the first wave of bombing, Sandow had destroyed one dry dock, one wharf, one sea outlet, and one warehouse. Fortunately, the losses were manageable. The warehouse was still empty, with no goods stored inside. As for the rest, repairs would take some time but were manageable. All in all, the impact was minimal. F-22s and F-16s? What caught Jiang Ye's attention was that the fighters deployed by Shashi this time were different from the previous ones. This indirectly suggests that Shashi has procured new weapons. Both of these fighter models were from the Lighthouse Nation. As the world's notorious troublemaker, the Lighthouse Nation has long been the primary behind-the-scenes arms supplier to Sandow. Jiang Ye realized that if given the chance, he'd have to teach the Lighthouse Nation a lesson. To make them back off. Jiang Ye believed that taking down the world's dominant power would surely multiply his prestige several times over. Then, using the prestige gained from taking down the Lighthouse Nation, he could upgrade his own forces to continue taking down the Lighthouse Nation. Creating a virtuous cycle. Jiang Ye could only say this plan was flawless. Ahem. Seriously though, this attack made Jiang Ye realize a critical issue. A port of such vital importance couldn't be left undefended. Defensive forces were essential. Otherwise, if the enemy came and wrecked something every time, who could put up with that? Moreover, if the port keeps getting attacked, traders from other nations would likely hesitate to approach, and trade would grind to a halt. Let's repair the port first. Jiang Ye sighed in exasperation. The reckoning with Shasha would have to wait. Barracks. March out. Jiang Ye dispatched all non-essential personnel from the main city to the port to carry out repairs. Second, he ordered the construction of essential facilities. Excluding oilfield personnel and garrison troops stationed in the main city, tens of thousands remained. Personnel were temporarily quite abundant. With so many people working together, efficiency was evident. Before long, when viewed on the map again, the bombed-out areas were mostly restored. Many hands make light work. Next came the task of improving the port facilities. Shop. Next, Jiang Ye opened the shop. To protect the port, heavy defenses were crucial. Soldiers couldn't hold back fighter jets. Jiang Ye didn't want a similar incident to happen again. However, the situation was much the same as last time. Various defensive equipment was readily available. Nanoprotective devices that could effortlessly withstand any known missile attack, plasma energy shields capable of defending against nuclear forces and blocking radiation, and even anti-gravity defense systems, weapons straight out of sci-fi movies, bug-level game changers. The only drawback? Expensive. Way too expensive. With Jiang Ye's current funds, he could barely afford the cheapest nanoprotective device, not even enough for the tip of the iceberg. What's the point of this? Jiang Ye kept scrolling, hoping to find something suitable and affordable. Sure enough, he found one shortly after. Star Shield. Description: an advanced, multi-purpose, high-performance, intelligent air defense system designed to provide comprehensive, multi-layered aerial security for cities, critical infrastructure, military bases, and similar facilities. Main components. Detection and tracking system. A super phased array radar array composed of multiple phased array radar units operating across different frequency bands. Capable of 360-degree blind spot free scanning, it detects aerial targets at distances up to 1,500 kilometers, simultaneously tracks thousands of targets, and precisely identifies various threats including stealth fighters, small UAVs, and hypersonic weapons. Infrared optical composite tracking system, deployed on elevated towers at multiple locations. This system provides supplemental tracking and precise identification of targets in complex electromagnetic environments or when radar is jammed. Missile launch unit. Missile configuration. Xingye Long-Range Interceptor Missile, range 801,200 kilometers, primarily designed to intercept long-range bombers, cruise missiles, and perform mid-course interception of ballistic missiles. Features. Ultra-long-range interception capability, utilizes long-range intercept missiles and advanced detection systems to detect and destroy threats from extreme distances. Chapter 21, Publicity Blitz. Soaring prestige. If there was one thing Jiang Ye loved most about this game, it was how meticulously detailed every piece of equipment and weapon was described. The description alone made it clear this was a port defense marvel. Never mind the 360-degree all-around detection. Its airborne target detection range reaches a staggering 1,500 kilometers. It can simultaneously track thousands of targets, precisely identifying characteristics of various threats including stealth fighters, small drones, and hypersonic weapons. Put this thing in the modern era and it'd be unbeatable. To put it another way, the distance between the capital of Sanda and the port of Aden is approximately 1,700 kilometers. This means that the next time Sansi launches a similar attack mission, their fighter jets would be locked onto by defense systems just 200 kilometers after takeoff. If feasible, consider deploying another unit at the main city. Purchase. Purchase requires funds 300 million.00. Confirm? Confirm. An automated anti-aircraft defense system costs 300 million. No choice, Jiang Ye had to bite the bullet and make the purchase. This thing holds immense future value. 300 million to secure the port's safety and ensure its smooth operation. In Jiang Ye's view, it was well worth it. Once the port was operational, the 300 million would be recouped in no time. Exchange. Purchase complete. Jiang Ye clicked to redeem. He then instructed Abujal to lead a team to install the equipment. Within just 5 minutes in-game, the installation task was marked complete. Abujal approached Jiang Ye. The screen displayed their conversation. Abujal, leader, the sand shards just attacked us, causing heavy losses. I suggest we immediately mobilize our forces and bomb them back. He was never one to take a loss lying down. He believed in settling scores immediately. Jiang Ye sighed. Abdullah was loyal, no doubt, but sometimes he was all bravery and no strategy. No wonder Commander Houchi's armed campaign had yielded little progress after so long. Jiang Ye spoke earnestly. Abujal, sometimes battle isn't the best option. Because in war, both sides suffer losses. No matter how small, there's still losses. Abujal froze. Leader, what do you mean? I mean there are more effective ways than confronting them head-on. Do as I say, this, and then this. After hearing this, Abujal's expression turned stunned. Leader, I think I understand what you mean. In that moment, he grasped it. Could this be the legendary ancient wisdom passed down from the ancient civilizations of the East? Abujal, you're sharp, but you still have much to learn. Take it step by step. Thank you for your praise, leader. Abujal left Jiang Ye's presence and swiftly organized a press conference. Jiang Ye controlled his in-game character to head to the press conference venue. Though called a press conference, only a handful of reporters were present. Jiang Ye primarily focused on recording video footage. This time, Jiang Ye decided to handle it personally. Clicking the small triangle icon on the screen, Jiang Ye began inputting the main content for this video. He had it all figured out from the start. Play the public opinion game. As the largest export port in Yemen, Aden harbors not only military forces but also a large civilian population and frequent merchant traffic. This time, the Sand Shale faction launched an unprovoked attack. Resulted in the deaths and injuries of many innocent people. Jiang Ye didn't care about their lives, but he knew this was a prime opportunity to leverage public opinion. Played right, it could double the international pressure on Sanda. Jiang Ye then delivered an extraordinary performance. In a video address, he sternly denounced and condemned Shat for targeting civilians. Simultaneously, he declared war on Shat and the Anrab coalition forces, vowing to defend Yemen and protect its citizens at all costs. These public declarations. To outsiders, it seemed heartfelt, passionate and stirring. Inspiring. Abujal, along with several journalists present, couldn't help but be moved. Before long, the video was uploaded online. Jiang Ye also employed some clever tactics to ensure the video reached more countries and users. The recent major events involving the Hush armed forces had already drawn widespread attention, naturally generating significant traffic. So unsurprisingly, the moment it was released, it went viral, completely viral. The Lighthouse Nation, the White Elephant Nation, the Three Nations, the Eagle Nation, the Foot Basin Nation, the Stick Nation, the Southern Peak Nation, and more. Dozens of countries' top news feeds were successively dominated by the video. The reason? Jiang Ye's speech in the video was simply too compelling, too powerful. Moreover, the Hush armed forces and armed faction had actually prepared to confront a major power like Sandow. Shatar, however weak, remains a major power with influence in East Continent. And it has the Lighthouse Nation backing it up. Truly admirable courage. Dragon Nation. Domestic self-media outlets and prominent bloggers began reporting on it. Soon enough, it became common knowledge among anyone who followed military channels. Holy. 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 In the dorm, they say important things need to be said 3 times. Wang Hao blurted out 3 damn it s in a row. His face flushed with excitement as he watched the footage. The footage showed a man shrouded in shadow, his features obscured by the darkness. This man was the mysterious big shot who had recently led an armed uprising, first seizing the presidential palace, then crushing the government forces, and finally attacking Sandakan. In the video, the leader's speech was forceful and resolute. Especially when discussing the future of Yemen. That line, "We will defend Yemen to the death and protect our people." In his eyes, it was incredibly cool and resonated deeply. The video's stated purpose is to condemn the attacks on civilians in Sarawak and speak for the people. But to many observers, this was nothing short of a declaration of war, a full-blown declaration of war against Sazan, against the Yemen government forces, and against the Arab coalition. Not just Wang Hai, but several others in the dormitory also wore expressions of fervent admiration. I wonder who this godlike figure is. He's so charismatic. Listen to that declaration, what sheer power. Damn, this is seriously intense. No wonder the Hushai militia has grown so powerful. This guy is no ordinary person. And the smartest part of this video is shifting the focus toward humanitarian grounds. The international pressure on Sandstorm will multiply, and they might even face sanctions from opposing nations. Truly worthy of the Dragon Nation. That's got the flavor of Eastern superpower wisdom. Jiang Ye listened to their conversation and couldn't help but chuckle with a touch of dark humor. Wondered what expressions Wang Hai and the others would have if they knew the big shot in the video was his in-game avatar. Come to think of it, Jiang Ye realized the buzz generated by the video should count toward the prestige system too. This declaration video is so viral. Had his prestige points increased as well? With that thought, Jiang Ye hurriedly opened his phone and logged into the game to check his prestige points. Current prestige points, 2,637. Holy crap. It's already this high? Jiang Ye was stunned, then burst into wild excitement. Chapter 22, Establishing a Military R&D Center. Over 2,000 prestige points, that's no small sum. Previously, purchasing various advanced concept tanks and materializing a large-scale oil extraction facility had only cost around 2,000 prestige points. If used to unlock tech trees, the returns from these 2,000 plus prestige points would be even more staggering. Jiang Ye decided to hold on to these prestige points for now. He would decide how to allocate and utilize it once he had a clearer plan. In short, he would maximize its utility and yield the greatest possible returns. For instance, purchasing those earth-shattering, sci-fi level weapons that defy the laws of nature from the store. Jiang Ye considered himself a man of ambition. After all, who among us, born as humans, would willingly settle for an ordinary life without striving to make a mark? With those tools in hand, forget about the Yemen government forces or the Sandstone Kingdom. Or even the current world hegemon, that beacon nation stirring up trouble across the globe. Jiang Ye wouldn't give a second thought. When dealing with nations that perpetually plague the world, incite wars everywhere, feast on human blood and flesh, and profit from conflict, Jiang Ye would show no mercy and feel no psychological burden. On the contrary, eliminating these malignant tumors would, in a sense, be ridding the world of a scourge and contributing to global peace. He wondered if he could ultimately reach 4,000 prestige points. Jiang Ye chuckled inwardly, his anticipation growing. The situation was still unfolding, so the numbers would certainly rise further, though by how much remained to be seen. As time passed, the declaration video gained increasing traction online, drawing more and more attention. Gradually, professional media figures spoke out. They began condemning acts like SARSers as indiscriminate killings of the innocent, a desecration of life. Many international media outlets belatedly caught on to the crux of the matter. This is major news. If they seized the moment, they could certainly make a splash in international news. Major news agencies and global media outlets joined the chorus of condemnation against Sasa. Before long, Sasa found himself thrust into the eye of the media storm. And this was precisely what Jiang Ye had intended from the start. Seeing his schemes succeed, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Years of following military channels, monitoring global public opinion, and surfing the web as a dedicated netizen. All that time spent online hadn't been wasted. He had long since mastered the intricacies of international public opinion warfare. Abujal watched these news reports, his admiration for Jiang Ye reaching unprecedented heights. Impressive. Absolutely brilliant. To think that just one video could cause Sandia's reputation to plummet and draw condemnation and criticism from countries around the world. For a nation facing global condemnation and isolation is a terrifying prospect. Countries that already harbored negative impressions or grievances toward Sandow are now poised to seize this favorable moment in public opinion to impose sanctions on certain aspects of Sunda. Measures include, but are not limited to, directly freezing parts of Sunda's assets within their territories, restricting the import and export of various goods, and imposing increased tariffs. Jiang Ye's actions has dealt a devastating blow to Sunda. The leader is nothing short of a genius. Following the leader is truly the right choice, Abdu said with a satisfied grin. Watching the footage, the Sandstorm and Yemen government forces gritted their teeth in fury. Dishonorable. Utterly dishonorable. Who would have thought Jiang Ye would pull this move? If Jiang Ye had counterattacked directly, they wouldn't have felt this much pressure. With the latest equipment, even if it came to a fight, they wouldn't have worried. The outcome was far from certain. But this move? They might not withstand the international backlash. Even their lighthouse daddy might have to call them in for a talk. Damn bastard. Salman stood in the presidential palace, his gaze fixed on the distant scenery outside the window as he cursed angrily. Just over a dozen hours after the incident, the global uproar it caused was immense. Even the highest echelons of various nations were compelled to take notice. The Lighthouse Nation, the White Elephant Nation, the Black Chicken Nation, the Stick Nation, the Foot Basin Nation, and others. Because the stakes were too high. Though the Houthi militia was merely a local force, its combat prowess now far surpassed that of the regular armies of most small nations. The Yemen government forces being routed is a prime example. They've even managed to hold their own against Saudi Arabia. This further underscores that the Houthi militia's strength should not be underestimated. In response, the Dragon Nation launched a dedicated investigation. Before long, all available intelligence on the Houthi militia was thoroughly uncovered. They also conducted a sample simulation of the recent battle to seize the port of Aden. The conclusion reached. Houthi forces rose from nothing, initially overwhelmed by Yemeni government troops, to suddenly emerge as a force capable of challenging the oil-exporting superpower Saudi Arabia. This transformation occurred in less than a week. Moreover, investigations suggest the Houthi forces now possess their own fighter jets. But that's not the most alarming part. The most alarming aspect is that the sophistication of these fighter jets surpasses that of Sandow. This indicates their fighter jets are highly advanced, and no country can be identified as the supplier. Which leaves only one possible conclusion. The Houthi armed forces develop them independently. To independently develop a fighter jet, one must first possess the technology. But technology alone isn't enough. Sufficient production capacity is also required to manufacture the necessary materials and then process them using complete technical expertise. The fields involved are far too numerous to count. If all this is true, then the Houthi armed forces' current demonstrated capabilities are far below their true potential. Both their current performance and future potential are immense. However, since the Houthi armed forces' current combat capabilities remain unclear, this also presents a hidden risk. The current position of the Houthi armed forces. They firmly control the entrance and exit points of the Gulf of Aden leading to the Red Sea. This vital maritime transport route connects nations worldwide. Who can predict where the Houthi forces will turn their guns once they continue to grow? In an instant, dozens of nations around the world, after conducting in-depth investigations into the Houthi militia, were left stunned. The current leader of the Houthi militia became the subject of intense global curiosity. They combed through every available record, only to discover that the current leader of the Houthi armed forces is a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Further investigation revealed that no such person existed. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye stared at his soaring reputation points now exceeding 5,000 and fell deep in thought, unaware that he had already captured the intense attention of high-level officials across major nations. Some high-ranking officials had even secretly offered bounties. Anyone providing personal leads on Jiang Ye could claim astronomical rewards. Though unaware of the cause, the sudden surge in his reputation points thrilled Jiang Ye. His game account balance had also reached around 40 billion. That was double what he had when he first started playing. Today was a holiday. After grabbing lunch at the cafeteria, Jiang Ye headed to a milk tea shop near campus. He ordered a cup of milk tea and settled in to play games while enjoying the air conditioning. He activated the construction mode. The map instantly virtualized, transitioning into a controllable interface. Jiang Ye was about to begin constructing his first complete military R&D center. Chapter 23, a whim of spending, and 10 billion gone? You could buy pre-made ones directly from the store, but that wasn't cost-effective, way too expensive. Far less economical than developing it yourself. With nearly 100,000 troops at his disposal, equipping them all with top-tier gear, if he bought everything, Jiang Ye would go bankrupt in no time. But if he builds a military production center and develops his own technology, then costs would drop significantly, making it entirely feasible. On the other hand, weapons are in high demand worldwide. Couldn't he export the equipment produced and rake in a fortune as an arms dealer? Jiang Ye slapped his thigh in admiration of his own business acumen. The construction costs were no small sum, but reluctantly, he had to bite the bullet and let it go. Soon, Jiang Ye selected a complete production chain, covering an area of 762 square kilometers. To construct the entire facility, the required investment is 835 million.00. Confirm? Over 800 million. Damn, that's expensive. The main reason was that Jiang Ye wanted to develop cutting-edge high-tech equipment that would lead the world. The required machinery all demanded high precision and advanced intelligence. That aspect is incredibly costly. Everything else is manageable. Confirm. After clicking the confirmation button, the map began rapidly transforming as simulated workers frantically labored on the construction. Fortunately, Jiang Ye didn't have to wait long. Construction was complete. The area was located near the main urban district, less than 3 kilometers away. Jiang Ye chose this proximity primarily for easier management. From the map, the layout appeared well organized and aesthetically pleasing. With complete facilities, it actually looked quite impressive. The military factory R&D center was divided into several key zones. Several of these are considered key areas. First is the production workshop. It houses multiple highly automated production lines for weaponry and equipment, covering light arms, heavy equipment components, and other categories. It also features a dedicated ammunition production workshop with the capability to manufacture conventional ammunition across various calibers. Next is the R&D center, equipped with advanced computer simulation systems for weapon design and performance testing simulations. A dedicated materials laboratory researches and develops new high-strength, lightweight, corrosion-resistant, and other specialized materials for military equipment. To better understand the performance of weapons under development, there is also a dedicated testing ground. The site is divided into several smaller areas, including a large outdoor live fire testing range that simulates weapon performance under various combat conditions. Indoor facilities include environmental simulation chambers for high temperature, extreme cold, high humidity, and high salt fog testing. Next are the storage facilities. For large warehouses are available for storing finished weapons, ammunition, and various components. These facilities incorporate comprehensive safety measures including temperature control, fire prevention, and explosion protection. Of course, the military factory cannot begin operations immediately. Jiang Ye still needs to configure certain parameters. For instance, what weapons or equipment to develop, and so on. Jiang Ye clicked to view the parameters for various equipment. The sheer number of options was dizzying, and just glancing at them gave him a headache. He decided to simply max out all attributes. This ensured the weapons developed would inherently possess top-tier performance, surpassing global standards. Even the United States would have to bow down to them. Take, for instance, an automatic pistol with firepower rivaling a sniper rifle capable of effortlessly penetrating 5 cm thick concrete while boasting near zero accuracy deviation. Jiang Ye couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't you be scared to see this thing on the battlefield? Other models, like the .07 caliber assault rifle weighing just over 10 pounds, could inflict substantial damage on tanks, even penetrate armor, let alone the rest. If these weapons appeared on the battlefield, with both sides at equal strength, our side would crush them without mercy. If the big shots in the lighthouse nations saw this, they'd be furious, calling it cheating. Finally, Jiang Ye temporarily finalized several production priorities. First, light weapon development. High-precision rifles equipped with long-range scopes and suppressors. Portable individual mortar systems. Oh, and custom-made ballistic vests with energy-dissipating armor capable of withstanding sniper-level damage. With light weapons secured, heavy armaments couldn't be neglected, such as anti-tank missiles, supersonic high-explosive shells and their components. Beyond these weapons for regular soldiers, Jiang Ye also needed to build a special forces unit. That is, a special forces unit to carry out specific missions. Fortunately, he already had one at his disposal, the special forces unit led by Alpha and his men. Considering that special forces routinely handle unique missions, Jiang Ye provided them with special care. An advanced individual combat exoskeleton system was specifically developed for them, enhancing individual load-bearing capacity and mobility. Battlefield intelligent reconnaissance robot. Various portable assassination weapons. That's enough for now. These should suffice for now. Should any shortcomings arise later, Jiang Ye could always find ways to compensate. Oh, right. Developing military-grade weapons isn't something just anyone can handle. Jiang Ye still needed to recruit some specialized personnel. After reviewing the options, he ultimately splurged 200 million. He acquired a team of researchers including design specialists, weapons development experts, and mechanical engineers. A group of skilled technicians responsible for online operations and equipment maintenance. And logistical support personnel, primarily handling medical services, cleaning, and command to ensure the factory ran smoothly. With all this done, Jiang Ye breathed a long sigh of relief. They say war is a money pit. Now he saw it was indeed true. Just building a military factory and recruiting some talent had already eaten up 1 billion yuan. Fortunately, these investments were essential. Their effectiveness would become evident when his forces were fully armed and their combat power significantly enhanced. Otherwise, the average person would be spitting blood. Moreover, the key point is that once the entire production area is established, subsequent R&D costs won't be so outrageous. On the contrary, compared to the military equipment prices Jiang Ye knows exist on the market, they'll be much more affordable. Once our own forces are fully equipped, we'll begin exports. That 1 billion yuan should be recouped in no time. Jiang Ye comforted himself with this thought. Next, Jiang Ye assigned personnel, clicked the button, and initiated automated R&D operations. This was another advantage. From here on out, Jiang Ye wouldn't need to worry about a thing fully automated, integrated R&D. Perfect. Just as Jiang Ye took another giant leap forward here. The declaration video had gone viral. Many nations seized this opportunity to impose sanctions on them, citing the inhumane and illegal actions of the Sand Empire. Direct economic losses reached tens of billions. And this was only a preliminary estimate. Factoring in foreign companies voluntarily withdrawing investments from Sands and major corporations unilaterally terminating partnerships, the ultimate financial toll on Sandow remains an unknown figure. It's safe to say the hearts of SARS's top brass are bleeding profusely. Finally, the top brass of Sandia could no longer sit idly by. They convened a special video conference dedicated to launching a campaign against Jiang Ye. Attendees were all top decision-makers within the Sand State. The kind who rarely show their faces in public. The meeting had only one agenda: the Houthi forces must be eliminated. Chapter 24, Assassination Plot. Is Jiang Ye in danger? Serious expressions dominated the meeting. Meetings of this caliber were only convened when the nation faced major crises. In the past, they might convene only a handful of times in a year. This underscored the gravity of the situation. Noticing the slight silence as people struggled to speak, Solomon took the initiative. Gentlemen, we must make a decision on this matter. Those shameless individuals are using such methods to stir up international public opinion, which greatly impacts us. If we do nothing, it will only embolden their arrogance. You are all outstanding leaders in your respective regions. I trust you can handle the Houthi forces. Now, voice your opinions. Even if the plan fails, we shouldn't pin the blame on one person, because this decision will be ours collectively. Salman understood these veterans feared being held accountable if things went wrong, so each waited for someone else to speak first. With no other choice, he preemptively issued a disclaimer. He wanted them to feel secure enough to freely propose strategies. Yet the room remained silent. Salman's face darkened with frustration. After over a minute, someone finally spoke up. All right, I have a plan. What do you all think? Oh, go ahead. Finally, someone was speaking up. Salman couldn't let this chance slip away. The speaker was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, wearing a white turban. His name was Harwi. He was a high-ranking commander in Sazan, having personally fought on the battlefield in his younger days and earned military honors. Don't you find it strange that the Houthi forces have suddenly become so formidable? Harwi, that was a soul-searching question. Everyone frowned deep in thought. Truthfully, they had all pondered this question before. But since they knew very little about the current leader of the Houthi militia, it remained unresolved. Yes, the root of it all might just be this leader. Harvey explained with a serious expression. Ever since he appeared in the Houthi forces and seized control, their strength has surged like they're cheating. It's too bizarre. I believe the primary reason for the Houthi forces' growth is this man. The others nodded in agreement. No doubt about it. As fellow Eastern continent nations, Sandow actually possessed deep insight into Yemen's situation. In the past, they would never have imagined that the Houthi armed forces could evolve to such formidable strength within a mere week. They even have fighter jets now. They now possess various high-precision weapons. Most outrageous of all, they'd even deployed tanks weapons they'd never seen before. A single shot could level everything in its path. The post-battle data from the Aden port engagement delivered a massive shock to them. That wasn't the kind of combat capability the Houthi forces should have possessed. The key to the Houthi militia's rapid development? They should have realized long ago. Was the current true leader of the Houthi forces. This individual is rumored to be a mysterious Dragon Nation native whose true identity remains unknown to this day. Salman sighed. This man's identity was too shrouded in mystery. He had once sought assistance from the Dragon Nation, but their response was that no such individual could be found within their borders. Not a single clue could be found. At this point, Solomon and all the senior officials present from Shashi wore expressions of profound apprehension. This guy. Just who is he? Could a single individual truly orchestrate such a monumental transformation within an entire military force? Where did he get those formidable weapons? Take the fighter jets, tanks, and drone swarms, for instance. They later contacted the Lighthouse Nation and were told that even they don't possess such technology. Surely he didn't conjure them out of thin air or find them lying around in the desert? Weird. Too bizarre. Upon deeper reflection, it sent chills down the spines of every high-ranking official in the Sand Empire. They dared not dwell on it. It was unimaginable what shocking revelations might surface if they continued digging deeper. They knew only one thing: this man must be eliminated. Otherwise, he would pose a fatal threat to Shashi. The recent incidents were prime examples. Harvey continued, so my plan is actually quite simple. We carry out a decapitation strike. If successful, the Hush armed forces will lose their leader. Without a head, they'll be leaderless, just a rabble, no match for us. But killing him? Easier said than done. A senior member countered. If it were that easy to execute, they would have acted long ago. Why wait until now? Oomph. Harvey snorted coldly, glaring at the senior officer who had spoken. What do you know? We can't make our intentions too obvious. Borrowing a tactic from the art of war by Sun Tzu of the mysterious Eastern nation, we can feign an attack in the east while striking in the west. Harvey laid out his plan. I've explained everything thoroughly. It's hard to explain, but it's simple. The recent airstrike on Aden port must have convinced the Houthi forces that Shadid's primary target now is Aden port. They need only continue sending troops to harass this area. The enemy will undoubtedly reinforce Aden port's defenses. At that moment, with large forces deployed elsewhere, the main city would be left vulnerable. Covertly deploy second-line troops to the Houthi stronghold for a decapitation strike. The enemy would never anticipate this, significantly reducing the difficulty of the decapitation mission. Finally, after hours of deliberation with all senior Sandstone commanders, Salman decided to adopt this plan. For now, there was no better alternative. Oh, right. Salman suddenly remembered something. We have spies and assassins stationed at the Yemen. I believe this will further increase our success rate. Salman was nearly driven mad by recent events and had almost forgotten about this. Back when they were preparing to deal with Yemen, they had made all sorts of arrangements, planting undercover agents, training spies. Even now, the agents they had recruited or planted were still working for them. Salman believed that with an inside-outside coordination, the success rate of the assassination should be quite high. The plan was finalized. That night, the Sandow office building was ablaze with lights as everyone worked through the night. Before dawn the next day, Sazin urgently dispatched military aircraft. And as luck would have it, at that very moment, Jiang Ye was watching the test footage of the surface-to-air defense system transmitted by Abdullah from the direction of Aden port. It must be said truly a masterpiece from the system. Every simulated missile released by Abdullah was intercepted. The interception rate reached a staggering 100%. Such a high interception rate even the Lighthouse Nation couldn't guarantee it, or rather, couldn't possibly achieve it. Alright, it should be the 7th day of check-ins soon. The weekly rewards supposedly have some good stuff. Remember when I first started playing this game? The initial sign-in had a prompt, but Jiang Ye didn't pay attention back then, just treating it like a casual game. But now, the game held a completely different significance for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 25, Black Tech System Force Field Shield. Before bed, Jiang Ye notified Abujal and the others to strictly monitor every location, just in case. Abujal immediately dispatched several thousand troops, deploying them across the main city, oil extraction sites, and Aden port. They also established tight defenses at key transportation hubs. Only then did Jiang Ye settle down to sleep with peace of mind. The next day, the birdsong outside the window roused Jiang Ye from his slumber. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. He picked up his phone from the pillow and opened the game. As the game loaded, Jiang Ye saw no enemy attack alerts, but he noticed a reconnaissance report. Reconnaissance report. Source, Sonda. Details: at 5:40 a.m. last night, several fighter jets were detected taking off from coordinates 101354 and rapidly approaching our airspace. Sure enough, they really did come. Little did they know, their takeoff was being monitored in full detail by the air defense systems they themselves had deployed. Here to deliver? Jiang Ye smiled faintly. Perfect. This would be the ideal opportunity to test the true effectiveness of the air defense systems in actual combat. Jiang Ye ignored the alert. He activated the check-in system. Check in. After pressing the check-in button, Jiang Ye stared expectantly at his phone screen. Wonder what the special reward will be. Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. A set of Black Tech systems. Would you like to claim it now? Black Tech? Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes. Black tech, anything less than utterly insane wouldn't even deserve the name. Jiang Ye's excitement surged as he clicked the claim button again. Force field energy shield. Description: a force field energy shield currently existing only as a concept in this world, boasting incredibly formidable and terrifying protective capabilities. Coverage radius, 50 kilometers in all directions. Can block all radar, satellite, and other detection systems, achieving true comprehensive invisibility. Principle: a complex quantum generator generates continuous quantum field fluctuations within a defined spatial range, inducing specific alterations to the physical laws governing space within the shielded area. Characteristics: automatically adjusts shield strength within a set range based on threat level and energy supply, capable of withstanding anything from conventional missiles to nuclear-level impacts. Capable of setting specific frequencies or identification signals to permit harmless passage of friendly personnel, equipment, energy beams, etc., while blocking all other threatening objects and energy. Visualization and stealth modes. Can be displayed as a translucent energy screen, typically in signature colors like blue or green, or rendered completely invisible while maintaining full protective efficacy. Hardware components. 1. Core generator. Composed of a matrix of ultra-dense energy crystals, serving as the energy source and quantum field initiator. Manufactured from nanoscale composite materials, it exhibits high heat resistance and conductivity. Features self-repair capabilities, rapidly restoring energy transmission upon minor damage. Related scientific theory. Kármán space field theory. Proposed by renowned scientist Kármán, this theory explains how effective separation of energy and matter can be achieved by distorting the space field. Beta quantum interference principle. This principle describes how energy waves in different quantum states interfere to form stable force field structures, serving as the core theoretical foundation for shield construction. Depending on shield strength, energy consumption ranges from 10,000 to 150,000 units per hour. After reading the introduction, Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes. The explanation was thorough. The theoretical principles applied were all laid out, but none of that mattered to Jiang Ye. What Jiang Ye cared about was, the description actually stated that this force field energy defense shield could not only distinguish friend from foe but also defend against any conventional missile and withstand nuclear explosions. At first, Jiang Ye thought he must have misread it. Because currently, no weapon in the world could truly effectively defend against nuclear bombs. Therefore, in the eyes of many, once nuclear war commenced, the inevitable outcome for all would be annihilation. And this force field energy shield could actually defend against a nuclear bomb? Jiang Ye swallowed hard. Black tech, truly black tech. The game system hasn't deceived me. Next, Jiang Ye noticed the shield's astonishing coverage radius, 50 square kilometers. It could protect an entire small city. Was the game blatantly trying to gift him a natural, absolute safe zone? You see? As his actions grew more frequent and he led the Houthi forces to become stronger, the number of those wary of his status and power would only grow. With the safety zone established by the force field energy shield, Jiang Ye no longer had to worry about security issues at all. One thing was worth mentioning. Jiang Ye was unaware of the consequences if his in-game character were to die. Could it mean he would never be able to continue playing, losing control over the game and the world? Or perhaps he could be resurrected. But that would require consuming some in-game items and such. Regardless, Jiang Ye refused to lose this game. He was counting on it to gradually build his empire. Therefore, he must ensure his in-game self never dies, thereby avoiding the first possibility. Jiang Ye examined the map. When fully expanded, its coverage was ample enough to encompass the entire main city. Jiang Ye's face lit up with delight. With a flicker of thought, his hands swiftly manipulated the phone screen. Soon, the core of the force field energy shield was installed at the heart of the main city. Activate. Jiang Ye's heart raced with excitement. His fingers trembled slightly as he tapped the activation button, launching the force field energy shield. This thing is currently the only one of its kind in the entire world. He wondered how madly the world's top scientists would react upon seeing this system. On the screen, a transparent electronic membrane rapidly expanded, growing to the size of the entire main city in an instant. It felt like watching a sci-fi movie where the protagonist activates some incredible device. This was. Suddenly, an energy consumption alert appeared in Jiang Ye's field of vision at the bottom right corner. Current energy efficiency, 12. How could it be so low? Jiang Ye took a closer look and realized his own oversight. An energy shield of this caliber demanded an astronomical amount of power. The combined power systems of the entire main city could only achieve an efficiency of 12 for the shield. Of course, this posed no real challenge for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye opened the reputation store and spent over 200 reputation points to construct a super large power plant specifically for the force field energy shield. Power plant construction complete. Jiang Ye rechecked the efficiency. To his astonishment, the shield efficiency had skyrocketed from 12 to 95. Current energy efficiency, 95. Though not quite 100%, Jiang Ye was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 26, Fighter Jet Explosion, a top-tier fireworks display. You must understand. 95% efficiency is sufficient to withstand any weapon currently on Earth. Even a nuclear bomb. Next. With this force field energy shield, Jiang Ye could rest easy, free from any worries. Today was unusually quiet. According to the coordinates displayed by the base's air defense systems, the fighter jets dispatched by Shahjan halted over 80 kilometers outside Yemen's airspace. They were likely waiting for nightfall to act. Sure enough, night fell. Jiang Ye received an alert from the defense systems. The Shade fighters had taken off again. Jiang Ye checked the coordinates. They would reach Aden port in about an hour and a half. Shatan. Highest Intelligence Department. Salman sat in his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the large screen before him. He had decided to personally command this battle. At that moment, Solomon observed the reactivated fighter jet, his resolve unwavering and his confidence unshakable. What about the assassin we arranged? Salman inquired through the intercom. To ensure the plan's success, they had divided this decapitation operation into several departments working simultaneously. Each unit was assigned to a specific zone. This approach minimized errors and maximized the success rate of the assassination. All confirmed. We've deployed 6 professional assassins and a 17-member Special Forces unit. They're currently on standby in the newly developed Central District of Hush armed, awaiting our orders. The reassuring voice over the radio put Solomon's mind at ease. Good. His eyes flashed with pure murderous intent. Thinking of all the losses Jiang Ye had recently inflicted upon them, he longed to capture Jiang Ye, skin him alive, and tear him limb from limb. Time dragged on. To Solomon, the minutes dragged on like years. An hour later. Salman stared at the large screen. The coordinates showed that the fighter jets they had dispatched were now very close to the port of Aden. According to the plan, the next step was to conduct an airstrike on Aden port. Draw the attention of the Houthi forces, then while their focus is on Aden port, launch an airstrike on the main city district and assassinate Jiang Ye. Mr. Solomon, good news, our fighter jets are so close now, and there seems to be no movement at Aden port. They likely haven't detected our surprise attack. At this moment, a subordinate used satellite imagery to survey the general situation at Aden port. Just like last time, Aden port was completely quiet. Not a hint of preparation for the impending assault. Oomph. Salman snorted coldly. Having successfully ambushed them once before, they remained utterly unprepared this time. Serves them right. Things seemed to be going more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had assumed that after the previous attack, Aden port would have reinforced its defenses this time. Instead, these forgetful fools. The successful airstrike drew more enemy attention to Aden port. The defenses in the main city would inevitably grow laxer. Salman couldn't help but grin with satisfaction as he envisioned the next phase of the operation. Mr. Solomon, we're within bombing range. Should we commence bombing? Salman's excitement surged as he urgently commanded, bomb. Bomb it. Bomb it as hard as you can. Port of Aden. Over 20 fighter jets roared through the sky in a swirling formation. Inside the cockpits, fighter pilots fixed their eyes on the radar screens. Upon receiving the order, they simultaneously locked onto the most critical dock in Aden port. Destroying this dock would reduce Aden port's operational value by at least 1/3. Target acquired. Request launch. Fire. At the commander's command, dozens of precision-guided missiles launched from over 20 fighter jets. Whoosh! The missiles sliced through the sky, descending with devastating force. With an effective range of several hundred meters, these missiles could effortlessly obliterate everything within that radius, reducing it to nothingness. Salam smiled, envisioning the moment when the port of Aden would erupt in flames and the Houthi forces would be thrown into utter panic. He would make the Houthi forces understand that opposing their Shashan would come at a price. But the very next second, Salman froze, his expression blank, as if he had seen a ghost. Out of nowhere, several swift shadows darted out from a corner of the previously tranquil Aden port. They locked onto the missile they had launched. Boom! The missile exploded mid-air, unleashing a massive fireball radiating scorching heat. What the hell? Salman's face froze in shock. No. Our missile was intercepted. The commander in charge of piloting the fighter jet spoke over the intercom with a look of terror on his face. Intercepted? Salman and all the senior commanders of the Sand State monitoring the situation were utterly stunned. Intercepted? How could that be? Had Aden port been fortified? But their satellite maps and radar scans showed no signs of any defense systems. Where did this come from? Salam and the others were completely stunned, frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Jiang Ye watched the live interception footage on his phone screen with amusement. He was thoroughly satisfied with the performance of the defense system. At the same time, Jiang Ye imagined the look of utter astonishment on Solomon and his men's faces right now. This was a concept-level air defense weapon. If your crappy satellite maps and third-rate radar scans could detect it, what kind of concept weapon would it be? The show was far from over. Every single missile launched from the direction of Shahjan was intercepted without exception by unknown interceptor missiles. Explosions and fireballs swirled above the skies of Aden port. The first wave of the offensive was easily repelled. Salman was furious, his face flushed crimson as he shouted, "Keep it up! Keep bombing! I refuse to believe he can intercept them all." The fighter pilot. He tapped the control panel, reactivating the launch system. Just then, a chill ran through the crowd. They looked up to find that, unnoticed, one after another, rocket projectiles had locked onto them. Boom! Caught completely off guard, no one had time to react. All the fighter jets were struck head-on by the incoming fire. After a deafening explosion, one after another, the fighter jets burst into brilliant fireworks in the sky. Salman and the Sandstorm High Command watched in horror as their fighter jets were destroyed one after another. Watching their fighter jets destroyed one after another. Their breathing quickened, their faces turning pale. The reversal seemed to come a bit too quickly. It was quite a sight. Jiang Ye's mood was the complete opposite. He swore this was absolutely the most spectacular fireworks display he'd ever witnessed, no contest. The explosions were truly spectacular. After all, it was a fireworks display worth billions. Chapter 27, Assassination Attempt? Time to show off. Salman roared like a madman. The entire command center reverberated with his curses and furious outbursts, terrifying his aide and several subordinates into trembling in fear. Not a word dared to be spoken. You damned fools. I swear I'll tear you all to pieces. At that moment, Haribi, the one who had proposed the plan earlier, steeled himself and spoke up. Mr. President, perhaps we should focus on the decapitation first? Yes, decapitation. We must kill him. Salman immediately ordered the bombing of the main city district. They had lost fighter jets, but if the decapitation mission succeeded, it wouldn't be a loss. Simultaneously, over a dozen fighter jets rapidly closed in on the main city area. Without hesitation, Solomon ordered the pilots to launch their missiles. Boom! To utterly eliminate Jiang Ye, She deployed a brand new, domestically developed missile this time. Its primary purpose was precision strike, capable of effortlessly flattening a building dozens of stories tall. Dozens of missiles. Launched at close range. Under such circumstances, even anti-aircraft missiles would be utterly useless. Because there's no time. The missiles plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was over. Salam's emotions surged once more. With the decapitation mission accomplished, he immediately convened a press conference to wash away the previous disgrace, fully prepared to publicly declare Jiang Ye a terrorist. They had eliminated the enemy, a contribution to society. As for whether the outside world would accept it, that was none of his concern. But as always, dreams are rich while reality is lean. Salman was certain this time was foolproof. The missile plummeted toward its target at breakneck speed, seemingly poised to strike. It vanished. Yes. Vanishing from the screen in an instant, this scene once again left Solomon and the entire Sandstorm leadership gazing in disbelief. Salman and everyone else were filled with confusion. What just happened? Was the video displaying an error? But checking the back-end parameters, everything was running normally. Slow it down. Slow it down. Salman shouted loudly. The footage of the previous scene instantly slowed down and replayed on the large screen. The direct missile was about to strike the city when suddenly, its front section seemed to collide with something. Then, a massive protective shield seemingly composed of thousands upon thousands of densely packed electromagnetic nets enveloped the entire city below. The moment the missile warhead touched the electromagnetic net, the point of contact immediately exhibited a phenomenon resembling melting, ultimately vanishing without a trace from end to end. After witnessing this, Solomon slumped into his chair. He gasped for breath. Shock. Incomprehensible. Not just him, every single high-ranking official in Shashi was utterly dumbfounded. This was beyond any explanation of common sense. This defies science. They couldn't possibly have imagined it. Force field energy shields, the stuff of sci-fi. Even their lighthouse father would tremble at the sight of such technology. If they could comprehend it, that would be a miracle. Jiang Ye hadn't cared about the main city being attacked. After all, the force field energy shield was in place. If it can withstand nuclear bombs, why would it fear missiles? But after seeing the intel, he still came to take a look. The result? The energy efficiency had actually dropped. From 95% to 79%. It seemed that after absorbing all the damage from the attack, the energy shield itself required replenishment and repair. Jiang Ye murmured. This situation was a bit heartbreaking. Even with the super power plant, it'd recharge in no time, but it still felt like someone had messed up my precious treasure. Damn it! Jiang Ye's temper flared. He quickly began operating on his phone. Screw him, he had to get him. Just as Jiang Ye was strategizing his next move, his phone suddenly vibrated. A bold notification appeared on the screen. Plot triggered, assassination attempt. Mission, survive the assassination. Assassination? Before Jiang Ye could react, the phone screen went black. After about a second, the display lit up again. Jiang Ye was stunned. The screen had switched to FPS mode, first-person perspective. It felt like he was playing Counter-Strike, controlling the character on his phone. Wow, you can play it like this? He'd been playing this game for a week and thought he'd mastered it, but now it seemed he was still too green. This feature existed? And the background in the screen's view was none other than his own office in the main city. Weapons. Jiang Ye tapped the weapons option and his character pulled two pistols from a drawer. Jiang Ye understood. Someone had hired an assassin to kill him. His mission was to survive, and the best way to deal with an assassination attempt was to take out the assassin, right? Jiang Ye chuckled. He might be clueless about anything else, but gaming? Not a chance. Jiang Ye slid the screen on his phone, guiding his character out of the office. Dongzhou. Bang! In the pitch-black corridor, a figure darted back and forth through a hail of bullets, dodging them with agile, nimble movements as he sprinted toward the top-floor office. Alpha was drenched in sweat. He never imagined assassins would appear within the main city. His current mission was to inform the leader of the assassin's presence. Finally reaching the office, he pushed open the door only to find it completely empty. Oh no, could it be? Alpha's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. His sacred duty was to follow the leader to the death. If anything happened to the leader, he would have no right to live and would end his own life without hesitation. But before that, he would seek vengeance. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Alpha whipped his head around to see a corpse flung onto the floor, blood staining the carpet crimson. The bullet had struck him squarely between the eyebrows, a sign of exceptional marksmanship. Lifting his head, he recognized the figure who had tossed the corpse, none other than the leader himself. The bloodstains on his clothing suggested the leader had likely already dealt with several others. Leader, you. Alpha's expression turned stunned. Could the leader be this powerful? These are professional assassins, world class. This is thrilling. Jiang Ye was hooked. The game's visuals were almost indistinguishable from reality. He continued guiding his character downward. At the stairwell entrance, several assassins ambushed him from the corner, firing blind shots. Jiang Ye remained unflappable, cool as a cucumber. With a slick dodge, he brushed past the bullets, pushing the limits of recklessness to the edge. Sidestep. He fires a quick burst with his back turned. Thud. The bullet left a bloody hole in the assassin's forehead. Another kill. Footsteps echoed below. Jiang Ye swiftly flipped sideways off the balcony. Just as the two assassins prepared to ascend the stairs, they turned to find Jiang Ye standing right behind them, smiling. Bye-bye. Pulled the trigger. KDA instantly hit too. Two men burst through the door and unleashed a barrage of fire at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye executed a backflip, acrobatically dodging the bullets mid-air. Landing with precision, he delivered a headshot to each. Alpha, leader, I never imagined you were this powerful. Jiang Ye hadn't expected his flawless execution might have triggered Alpha's system dialogue. Jiang Ye tapped the small triangle icon and, to avoid interrupting his gameplay, quickly typed a few words. Basic skills, don't be a noob. Alpha was utterly confused. What did basic skills, don't get cocky even mean? Soon, relying on his exceptional skills, Jiang Ye fought his way from the top floor to the first floor, taking out over a dozen assassins. But judging by the situation, the number of assassins seemed far from over. Chapter 28, Battlefield Carnage. Combat system unlocked. This is interesting. Jiang Ye smiled faintly. He sidestepped behind a load-bearing column of the building. It seemed the enemy was determined to take his life this time. Footsteps echoed as Alpha arrived before Jiang Ye, accompanied by several members of the Guard Corps. Our deepest apologies, leader. Allowing these intruders to breach our defenses is a grave failure on our part. We humbly accept your punishment. Such an incident occurring was a grave dereliction of duty on Alpha's part. There was nothing more to say. He accepted the punishment willingly. After this incident, even if Jiang Ye were to execute him, he would have no complaints. None of your concern. Jiang Ye, however, shrugged indifferently. The waters run deeper than you imagine. Deeper than I imagined? What does that mean? Jiang Ye smiled faintly. You'll find out soon enough. For now, our priority is to eliminate this group. Jiang Ye's control over the main city was unquestionable. It was impossible for local personnel to get this close to the main city area without being detected. That leaves only one possibility. There was an enemy spy or traitor within the organization itself. After realizing the game's connection to reality, Jiang Ye conducted a brief investigation into the recent situation in the Dongzhou region. He learned that many nations in East Continent, to varying degrees, all bore signs of infiltration by hostile forces. Since taking command of the Houthi forces, he had never conducted an internal security review. Thus, the presence of a few spies and infiltrators was hardly surprising. What Jiang Ye hadn't anticipated was the sheer scale of their presence. With outdated equipment, such severe local infiltration, and personnel quality inferior to regular troops, it was a miracle the Houthi militia had managed to develop at all. Jiang Ye shook his head. This incident served as a wake-up call for him, prompting him to decide on a thorough purge of internal elements afterward. Then, Jiang Ye continued controlling his character, stepping out of the main city building, intending to confront these enemies head-on. FPS games were his specialty. Back when he competed in the city tournament, Jiang Ye had crushed his opponents, stepping over their heads to easily claim the championship. No bull. Near the main city was a temporary training ground Jiang Ye usually assigned to Alpha and his team for soldier drills. It featured specially designed simulated battlefields. Jiang Ye rolled over, easily vaulting the perimeter wall and stepping inside. On the other side, several figures clad in black special forces uniforms emerged from the darkness, wielding various assassination weapons. Under the cover of darkness, they moved like ghosts. He's inside. Move out. At the leader's command, the entire team charged into the training ground. And this was precisely what Jiang Ye wanted to see. In the darkness, Jiang Ye pulled the trigger. The bullet left the barrel, instantly blowing the head off the first man to charge in. Blood mixed with brain matter and various unidentifiable fluids splattered everywhere. The stench of blood was nauseating. Everyone stared in horror, utterly stunned. Damn it, he's right there. He spotted us, watch out. The assassins scrambled for cover. Within the training grounds, they scattered behind various theatrical props. Jiang Ye hid behind a makeshift barrier of discarded tires. Hide? Do you even know how to hide? 2 at 3 o'clock, 1 at 6 o'clock, 2 at 11 o'clock. If someone were observing this from a god's eye view, one would assume Jiang Ye was surrounded. But in reality, Jiang Ye had them surrounded. Alpha and his men had also entered the training grounds with their team, intending to use their familiarity with the terrain to annihilate the enemy. He had several subordinates split into 4 groups, attacking from different directions. Within 3 minutes at most, reinforcements from the base would arrive. By then, not a single one of these assassins would escape. Alpha chambered a round in his pistol. Suddenly, bang! The deafening gunfire echoed in everyone's ears. Alpha sensed trouble immediately. Leader! But immediately after, he heard the agonized screams of several assassins. Ah! Jiang Ye stepped over several bodies, quickly crouched down, and picked up the handguns they'd dropped. He reloaded the magazines, then vanished into the darkness with a swift blur. Alpha's eyes widened in shock. How could the leader be this strong? He couldn't comprehend it. The remaining assassins lurking in the shadows all showed subtle shifts in their expressions at that moment. They hadn't expected their assassination target to be this ridiculously powerful. After a quick consultation, they decided to act swiftly and decisively. They converged toward the direction he had just fled. He couldn't have moved that quickly, so he was likely still in the original spot. Soon, the group met in the darkness. Scanning their surroundings, they found nothing but the bodies of several victims Jiang Ye had just killed. Damn it! When did that bastard move? Right under their noses? Could he possibly be invisible? Waiting for me? Jiang Ye's voice, as calm as a breeze on a cloudless day, drifted out of the darkness. The others looked stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost. As professional assassins, they reacted within fractions of a second, firing multiple shots toward the source of the voice. But the bullets missed, embedding themselves into the wall. Then, a shadow suddenly burst forward, materializing before the group. Jiang Ye grabbed one of them. On the screen, the prompt hand-to-hand combat appeared. Jiang Ye needed to react in an instant. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes and swiftly operated the screen with both hands. This game is so cool. Beyond first-person gunfights, it even featured close-quarters combat. Inside the training ground, Alpha finally located Jiang Ye's position and prepared to rush over to protect him. But in the darkness, Jiang Ye wraps his arms around one of the attackers and slams him over his shoulder. Thud! The impact landed squarely on the assassin's neck. The man thrown over the shoulder spat out mouthfuls of blood and breathed his last. The remaining assassins were even more stunned. Is this even human? How could he move so fast? Before they could react, Jiang Ye deftly sidestepped several bullets, then propelled himself off the wall with a powerful kick, soaring into the air. Mid-air, he seized one of their wrists. He hoisted the man like a sandbag and slammed him hard onto the ground. The immense impact caused blood to gush from all 7 orifices. Alpha was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe this was the leader he usually saw. Too powerful. As a professional Special Forces soldier, his skills placed him among the absolute elite of the world's top Special Forces operatives. Yet at this moment, he realized that if he were to face the leader in combat, he might not stand a chance. Put. As Jiang Ye snapped the last man's neck, the battle came to an end. Jiang Ye clapped his hands, brushing off the dust, cleaning up the battlefield. Leaving behind a parting remark, he departed with effortless grace. The screen returned to normal. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. This was more thrilling, more real than any fighting game he'd ever played. If only he could experience real combat like this. Jiang Ye sighed in admiration. A prompt suddenly appeared on the screen. Host successfully completed an assassination mission. Congratulations on unlocking Combat System. Chapter 29, New Ability, Stand Manifestation. Sandstorm Retreats. Combat System? What is this? Could it be a system that unlocks combat skills or something? If so, that'd be awesome. It'll make dominating the game a breeze. Jiang Ye couldn't wait to click and check. Combat System. Description: using this feature, the host can summon a stand-in to perform actions personally. Restrictions: requires prestige points and has a time limit. The longer the summon lasts, the more prestige points consumed. Initial summon cost 800 prestige points. Subsequent reputation cost per minute 50. Jiang Ye, lost in thought. So using this feature would allow him to directly summon his stand-in character in Dongzhou and take the field himself? Jiang Ye was stunned. Could it be that coincidental? He'd just been thinking how thrilling it would be if he could personally descend. Way more fun than playing a game. And now the system tells me it could actually happen? Jiang Ye had assumed it was unlocking some combat system or acquiring divine fighting techniques. Turns out his expectations were way too conservative. But Jiang Ye soon realized this feature wasn't so simple. Because it required prestige points to summon it. And the prestige points consumed per invocation? For Jiang Ye, that was no small sum. The initial startup alone costs 800, with an additional 50 required per minute thereafter. In other words, a single descent costs 1,300 over 10 minutes. Consider this. That could buy you over a dozen concept tanks in the prestige store. Jiang Ye cursed inwardly, unsure whether to voice it aloud. Hidden overview. What the hell is this? Just as Jiang Ye was mentally ranting, a faint notification below suddenly caught his attention. He tapped to open it. Note: if the host dies during the descent period, the game will end immediately. If the host has not descended and their avatar in the game is injured, health will be deducted based on the severity of the damage. Health will regenerate automatically over time, or items can be purchased for rapid health restoration. If the host's avatar dies in the game will also end. However, the host can purchase one health lock opportunity. Once activated, even if the avatar suffers the most severe damage, even if it directly confronts a nuclear bomb, it will retain 1 health point, preventing death. Cost to activate 1 life lock, 100000000. Due to the unique nature of this feature, hosts are advised to use it only when absolutely necessary. After reading this, Jiang Ye finally understood what the system meant. First, if the avatar descends and dies after appearing in Dongzhou, game over. The system didn't specify whether Jiang Ye himself would also die. But Jiang Ye understood the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Game over. Who knows if it can even restart. Second, the stand mechanism in the game. Healing after taking damage was standard gameplay. He'd been attacked once before, lost some health, and recovered quickly. Jiang Ye hadn't paid it much mind at the time. Looking back now, he'll have to be more cautious in the future. Because if the stand dies in the game, it's game over. This mechanism, similar to the legendary blade, grants one chance to avoid death upon purchase. Even a nuclear bomb. To be honest, when he saw this, Jiang Ye was tempted. This is too powerful. It's practically like cheating. But Jiang Ye quickly reined himself in. Because the price was completely out of his budget. $1 million per session? Way too expensive. Still, having it was better than nothing. What if, someday in the future, this technique proved crucial at a critical moment? Huff. Jiang Ye set down his phone and took a deep breath. The game was far more complex than he'd imagined, with a much more comprehensive set of mechanics. This made Jiang Ye ponder another question. Whether it was the powerful ground-to-air defense systems or the bug-level force field energy shields that could dominate the entire world, were strategic equipment. To protect himself, Jiang Ye realized he had to start with his own capabilities. The Lighthouse Nation is formidable, right? But even the presidents of the Lighthouse Nation keep getting assassinated one after another. This highlights a crucial point. No matter how powerful strategic weapons are, they're useless. Because if someone wants to take you out, all they need is an opening, just one shot. This time the game gave an assassination warning, but next time it might not. I need to enhance this stand-in's survival capabilities. Jiang Ye murmured. His dominance over Dongzhou at this stage, he was still far too crucial. 2 approaches. 1. Start by strengthening myself. Make the stand exceptionally powerful, impervious to assassination attempts, capable of effortlessly handling similar situations. The other approach. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Therefore, Jiang Ye could only think of taking the initiative. Why not try both? Choosing is for children. Jiang Ye was an adult now. I want them all. He tapped open the Fame Shop. Reputation store. Jiang Ye began searching for items that could enhance his personal defense. Things like armor boosts or health increases. As a game at its core, Jiang Ye believed the shop should offer such items. Not long after, the entire high-level conference hall of Shashi fell into complete silence. They were awaiting a single piece of news. Just then, a message finally appeared on the screen. After reading the battle report, Solomon and everyone else were stunned. Another failure? Salman slammed his fist on the table in fury, his eyes bloodshot. What the hell was going on? Useless. A bunch of useless fools. With so many of you, you couldn't take down a single man? What the hell were you doing? If he had harbored doubts about the previous campaigns. But this time, he was truly at a loss for words. First, Jiang Ye's defense systems had rendered them utterly helpless. The new fighter jets he just acquired from Lighthouse Dad were gone, all of them. Then the missiles meant to strike the main city vanished mysteriously. Their frontline department had been investigating since the incident began, yet they still hadn't uncovered any leads. Beyond the fact that the missiles vanished in an inexplicably bizarre manner, they knew nothing else. Finally, the assassination mission also failed. A team of elite special forces 6 or 7 top-tier professional assassins. This kind of setup would be more than sufficient to assassinate high-ranking officials in most countries anywhere in the world. They simply couldn't comprehend it. How could this have failed? Mr. President, perhaps we should withdraw our forces first. Harvey, silent below the podium, realized that if they didn't withdraw now, once the Wushao forces regained their footing in organized resistance, even the aircraft bombing the main city district might be wiped out entirely there. Salman trembled with rage. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. Ultimately, the last shred of reason prevailed. Solomon ordered all aircraft to withdraw from Yemen in disgrace. Chapter 30, One man takes out an entire assassin corps? Leader. The Sand Clan has retreated. Jiang Ye returned to the lounge, resting while browsing the shops. Alpha entered with his men, having obtained Jiang Ye's permission, and reported. Got it. Jiang Ye hummed in acknowledgement. They got out fast. Jiang Ye had actually intended to send someone to take out Shash's bomber. Since they got away, it's no use now. There'll be plenty of chances later to make Shashi bleed properly. Leader, regarding this incident. Alpha suddenly dropped to his knees and began pleading for forgiveness. This time, his dereliction of duty was severe, and he was willing to accept punishment. Alright then, your punishment will be 1 day of confinement. There's no doubting the loyalty of someone like Alpha after all, he was a system reward. The more loyal he is, the more he'll dwell on this matter. Jiang Ye's symbolic punishment would actually ease his mind. Understood. Thank you for your punishment, leader. After following Jiang Ye these past days, Alpha's speech had even picked up a hint of that Dragon Nation flavor. After Alpha and the others left, Jiang Ye continued browsing the store. Before long, he finally found what he considered the most suitable option. A suit of protective gear radiating sci-fi flair. Quantum shield protective suit. Functional principle. Built-in energy generator utilizes quantum entanglement technology to form a powerful energy field around the suit. Unlike traditional physical shields, this force field operates at the quantum level, effectively dispersing and resisting external impacts and energy damage. Characteristics: precise adjustment and response of the energy field under varying conditions to adapt to diverse complex attack forms. Usage restrictions. Due to high energy consumption, continuous operation time is limited. Usage timing must be strategically planned. Maintenance and care. Regular inspections are required to ensure energy module stability and circuit integrity. Follow-up maintenance. Automatic repair equipment can be purchased. One-click repairs are possible as long as the equipment damage rate does not exceed 70%. Maximum damage absorption. Can withstand frontal impacts from Barrett armor-piercing rounds and fully block certain small-area explosive rounds. Exchange. Over 600 prestige points spent. Worth mentioning. Since the last declaration was issued, the impact has continued to this day, with Jiang Ye accumulating over 4,000, but less than 5,000 prestige points. After subtracting recent scattered expenditures, approximately 3,500 remain. Congratulations! You have obtained Quantum Shield Protective Suit. Next, a silver-white protective suit appeared on the screen. Jiang Ye could rotate it in 3D to examine every angle. The suit featured an overall streamlined design with a metallic texture. Its surface featured subtly shimmering patterns and several semi-concealed, adjustable module interfaces. It looked pretty cool on the outside. But could this thing? Can it really withstand a Barrett? After all, the Barrett is hailed as the king of sniper rifles, and its armor-piercing rounds can even penetrate some tank armor. Of course, Jiang Ye wouldn't doubt the system's claims. After all, the system was full of even more outrageous items than this. So defending against a Barrett wasn't exactly surprising. The only drawback is, this thing has limitations. It can be damaged. While it can be repaired, if the damage rate gets too high, according to the system's description, it should become irreparable. Well, at least it's sufficient for now. Being able to withstand Barrett rounds means Jiang Ye can disregard any other hidden weapons. As for the rest, who uses missiles for assassination anyway? No need to worry at all. With his safety assured, Jiang Ye moved on to the next phase of his plan. Take the offensive. Attacking Shatan directly first seemed impractical to Jiang Ye. The Yemen government forces stood between them. If he attacked Shasha, the Yemen government forces would undoubtedly interfere constantly. Jiang Ye needed a stable base of operations. He needed a secure base of operations. Therefore, unifying Yemen and ending over a decade of internal strife became crucial. As for how to proceed, he recalled how previous campaigns had garnered favorable international attention. Jiang Ye reasoned that he could easily follow the same approach. The combat effectiveness of the Yemen government forces was nothing to be concerned about. In truth, Jiang Ye believed unifying Yemen would not prove particularly difficult. In terms of combat strength, he could easily sweep aside several Yemen government forces. Capturing the current government president alive would be no problem. But Jiang Ye needed a suitable opportunity and a reasonable justification for action. This would help him avoid international backlash. Otherwise, if international backlash were to strike now, it would still cause Jiang Ye some trouble. Jiang Ye's current influence wasn't yet vast enough to ignore the entire world. Of course, what is impossible now does not mean it will remain so forever. Once Jiang Ye gains the power to dominate the world, what public opinion? As proven by experience, when you're powerful enough, even if you're mired in controversy, people will step forward to bail you out. Power reigns supreme. There's no way around it. Jiang Ye couldn't even bother to complain. This damn world is just that brutal. Several hours after the incident, all combat data from the front lines had been transmitted back. Salman immediately reconvened all high-ranking officials of the Sandhold for an emergency meeting. The others hadn't even had time to rest properly. They were urgently summoned back. Compounded by the recent barrage of high-intensity meetings, each of them bore heavy dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly drained. Only Solomon and a handful of hardliners seemed energized, their bloodshot eyes showing no sign of fatigue. Over an hour passed. After layer upon layer of analysis, the conclusion left Solomon and his group silent, once more a bit hard to swallow. The primary reason they would lose this battle? The Hush armed forces. Those Hush fighters possessed superior equipment more advanced than their own. Yes. A group of Houthi militants so impoverished they could only afford flip-flops possessed equipment more luxurious than theirs. How could they, long regarded as the tycoons of East Continent, possibly accept this? Where on earth did their gear come from? Did they really scavenge it from the desert? But that doesn't make sense either. Everyone's in the desert, so why would you be the only ones to find it? Ah, right. Harvey then pulled out a USB drive containing a video recording. This is the final video transmitted by the soldier we assassinated before he died. I've copied it onto this drive. Oh, play it. Salam couldn't wait a moment longer. The staff inserted the USB drive and played the video on the large screen. The footage was lengthy, starting from the moment they began their mission. Salman had them skip to the crucial part. The progress bar reached the final segment. In the darkness, they encountered the leader of the Hushai armed group. Just as they expected a fierce battle to erupt, a shadowy figure, its face indistinct, darted and twisted like a ghost. Before the men could react, they fell one after another. The opponent's strikes were ruthless, each blow lethal. Shrieks pierced the air. Hair-raising screams. All coming from their own men. After watching the video, Solomon and the others all turned pale. Is this even human? One person took out all their assassins, an entire special forces unit? Chapter 31, Trending? Reputation skyrockets, manifestation succeeds. After witnessing this, Shash's stance on the matter underwent a complete reversal. Initially, they all believed the Hushai forces were no threat. With their latest weapons, they could easily crush the Hushai militia. But what unfolded afterward? They witnessed it all with their own eyes. The Sandal leadership was as frantic as ants on a hot stove, pacing in circles. Left with no choice, they had to devise a long-term strategy. That night, none of them could sleep. Jiang Ye, however, slept soundly and woke up the next morning feeling refreshed and alert. As was his habit, the first thing he did upon waking was check the news. The events unfolding in Dongzhou were indeed reported once more. Shades suffered a crushing defeat. Suffered heavy losses. With the recent instability in East Continent, it had long become a global hotspot. So now that the incident has occurred, media outlets of all sizes worldwide are scrambling to cover it frantically. Overnight, it became a global trending topic once more. Jiang Ye, you're finally awake. Wang Hai, the bunk below, beamed with excitement upon seeing Jiang Ye awake. You have no idea another major incident happened last night. Ever since a few days ago, Wang Hai noticed Jiang Ye had started paying attention to military affairs, whether intentionally or not. He thought his recommendations had paid off, sparking Jiang Ye's own interest in military affairs. Now, whenever anything happened, he almost always told Jiang Ye about it. Wang Hai pulled out his phone and eagerly tapped away at the screen. In no time, he pulled up a video. Take a good look at this top-secret footage, he urged. I managed to get it from overseas sources. It's not available domestically yet. Jiang Ye wondered what it could be. Taking the phone from Wang Hai, he saw it was footage of his operation to create a decoy and then turn the tables on the assassins. Though no one knew better than Jiang Ye what had transpired last night. But recalling his own brilliant maneuvers from the previous night, Jiang Ye still felt it was worth revisiting, so he watched it carefully. The video showed one spectacular counterattack after another, each attack so unexpected that someone unfamiliar with the situation might think it was a tokusatsu movie. Damn, if this plot were in a movie, I'd call it a masterpiece. Wang Hai couldn't help but sigh in genuine admiration. Man, I'm getting more and more impressed with this guy. First he leads the Hush armed forces in all these big moves, and then he's this strong himself. I bet those dumb foreigners watching this footage are all shocked. Taking down nice on an empty stomach? Ha! Jiang Ye chuckled and handed the phone back to Wang Hai. Is he really that godlike? Seriously? Is that even up for debate? This Wang Hai guy has clearly become a die-hard fan. You must be one of those online trolls, right? How is this not god tier? Those were professional assassins. For an ordinary person, 10 lives wouldn't be enough. I get it now, this guy is definitely a martial arts master too. I always said there's a reason our ancestors passed down these traditions. Jiang Ye shook his head, looking at Wang Hai's earnest expression, feeling both amused and exasperated. He didn't bother arguing with him. Jiang Ye had actually seen this video already last night. In fact, most of those assassins died instantly, never getting the chance to send the footage back to Shashi. Who do you think did this? Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's motive was simple, to cause a stir and re-prestige points. Judging by the reaction, it seems to have worked quite well. With that thought, Jiang Ye hurriedly pulled out his phone to check his prestige points. Current prestige points, 7,654. Over 7,000 already? Jiang Ye's eyes lit up with wild excitement. Rounded up, that's 8,000 prestige points in the bag. The situation was still unfolding, so he should be able to rake in another wave of points. Fatso, lend me your ladder. Jiang Ye said. Accessing foreign websites required a VPN, and this guy used Twitter daily. He was an expert in this field. Wang Hai quickly sent over the VPN. After Jiang Ye finished downloading it, he browsed the foreign internet. The discussion on the foreign internet had shifted. What started as widespread concern over the Dongzhou situation had shifted to discussions about Jiang Ye himself. Top trending topic. Current leader of the Hush armed forces. Scrolling through the comments below. Holy crap, is this guy really some kind of god? How is he this strong? Single-handedly wiped out an entire assassin legion. Mysterious Dragon Nation man, is this how you dismantle an enemy force? Unbelievable. Oh god, look at the monster you've created. How come he's so strong when he's just human? Hey, up there, people from the Dragon Kingdom don't believe in God. They say Nuwa created humanity. So you should ask Nuwa why there's such a huge gap between people when we're all human. Ahem. In my opinion, this guy can't be from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom people couldn't possibly be this powerful. He looks more like one of us Koreans. TSK, classic. Well said. After all, the theory that everything originated in Korea remains unchallenged to this day. Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile. Tang's comments on foreign forums were equally mind-blowing, especially from the Koreans. All I can say is, consistent as ever. He reopened the game. At this moment. Notice, oil drilling equipment manifestation countdown complete. Finally done? Jiang Ye only just remembered this since the materialization countdown had spanned several days. It nearly slipped his mind entirely. Very well, then. Jiang Ye decided against materializing it for now. Such a massive set of equipment would require a suitable location to store it all. Instead, he checked the armory. Construction had begun immediately after its completion last time, but progress was painfully slow. Jiang Ye realized this approach wouldn't work. He had already formulated his next plan, recruiting troops to expand his forces. He decided to spend 1,000 reputation points to accelerate the process. Abujal, issue the conscription order. To all who join us, I pledge the most advanced weaponry. We will ensure all basic provisions and offer benefits unmatched elsewhere. Abujal, understood, Commander. After Abujal left, Jiang Ye clicked on the construction mode. Last night's events made Jiang Ye realize the training ground was still too rudimentary. Therefore, he planned to construct a new training ground with more comprehensive facilities and functionalities. One that could help him rapidly train outstanding soldiers, non-commissioned officers, and so on. He couldn't send new recruits straight into battle without proper training. That would be nothing short of sending them to their deaths. Super large training ground. Capacity accommodates 10,000 trainees simultaneously expandable. Talent. Soldier training bonus plus 12%. NCO training bonus plus 15%. Construction time 15 days. The stats are quite good, training soldiers and such, plus special bonuses. Jiang Ye was quite satisfied. This can train elite troops in a short time. But the construction time is a full fortnight. Forget it, build it. Training camp under construction. Prestige points 700. Chapter 32, Arrival at Yemen, Review of the Troops. After finishing all this, Jiang Ye stretched lazily on his bed before rolling over and leaving the dorm. Just moments ago, the counselor had sent a message. For the innovation technology competition he had entered, all participants were required to formally submit their materials today. On his way there, Jiang Ye kept flipping through documents, examining the detailed specifications of this fully automated oil extraction system within the game. Materializing the entire extraction system for submission was impractical. However, materializing one specific component would be perfectly feasible. Soon, Jiang Ye settled on what he wanted. Materialize. Materialization successful. Just like last time, he needed to pick it up by claiming a package. Jiang Ye arrived at the school gate and indeed received his package. Upon opening it, he found a small piece of novel gel material neatly packaged in an elegant box. Then, instead of delivering the material immediately, Jiang Ye headed to the library. Finding an empty spot, he pulled out paper and pen. He began writing down his understanding and analysis of this material on the paper. Of course, all of it was copied from the game system. Jiang Ye did this because he feared that if he submitted the material directly, the higher-ups wouldn't understand it. They wouldn't grasp its potential or practical applications. If that happened, wouldn't Jiang Ye's goal be unattainable? To ensure absolute certainty, Jiang Ye swiftly completed all the content, then put away his paper and pen, his eyes quickly scanning over the written material. Intelligence self-adaptive gel material. This material exists as a relatively fluid, transportable sol gel substance under normal conditions, capable of being piped to designated locations such as underground wells. Upon reaching the target location, it can be triggered by environmental factors such as temperature, pressure, or specific chemical signals to rapidly self-assemble and cross-link into a high-strength three-dimensional gel network structure. In my conception, this material could be applied to the following functions. Mining assistance. When encountering complex multi-fractured or porous channels during extraction, this material can adaptively form gel seals at these locations. This prevents subsequent injected oil displacement fluids such as gas or chemical flooding agents from leaking ineffectively into non-targeted oil-bearing zones. Consequently, displacement pressure and fluid dynamics are concentrated in areas with high oil saturation, enhancing oil recovery efficiency. Due to its controllable gel strength, the material can moderately compress to absorb excess downhole pressure, preventing wellbore collapse or casing damage. Upon pressure reduction, it restores its shape to maintain sealing functionality. Information feedback. This material can incorporate or be combined with nanoscale sensors to detect parameters such as local pressure, temperature, and chemical concentration. Data is transmitted to surface receivers via specific electromagnetic frequencies, enabling oilfield personnel to monitor real-time extraction dynamics and reservoir conditions across different wellbore zones. Characteristics. Upon completing its extraction mission, the material can be rendered biodegradable by introducing specific degradation triggers such as engineered fibers or chemical agents that rapidly disintegrate its gel structure into harmless small molecules. This makes it recyclable after surface processing. It can be reprocessed into new smart adaptive gel material for subsequent extraction operations, achieving reusability. Due to time constraints, I will continue to refine the subsequent application and prospects of this material. Perfect. Jiang Ye packed up his belongings. A revolutionary new material. Jiang Ye could guarantee that with its high-strength controllability, the ability to incorporate nanoscale materials, pollution-free biodegradability, and reusability, its applications extend far beyond oil extraction. In today's Dragon Nation, where heavy and light industries are rapidly advancing, its potential applications extend far beyond that. Submitting this material would likely cause quite a stir among the higher-ups. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye met with the counselor, handed over the materials, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then left. The counselor took Jiang Ye's item without much thought. Her original intention in inviting him to participate. Her intention was merely to fill the numbers. After labeling it with Jiang Ye's information, she handed it over to the event organizer, the state. He had no classes scheduled for the entire day. Instead of returning to the dorm, Jiang Ye walked out of the campus gates and spent some time at a nearby coffee shop. During that time, two pot-bellied middle-aged men nearby started bragging about military matters, mentioning the situation in Dongzhou. Jiang Ye shook his head and smiled. It seemed the recent events were indeed heating up. Opening the game, he saw his reputation points had risen by about 1,300 since this morning. His prestige points were now close to 8,000. Meanwhile, the recruitment noticed Jiang Ye had a bugel post was yielding good results. The army's size had expanded by several thousand more. Gazing at the vast, sprawling armies on the map, Jiang Ye couldn't deny feeling a surge of excitement. A man's ambition knows no bounds who hasn't imagined themselves as a commander-in-chief, leading thousands into battle? Should he splurge and use a descent avatar? Jiang Ye was genuinely tempted. After all, his prestige had already reached 8,000. At this rate, it would likely keep rising. Spending a little wouldn't hurt. The first summoning only required 800 prestige points. But the main thing was, Jiang Ye desperately wanted to witness in reality just how magnificent his own army would be. Jiang Ye issued orders to Abujal, organize a city-wide military parade in 1 hour. After sitting quietly in the coffee shop for over an hour, Jiang Ye timed his exit perfectly. He left the cafe and found a secluded spot. From the options, he selected the descent system. Summon avatar. Jiang Ye clicked the option. Instantly, his vision flickered. He felt the world spin violently. When his sight returned, he discovered the surroundings had undergone a complete transformation. He was in an office, an old desk, aged flooring, and a retro Arabian-style pendant lamp. This was the exact office scene from the game. Jiang Ye had imagined many ways to manifest, but never expected it to be this direct. Had he been teleported here? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a green military uniform entered the office. Commander, the parade is ready to begin. Very well. This was the first time Jiang Ye had seen Abdullah in person. Led by Abdullah, Jiang Ye ascended to the 4th floor balcony of the main city building. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire straight street below. At that moment, one imposing formation after another of soldiers stood in formation, their expressions solemn and fully armed. In the hearts of these men, Jiang Ye had long become a godlike figure. For many, the mere sight of Jiang Ye was an honor. Upon spotting Jiang Ye, the soldiers turned as one and rendered a military salute. Jiang Ye nodded with satisfaction. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Given the suddenness of the event, this wasn't even the full force of his troops, just a portion. Had the entire force been assembled, the scene would have been even more awe-inspiring. Chapter 33, The Military Parade. Hooray! Armed Forces. Expansion. Expansion. The parade commenced. As the vast land forces marched past, Jiang Ye's concept tank exchanged from the system also made its appearance. Jiang Ye descended to the first floor to observe up close. Over a dozen concept tanks. They roared toward him like colossal steel beasts. The sheer pressure made it hard to breathe. In reality, they looked even cooler. Jiang Ye thought to himself. Watching it in the game before never gave me this feeling. Jiang Ye could almost sense the utter despair enemies must feel upon encountering this thing on the battlefield. This damn thing might as well be cheating, okay? Abujal arranged a special vehicle for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye climbed in and began touring the entire city alongside the parade formations. V-room. The car had just started moving. A thunderous roar erupted overhead. Looking up, fighter jets appeared. Their silver-white, futuristic sci-fi design was modeled after the Xianyao's biomimetic fuselage. At this moment, in high-speed flight, the sonic boom accompanied their passage. Jiang Ye could only mutter, "Damn, that's so freaking cool." It stirred an adrenaline-pumping rush. Seeing this, Abujal issued a command over the radio. The fighter jet executed several complex maneuvers mid-air. A vertical nosedive. Spinning 180 degrees before taking off again, even performing consecutive flips mid-air. Such maneuvers were utterly impossible for other fighter jets. The aircraft's performance couldn't achieve them, and the pilot's skills certainly couldn't. "Leader, under your command, we will surely forge a path to greater strength." Abujal's voice brimmed with pride. Jiang Ye glanced at him, merely nodding without a word, feigning composure. Of course, inside, he was already bursting with excitement. His heart surged with emotion. This is how a true man should be. All before his eyes is my empire. The main city area was vast. Only after completing a full circuit did Jiang Ye return. This was exhilarating, witnessing his own armies and weapons in the flesh. Though it was a bit painful to see the prestige points drain. Nearly 2,000 gone. Of course, beyond the show-off and thrill, Jiang Ye gained something substantial from this visit. First, he gained a much clearer understanding of his main city. The real-world experience was different from just looking at maps in the game. First off, the infrastructure was still lacking. Jiang Ye started working on roads and such from the second or third day of playing the game. The roads were now mostly in place, but facilities like the airport, highways, and basic public services were still lacking. To achieve better development, public welfare is crucial. Otherwise, you won't even be able to feed the people, leading to widespread discontent. Subsequent development would be like trying to make tofu with a rope, not even worth mentioning. Should we start with public welfare projects? Jiang Ye pondered. After a moment, he decided to proceed that way. After dinner that evening, Jiang Ye returned to his dorm and began meticulously drafting a detailed plan in his phone's notepad. Jiang Ye was a perfectionist. He spent over 2 hours on it. A comprehensive plan spanning thousands of words was finally complete. First, oil extraction had boosted the current fiscal funds to over 60 billion yuan, considerably wealthy by any measure. Jiang Ye's approach was to pour money into it. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push. There's nothing money can't solve. Next comes the prestige points, spend those freely too. For instance, constructing buildings or accelerating production functions can be expedited using prestige points. Logically speaking, with all the recent projects, we shouldn't be short on prestige points going forward. At least not in the short term. With the plan set, Jiang Ye began implementing the first step, instructing Abujal to release news of high-paying recruitment offers. The goal was to attract talent from all regions and hire professional workers. Why not use existing military personnel? Jiang Ye's reasoning was that since things were going to become more formalized going forward, military personnel should only be responsible for military operations. Discipline. It was the most indispensable element in the military. Soldiers should not be involved in miscellaneous tasks. Moreover, specialized tasks should be handled by specialists. That's how you achieve efficiency. Upon receiving Jiang Ye's prompt, he set to work immediately. Before long, Houthi armed publicly issued a tender, offering a price many couldn't refuse. This caused quite a stir. Especially the government forces in Yemen and the Sandal region, who were unsure what tricks the Houthi militia was up to this time. And weren't they supposed to be broke? How did they suddenly become so wealthy? Could they really have risen to prominence just because of one oil field? Houthi and Solomon lay awake night after night. Their worry now isn't about failing to subdue the Houthi militia, but about what might happen if the Houthi militia keeps growing like this. Could they suddenly strike right at their doorstep one day? The remarkable thing about East Asia is that some nations have prospered immensely through oil. But for others, oil has brought disaster in war. Some nations have been torn apart, families destroyed. In wealthy areas like Diba, locals live like gods, outsourcing all the dirty and grueling work to foreigners. According to Jiang Ye's understanding, in Dubai, most outsourced projects are typically given to Indians. They offer relatively higher wages. This has led many Indians to scramble for jobs in places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Now that Jiang Ye was offering even higher wages than these places, Indians would surely be clamoring to come. When setting recruitment targets, Jiang Ye primarily focuses on Indians. Projected investment, $1 billion. Can sequentially recruit 6.68 million people. Confirm? Confirmed. Having played this game for some time now, Jiang Ye no longer hesitates to invest heavily where it matters. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait, that's the logic. Investment successful. Current recruitment count, 5. Current enrollment, 11. Current recruits, 38. Now it's time to wait patiently. On the first day, over 2,000 people signed up. On the second day, over 3,000, and on the third day, nearly 5,000. In short, thanks to Abdullah's advertising effect and the lure of high salaries, the number of recruits grew daily. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Jiang Ye applied a slight acceleration. The workforce was assembled. Jiang Ye handed over the pre-drawn blueprints and construction plans to Abdul, instructing him to oversee their implementation. In no time, highways, airports, food and pharmaceutical processing plants, hospitals, residential areas, various transportation hubs, public transit systems, and more all commenced construction. From the map, tens of thousands of people began working simultaneously. It was a truly spectacular sight. The entire city was transforming at a pace visible to the naked eye. Oh, right. Half a month passed, and Jiang Ye nearly forgot something important. The training ground he'd commissioned earlier was also completed at the same time. Jiang Ye opened the map and located the site where the training ground had been built. Click to view. Training ground. There it was, a massive soldier training ground, standing tall. Chapter 34, The Training Ground. Preparing for territorial expansion. Jiang Ye's current forces numbered around 100,000, bolstered by recent conscription drives. The current troop strength now approached 150,000. Yet even with such a massive force, there were scarcely any elite troops to be found. This was unacceptable. No matter how numerous the soldiers, if they lack individual skill and cohesion, they're nothing but scattered sand, utterly useless on the battlefield. How had previous battles been won? Entirely through the advanced equipment exchanged from the reputation store. When both sides have equal forces, a head-on clash would only see our forces routed. Jiang Ye tapped his phone, adjusting the training lineup before initiating the drill with a single command. Training. Oh, and the training modes are categorized as low efficiency, medium efficiency, and high efficiency. Jiang Ye spent another 200 prestige points to upgrade the training efficiency to high. Training in progress. Efficiency, high. This way, training 10,000 people at once would mean the entire 150,000 could be trained in no time. Just imagine. A full 150,000 elite soldiers, each comparable to the world's top-tier military units. How terrifying would they be when assembled? Even the elite assault squads would weep at the sight. Jiang Ye's plan is to forge the world's most formidable armed force. Not just strong. Jiang Ye sought an army capable of sweeping away any military force, any national power on the planet. Then, with nothing else to do, Jiang Ye opened the map and studied it for a while. Most of Yemen was now displayed in green territories under Jiang Ye's control. Breaking it down further, they comprised numerous strategic strongholds. Jiang Ye identified some vulnerabilities. He swiftly redeployed troops to reinforce them. He placed particular emphasis on the strategic importance of areas near the main city, assigning troops to maintain round-the-clock vigilance. The remaining areas are controlled by the Yemen government forces. They were primarily concentrated in the southwest. Jiang Ye smiled. The prime locations in Yemen were now firmly in his grasp. Don't underestimate the Yemen government forces, they also control significant territory. But they were forced to retreat. Moreover, most of these territories held little practical value, lacking even strategic buffer zones. Jiang Ye clicked, and an attack button appeared below. Attack. However, after clicking the attack button, a system warning appeared. Attack risk alert, red. This was a high-level warning. Generally, locations that are difficult to conquer will trigger this high-level warning. Regardless, it's time to expand our territory. Jiang Ye murmured. Previous inaction stemmed from the Yemen government forces entrenched in the remaining territories and guarding them fiercely. To prevent being breached, they'd poured in massive resources. If we forced a breakthrough, even if we captured it, Jiang Ye would suffer heavy losses. The same problem persisted, the soldiers' quality was weak. It's worth noting, this weakness didn't lie in individual combat prowess. Through systematic training, our soldiers' physical capabilities far surpassed the enemy's. The reason they still couldn't win in combat. Jiang Ye believes the primary reasons are their lack of combat experience and unprofessionalism. War is decided not by individual bravery but by team coordination and strategy. Therefore, training at the drill ground focuses not only on building soldiers' physical strength but more importantly on teaching them how to fight and how to perform on the battlefield. This issue was resolved. Combined with the advantage of superior equipment, Jiang Ye was confident that in the next battle, casualties could be minimized to the greatest extent possible. Jiang Ye had no intention of letting the soldiers he had trained at great personal expense die on the battlefield without fulfilling their true worth. It took some time. He devised a detailed battle plan. Everything was now in place, all that was needed was the right moment. As soon as the training mission was complete, Jiang Ye immediately led his troops northward. Jiang Ye couldn't help but admire his own military prowess. Though he'd never commanded troops before, once he got started, every move and next step became crystal clear in his mind. In his previous life, he must have been a military genius. Jiang Ye chuckled to himself. You have an invitation. View? Suddenly, an email notification appeared on the screen. An invitation? Jiang Ye casually clicked on it. Resistance Fox, greetings, esteemed leader of the Houthi armed forces. We will be holding an emergency meeting in 2 days, on the 9th of this month. We sincerely invite your participation. Location, Dihailan. A moment of silence passed. Jiang Ye recalled that this organization, known as Resistance Fox, was a coalition formed by Ilang alongside Rabbit Ear Chi, Big Goose, and other nations to resist imperialism and terrorism. As for why he had been invited, Jiang Ye pondered briefly before understanding. Before he accepted the Houthi armed forces, Ilang had always been the mastermind behind them. It was Ilang who provided the Houthi armed forces with weapons and self-sufficiency, offering support in every aspect. It could be said they were entirely fostered by Ilang. In Ilang's eyes, the Houthi armed forces were their capable underlings. Convening a meeting at this time. This doesn't seem like a simple matter. Could it be that recently, by leading the Houthi armed forces, I've caused too much commotion? Has the other side begun paying serious attention to this? If that's the case, Jiang Ye has little to worry about. After all, he currently had no conflicts of interest with Ilang, Rabbit Ear Chi, or Big Goose. On the contrary, they all shared the same adversaries and common enemies, effectively standing on the same side. Jiang Ye didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment. Over an hour later, Jiang Ye finally made his decision. He would attend the meeting. First, though these factions hadn't made any major moves in a long time and seemed low-key, their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Take Canada Goose, for instance. It's one of the Big Five, a powerhouse that can go toe-to-toe with the United States. Rabbit Ears may not be quite as formidable, but the region where Rabbit Ear Chi is located holds immense strategic significance. If Jiang Ye could better unite these factions, then unifying Yemen would be a piece of cake. Not only unifying Yemen, but even conquering Shatza and annexing Ilan would pose no challenge. A gleam of ambition flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. No one can resist power. When power is laid out before you like this, anyone would be tempted. And don't talk about hypocrisy. People live to prove themselves. If you don't grow strong enough to devour others, then once they gain that strength, you'll be the one swallowed whole. That's the reality. Jiang Ye reopened the email and sent a confirmation reply. He would attend the meeting. Shortly after Jiang Ye's confirmation. Intelligence Department of Yisili. Latest intelligence, leaders of the Resistance Fox faction will convene a critical meeting in Ilang in 2 days. Suspected this gathering may pose a threat to our interests. The news reached Yisili's high command, immediately drawing the full attention of all senior officials. Chapter 35, Yisili's Conspiracy. Yisili Presidential Palace Hall. A massive crystal chandelier hung directly overhead, its light illuminating every corner. Yet it could not dispel the palpable tension filling the room. A man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, entered the hall clutching a stack of documents. A massive round wooden table stood at the hall's center. Seated around it were the top brass of Yisili. As Lu Wenlefu entered, all eyes turned to him in unison. Lu Wenlefu Lin, the current leader of Yisili. He was also one of the highest decision-makers within Yisili, wielding control over most of its political power. Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the Resistance Fox's latest actions. Lu Wen sat down and spoke in a solemn tone. Everyone nodded. Yet no one spoke, all eyes fixed on Lu Wen, waiting for him to continue. Over the years, Yisili and Ilang have been bitter rivals. Several major conflicts in the eastern continent. Each time, one of these two factions had been a key instigator. And because Yisili had the powerful backing of the Lighthouse Nation, they had never been defeated in any of these conflicts. But recent events had thrown them into disarray. More than panic, they sensed something strange and unfathomable. You see, for this meeting, the Resistance Fox specifically invited the Houthi forces. As you know, this obscure little group has been making quite a stir lately. Lu Wen's face was etched with worry. This was precisely the source of the unease. The Houthis' rise to prominence wasn't surprising enough to unsettle them. The key issue was the speed of their ascent. After the incident, they'd been monitoring the situation closely. The Lighthouse Nation had even analyzed several battles between the Houthi forces and the Sanzan and Yemen government armies. Their findings revealed the Houthi armed forces possessed advanced equipment that even they currently lacked. Yes, including the Lighthouse Nation. The crucial point is this. The Lighthouse Nation has long been renowned worldwide for its technological advancement and leading edge in science and technology. Now, Houthi arms equipment has surpassed that of the Lighthouse Nation. How could they possibly keep their cool? This situation simply won't hold up to scrutiny. Lu Wen convened this meeting to gather everyone's perspectives on the Houthi armed forces' rapid rise. A gray-haired elder raised his hand. After receiving Lu Wen's permission, he spoke with a grave expression. Needless to say, this is undoubtedly connected to the Dragon Nation. He couldn't imagine anyone else besides the Dragon Nation capable of providing such massive backing to the Houthi forces. Not even the Big Goose could manage it. His words resonated with many in the hall. After over an hour of deliberation, the topic gradually unfolded. The Dragon Nation really takes the cake. Our affairs in East Continent have nothing to do with them, yet they've meddled to this extent. The Yisili leadership seemed visibly exasperated. Don't forget. According to reliable sources, the current leader of the Houthi armed forces is actually a Longwei national. This matter is inextricably linked to Longhua. And the reason behind Longhua's actions is quite simple. It likely involves some form of cooperation with Ilang in exchange for benefits. Dongzhou is rich in natural mineral resources. To the world, it represents a huge prize one the Dragon Nation couldn't possibly resist coveting. Lu Wen's expression darkened. He understood that under these circumstances, they must find a way to nip the risks in the bud. Otherwise, as the Dragon Nation and Ilang continued their collaboration, who knows what hidden dangers this might bring them in the future. I have a plan. The old man who had spoken up earlier raised his hand again. Since they plan to hold the meeting in Tehran, he said, I believe this also presents a valuable opportunity for us, don't you agree? What do you mean? Lu Wen adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed intently on the man speaking Muds. By the way, he's one of the veteran figures in Yisili. Before Lu Wen took office, Muds held immense influence within the upper echelons and was among the earliest core members of Yisili's think tank. His opinions were highly valuable. What I mean is, why not seize this operation to eliminate all the high-ranking officials attending the meeting in one fell swoop? As he spoke these words, an invisible murderous intent flickered in Mud's eyes. Eliminating the leadership would deal a crippling blow to the Resistance Fox organization. It might even trigger internal conflicts among them due to this attack. To borrow an ancient Chinese saying, let them collapse without a fight. As for potential international repercussions afterward, he had no need to worry. Most of the world's major media outlets, the authoritative ones, were under their control. No one was more adept at controlling public opinion than they were. Moreover, he has a backup plan. Why not spin this attack, pin the blame on someone else, and distance themselves from Yisili? This thought crossed the minds of Lu Wen and everyone else present. A single name instantly sprang to mind as the perfect scapegoat. Sash. It just so happened that Shashi had been locked in fierce combat with the Houthi forces recently. Even the motive was there. If this situation forced Ilang to formally intervene, sparking conflict and igniting war, Yisili could reap the benefits from the shadows, watching the tigers fight from the mountains. Achieving two goals with one move. 3 hours passed. The meeting adjourned. A top-secret assassination plan was quietly finalized within the ranks of the Yisili. The next 2 days passed without incident. Jiang Ye continued his regular military drills. The soldiers who completed the training indeed showed significant improvement in their attributes and military proficiency. They formed ranks once more. Each soldier stood tall and straight, radiating confidence and poise. The entire unit radiated a different spirit and vitality. This is how a professional military force should look. Jiang Ye marveled. It was no easy feat. We finally transformed the Houthi militia into a proper regular army, right? At this moment, regardless of other considerations, the sense of accomplishment was immense. But Jiang Ye also spotted a problem. Training troops and waging war were incredibly costly, yet daily oil extraction was limited. Jiang Ye feared his treasury wouldn't last long once the real war began. Jiang Ye exchanged a detector at the fame shop, deciding to continue exploring the oil fields and commence extraction. This task naturally fell to Abdullah, Alpha and Maxon. Given their professional training, Jiang Ye assigned them the primary task of leading the troops. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Ye had the northern forces continue their advance, expanding their territory slightly. Finding untapped oil fields should pose no difficulty. Dongzhou was rich in oil. Putting down his phone, Jiang Ye yawned and rubbed his eyes. Today's tasks were more or less wrapped up. Next up was tomorrow's meeting. Come to think of it, why hasn't there been any news about the innovation technology competition? Jiang Ye glanced at the time. It had been several days since the materials were submitted, and he had expected results much sooner. Ah well, the higher-ups probably need time to review it. Shaking his head, he turned off the light and went to sleep. Chapter 36, The Ark of Resistance Meeting. Dalilan. A place steeped in religious significance. As the capital of Ilang. It is the largest city in Ilang. It is also one of the most prosperous areas in the West Asia region. Geographically situated in the northern central region of Ilang, it boasts a long history, having served as the capital of multiple dynasties. Economically, as the economic hub of Ilang, The highland possesses abundant oil resources and a developed industrial base, primarily focused on petrochemicals, steel, machinery manufacturing, and textiles. Its permanent population exceeds 10 million. Early the next morning, Jiang Ye arrived in the city by helicopter. The helicopter allowed direct access to the conference center. Thanks to prior coordination by Elon, the journey proceeded without any hindrance. Jiang Ye brought Alpha along on this trip. Having a capable assistant by his side always made things easier. Upon arrival, Jiang Ye stepped out of the helicopter. The welcoming party had long been positioned along both sides of the road: the honor guard, reception staff, and others. Further back, layers of soldiers guarded the perimeter. Even professional snipers were positioned, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. In short, security was impeccable. Amidst this crowd, Jiang Ye spotted several heavyweight figures. Hassan Hani, the current president of Elon. Then there was Abdullah, whose rank was lower than Hani's but still formidable. His title, current vice president of Turkey. The fact that both the president and vice president personally attended clearly demonstrated the importance Elon and Turkey placed on this meeting. Of course, it also underscores Jiang Ye's current standing. He cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, even if these two were attending the conference, they wouldn't have appeared here to greet Jiang Ye at the airport. Beside them stood a towering figure, a burly man standing nearly 6 feet tall, clad in military uniform with a relaxed expression. His imposing build suggested he was likely someone dispatched by the Big Goose. Jiang Ye had no recollection of him, likely just some low-level official randomly dispatched by the Big Goose. Canada's standing on the international stage was something neither the US nor Japan could match. It was only natural that they didn't place much importance on this particular conference. Moreover, for the Big Goose, East Continent was not yet their primary theater of operations. At the warm invitation of Rouhani and Abdullah, Jiang Ye accompanied them into the conference building. This conference was held at the Sadabad Palace. Sada Bader Palace, also known as the Yilong Presidential Palace. Hello. Allow me to introduce you. This is Abdullah, Vice President of Rabbit Ear Chi. I believe this is your first meeting. Rouhani thoughtfully introduced Jiang Ye. He was unaware that Jiang Ye had done his homework before arriving and recognized him. Interaction buttons appeared on the screen. Jiang Ye taps the screen. The screen automatically launched a cutscene. In the animation, after shaking hands with Abdullah, Rouhani introduced Jiang Ye to the senior official from Big Goose. This is Andre, a senior official from Big Goose. They are placing great importance on this meeting and hope we can engage in productive discussions. Hello. Jiang Ye extended his hand. The other party responded in Goose speak, extending his hand to Jiang Ye. As they spoke, the group arrived at the first floor conference hall and took their seats. Rouhani remained warm and welcoming throughout, his smile never faltering. The main focus was on Jiang Ye. This was because, under Jiang Ye's leadership, the Houthi forces had been gaining momentum at an alarming rate lately. Shatta had been rebuffed several times, suffering crushing defeats. Moreover, the Houthi forces had discovered oil fields. They began self-extraction, establishing their own economic development. In the past, the Houthi forces were destitute, relying entirely on their support. So the Houthi forces would willingly call Elang Big Brother and obediently serve them. But the Houthi militia today is a different story. They possess their own potential for development. He feared Jiang Ye would gradually lead the Houthi forces away from the Elang and strike out on their own. Wouldn't all their years of nurturing the Houthi forces be wasted? Therefore, he must find a way to curry favor with Jiang Ye. Even if they couldn't maintain their former superior-subordinate relationship, they couldn't let things turn sour. Allowing the Houthi forces to turn their focus toward Elang. After some small talk from his side, without further ado, the meeting formally commenced. As the host and organizer, Rouhani began by stating, the purpose of convening this meeting is quite straightforward. On one hand, it's to facilitate better communication among us. On the other, I wish to discuss with everyone the future development of the situation in Dongzhou. At this point, Rouhani flashed another smile, turning to Jiang Ye with a beaming expression. By the way, Jiang, you've been quite the hero over at Yemen these past few days, causing quite a stir. Well done. It's about time Sheikh got a taste of its own medicine. The relationship between Elang and Sheikh was complex. But if I had to summarize it simply, 2 words would suffice. Bitter enemies. The kind where they wish the other would vanish entirely. Precisely because of this, when Jiang Ye was beating up Shashi, that fallen dog, Rouhani couldn't help but secretly cheer him on. Rouhani finished speaking. A dialogue box appeared on the screen. Jiang Ye thought for a moment, tapped open the chat window, and typed a single line. Not at all. We just got lucky and won a few times. We'll still need Big Brother Elon's continued support in the future. Rouhani hastily waved his hands. Not at all. You're too modest. In my opinion, with your leadership, the Houthi armed forces will surely achieve great things in the East Continent region. Rouhani had no script today. His main goal was to praise Jiang Ye to the skies. I remember not long ago, you were still asking us to lend you equipment. How quickly things change. Now you've led the Houthi armed forces to develop so many remarkable things. I hear you've even created fighter jets? Something even the United States doesn't have yet? First, he showers you with praise, making you feel on cloud 9. Then reveal the true purpose. Most people would fall right into his trap. This is clearly an attempt to probe the origins of Jiang Ye's equipment. Oh, those? Nothing to write home about, just flashy gadgets, not very practical. Jiang Ye simply brushed it off. Mr. Jiang, if you're open to it, we'd be happy to offer some technical support. Speaking of equipment, Andre was quite interested. How about we co-host a technical exchange conference sometime? What do you think? A technical exchange conference? You wouldn't be planning a reconnaissance mission, using this as an excuse to probe my capabilities, would you? Jiang Ye shook his head with a smile. These old foxes in the political arena were indeed one craftier than the next. Jiang Ye continued to play it cool. Houthi and his crew tried to probe him repeatedly, but Jiang Ye deflected them effortlessly every time. Seeing that nothing was getting through to him, they eventually had to give up. Houthi had to steer the conversation back to the main point. Oh, Jiang, I should warn you, Yisili has recently gained support from the Lighthouse Nation. Word is they've made significant progress and might stir up trouble soon. You need to be careful. Yisili is notorious for stirring trouble. The Houthi militia is gaining momentum and will likely be targeted. Jiang Ye typed thanks for the heads up on the screen, but before he could send it, suddenly, boom! A violent explosion erupted outside the window, its shockwave shattering the conference hall's glass. Chapter 37, Suicide Attack? Hold on, watch me handle this. Faced with this sudden chaos, everyone froze in shock. As they processed what had happened, terror spread across their faces, their expressions turning pale with horror. Oh no, a terrorist attack. Evacuate. Evacuate. Apologies, the meeting is temporarily adjourned. Everyone, prioritize your safety first. Houthi and the others shouted to everyone, scrambling frantically toward the back door. Yet amidst the chaos, one figure stood out starkly. Sitting there calmly, completely still. Allowing shards of glass blown by the explosion to fall onto the empty ground beside him. Don't panic, no need to rush. Jiang Ye typed a few words on the screen and clicked send. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Alpha should be pacified soon. Seeing Jiang Ye so composed, Houthi, Andre, and Abdullah gradually calmed down. They turned their heads, staring at Jiang Ye with astonished expressions. This was a terrorist attack, after all. People could die. Despite their lofty positions and command over powers beyond the reach of most people in this world. At their core, they were still human. A single bullet could kill them. Jiang Ye remains utterly unmoved. He truly isn't afraid of death. Such audacity left them speechless. Outside, the clamor grew louder, gradually giving way to gunfire, followed by the sounds of soldiers restoring order. Yet despite this, screams continued to echo one after another. This was a suicide attack. The attackers, as if they had no regard for their own lives, charged forward with explosives strapped to their bodies, utterly impossible to resist. Soldiers tried to stop them, using their own bodies as barriers. But doing so meant certain death for them too. Interception efforts were severely hampered. Several bomb-laden attackers were closing in on the conference hall. Houthi was drenched in sweat. These lunatics. They're truly insane, so reckless with their lives. What kind of reward could they possibly be after? Such an incident occurring on their territory. As their president, he felt utterly disgraced and ashamed. Anger surged within him. This was a grave provocation, a direct challenge to the entire Elang tribe. Regaining his composure, Houthi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said apologetically, "My apologies. This is our failure. We truly are sorry." No sooner had he spoken than several soldiers entered the conference hall. "We're in trouble, Mr. President. There are quite a few of them, and some are about to break through. We need to evacuate immediately." Houthi sighed deeply. "Well, perhaps we should." But before he could finish, several sharp gunshots rang out from the front courtyard of the conference hall. 4 or 5 middle-aged men from Dongzhou, strapped with explosives, had just charged in. Bullets struck them between the eyebrows, and they collapsed to the ground. Alpha flipped nimbly through the window, his body agile as he landed. A fierce killing intent radiated from his body. "Leader, they've all been taken care of." Jiang Ye's gaze fixed on Alpha with certainty. "Well done." From the moment he spotted the enemy to Alpha's first shot, less than 2 seconds had passed, precisely eliminating 4 or 5 fast-moving targets. Alpha's capabilities were truly reliable. Jiang Ye knew bringing him along, he could play a crucial role. And now, Jiang Ye's hunch had proven correct. It wasn't that Jiang Ye looked down on Elang and the rest of the security team. Rather, faced with such a sudden assault, many clearly panicked. And out of fear for their lives, they dared not block the attack with their bodies. Had Alpha not been present, even if not a single person present today had perished, Elang's capital presidential palace would have been lost. At the very least, it would have been reduced to ruins. This incident underscored the critical importance for a leader to command subordinates who possess formidable strength and absolute loyalty. Houthi and the others stared at Alpha in astonishment, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from him. This was no ordinary man. He was unlike any elite soldier they had ever encountered. They had assumed Alpha was merely an accompanying staff member Jiang Ye had casually brought along. Now they realized Jiang Ye was no ordinary man. Even the people by his side were extraordinary. With skills and strength like that, if Alpha were to act out of line at such close range, no one present could stop him. They silently thanked their luck that they weren't Jiang Ye's enemies. "What's going on?" Jiang Ye asked calmly. "Report." Alpha saluted and reported, "This attack has been preliminarily identified as a suicide bombing. While the situation has been fully resolved, regrettably no survivors were taken. Leaving survivors alive could have forced military intelligence out of them." "Never mind. We'll investigate thoroughly later." Jiang Ye rose from his seat. "Take me to see it." Everyone followed Jiang Ye outside. All that met the eye was utter devastation, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and scorched flesh. Several bodies had been blown to pieces by the explosions, their remains horrifying to behold. Except for Jiang Ye and Alpha, everyone wore expressions of gloom. Leader, these bodies are still intact. At that moment, Alpha pointed to several bodies and stated, these are the assassins who broke through the final defenses, preparing to storm the conference hall, only to be taken down by Alpha in the nick of time. Shot in the forehead, the bombs they carried hadn't detonated in time. Is this Sandstorm? Sandstorm operatives? Lu Hani instantly recognized their distinctive features clearly, they were from Shashi. Lu Hani was seething with rage. What exactly was Shashi trying to do? Did they want to provoke a war in East Continent at this critical moment? It was true that the two sides were sworn enemies. But crucially, both sides had maintained stability and pursued their own development in recent years, each minding their own business. Sasek's actions had crossed his absolute line. Andre and Abdullah's expressions darkened. They cared little for the feud between Shashi and Ilang, but this attack had nearly cost them their lives. This matter absolutely cannot be swept under the rug. Upon returning home, they must unite the nation to impose sanctions on Shashi and demand an explanation. This time, it was all thanks to Jiang. During the meeting, Andre, who had remained aloof and spoke little, actually took the initiative to offer praise. Because of the attitude of the big goose toward this meeting, he hadn't placed much importance on it. Andre had essentially come to fulfill a formality. Discovering he couldn't draw any meaningful responses from Jiang Ye, he lost all interest in the proceedings. But the recent incident made him look at Jiang Ye with newfound respect. Composure, calmness. Such composure and decisiveness were not what one would expect from someone so young. It was nothing short of astonishing. No wonder he could lead the Houthi militia to this level. It's only natural. Jiang Ye smiled. Lu Hani spoke up, my apologies, everyone. I'm deeply sorry for what happened today. Rest assured, we at Ilang won't let this slide. I'll contact the Shade faction and demand they give me and all of you a proper explanation. Lu Hani's face flushed slightly. At that moment, the thought of war began to take root in his mind. Jiang Ye raised his hand, signaling Lu Hani to calm down. He typed a line on the screen. Hold on. I suspect this isn't as straightforward as it seems. Chapter 38, No Weapons? Build your own. The moment he spoke, all eyes turned to Jiang Ye. Not that simple? What does that mean? Andre frowned deeply. Is there more to this than meets the eye? These bodies were clearly sand people. Andre crouched down and examined the scorched insignia on the chest of one corpse. If I recall correctly, this is the emblem of a secret organization in Sandia, rumored to serve exclusively for the Sandia royal family. No, don't you find this all too bizarre? Jiang Ye dismissed Andre's theory. If this really was the work of the Sand People, they wouldn't need such a grand display to kill us. Besides, these assassins exposed their identities far too quickly. It's as if the other side, fearing we might uncover their identities if things went wrong, deliberately marked them with Sand People characteristics. Jiang Ye delivered a professional analysis. Lu Hani and the others quickly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, brilliant. Earlier, blinded by hatred, they'd been ready to confront Shashi for justice. If not for Jiang Ye's warning, they nearly fell into the enemy's trap. Jiang Ye continued, how about this? Let's all sit down again and discuss this calmly. No one present objected. Escorted by soldiers, the group returned to the conference room, while some troops remained behind to clean up the scene. Such a major incident quickly sent shockwaves through Ilang's upper echelons. No sooner had Jiang Ye and the others returned to the conference hall. Several men in non-commissioned officer uniforms hurriedly arrived at the scene. Lu Hani briefly communicated with them. Some of them departed, while others remained. 4 remained. Lu Hani introduced them to Jiang Ye and the others, all high-ranking Ilang officials at the general level. Their status was highly significant. Another individual held a unique position, a representative from Gasha. His name was Handermas. Everyone took their seats. One of the generals glared at Jiang Ye with a sour expression. So you're saying this wasn't San's doing? As expected. All the Ilang high-ranking officials naturally pinned this incident on Shashi. He had just heard their president mention the possibility of a misunderstanding, which had eased his suspicions. But suspicion lingered. The same issue remained, Shashi and them were sworn enemies. Only Shasha would harbor such deep-seated hatred toward them, resorting to suicide attacks. Jiang Ye shook his head, wondering how these people had ever risen to such positions. Such a simple question, and they can't even think it through. Surely everyone knows about the recent wars between Shashi and the Houthi forces, each ending in Shash's crushing defeat. After multiple conflicts, Shashi is already stretched thin. With one hand fighting the Houthi forces, do they really have the energy to orchestrate this? Jiang Ye decided to offer them a rational analysis. If Shashi took such action, they would invite frenzied retaliation from nations like Ilang and others across the eastern continent. Already battered and demoralized, Shashi would face encirclement by rival powers. Surely you don't believe this is what Shashi desires. The reasons for starting wars are often simple. Interests? Yes. Nearly every war stems from conflicting interests or unfulfilled desires, forcing one to turn their black hand against others. But for Shashi to do this would yield no benefit whatsoever. Instead, it would only deepen its isolation. Only a fool would do such a thing. The crowd was stunned. The look in their eyes as they turned to Jiang Ye changed instantly, a hint of awe, a touch of reverence. Truly befitting someone from the mysterious Eastern superpower. His analysis was spot on. In other words, this incident was framed on Shahja by another faction. Upon closer examination, it all smacked of military strategy. Who doesn't know that in the realm of military strategy, the Dragon Nation is the world's grandmaster? Abdullah asked with a serious expression. Then who would frame Shashi and deliberately stir up conflict? Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. Need I say more? I suspect the mastermind behind this is Yisili. Jiang Ye's suspicion of them stemmed from a simple reason. As an invader, Yisili had deep-seated conflicts with the nations of Dongzhou. Several wars in the eastern continent had erupted because of Yisili. Anyone paying attention knew that muddying the waters and seizing opportunities to stir trouble were Yisili's standard tactics for profiting in East Continent. Besides Yisili and excluding Shashi, Jiang Ye couldn't think of a second nation in East Continent daring to act this way in the backyard of Ilan, the region's dominant power. When it came to Yisili, figures like Lu Hani and others harbored a deep-seated hatred for it. No matter how fierce the infighting in East Continent, all Enlabians were, at their core, one family. But Yisili? That was a genuine invader. The group looked at Jiang Ye. After his analysis, they undoubtedly regarded him as a pillar of strength. They all wanted to hear what Jiang Ye planned to do next. Jiang Ye read their thoughts in their expectant, furious gazes. Well then, since Yisili wants to start a war and stir up trouble, I suppose we can't afford to be passive, can we? Absolutely not. We must fight back. Right. If need be, we'll ignite another Eastern Continent war. Everyone's spirits soared, itching to start the fight immediately. This time, the enemy had come right to our doorstep. No one could swallow their pride. Jiang Ye smiled. Observing the reactions on the screen, he realized this was a prime opportunity to rally support. He couldn't lead the Houthi forces forever as a subordinate to Yilang. It was time to establish his authority and standing. Jiang Ye turned his gaze toward the representative of Gaza. That was Han Demos. Everyone's gaze followed Jiang Ye's and landed on Han. Han suddenly became the center of everyone's attention. Han surveyed the group, then wore an expression of helpless resignation. The Gazhan region borders Yisili, making it a key target for Yisili's attacks. Not only did Yisili exert military pressure, but it also imposed restrictions on development in every aspect. Any resources intended for Gaza must pass through Yisili's strict controls. Thus, forget about equipment, even construction materials and daily necessities couldn't necessarily enter Gaza. Gaza thus became the world's largest open-air prison, imprisoning countless Gazans and their dignity. Gaza's hatred for Israel runs deep to the bone. They yearn to avenge past humiliations and overturn the table with Israel. But Gaza's own strength is too weak. It has virtually no capacity to launch effective attacks against Israel. It's not that the Palestinians don't want to fight back, they simply lack the means to confront Israel. They were sorely lacking in equipment. Jiang Ye rose, circled around everyone, and approached Han from behind. He patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. Here's what we'll do. Do as I say. I'll have people prepare a stockpile of gas tanks, steel pipes, sugar, fertilizer, that sort of thing. Then we'll export them to you at low prices. As daily necessities, they shouldn't be restricted. This was the simplest and most effective solution Jiang Ye could think of at the moment. No weapons? Use your brain, you can totally make them yourselves. Chapter 39, Gas cylinders as shells ever considered? Hearing Jiang Ye's suggestion, everyone looked utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances as if they'd misheard. Stockpiling expenses, white sugar, gas cylinders, and have Gaza import them? Gaza was indeed short on supplies. But how does that relate to the topic at hand? Mr. Jiang, thank you for your kindness, but how does this relate to resisting Yisili? Jiang Ye shook his head. These officials, they truly are boorish. They don't even grasp basic chemistry principles. This highlights the importance of national strength and universal education. Truth be told, Jiang Ye felt fortunate to have been born in the Dragon Nation. Jiang Ye explained, when these substances combine, they trigger a remarkable chemical reaction. While not quite as powerful as a real rocket-propelled grenade, it's close enough, more than sufficient for your purposes. This. Han's mouth twitched. It felt like Jiang Ye was speaking gibberish, utterly implausible. He'd seen these items in everyday life, never witnessed any explosions. Jiang Ye ignored his skeptical gaze. Whether they understood or not didn't matter. Once he demonstrated it, they'd understand exactly what he was talking about. What mattered was, Jiang Ye wanted to attract investment and develop the foundational industries for the oil field. For comprehensive development, relying solely on oil fields wouldn't suffice. That would only make us another big shot like Sandia, without other industrial chains of their own. Nor would they possess their own technology. To avoid being bullied, they had no choice but to pay for bodyguards and purchase foreign equipment at premium prices. In Jiang Ye's view, this situation is deeply frustrating. We absolutely cannot follow this path. If we do it, we must pursue comprehensive development, strike back from behind, and gradually surpass the world. We must establish our own industrial and commercial systems. The production and export of basic light industry products would be the first step. As for the high-end sector, we'll gradually follow up on those later. Jiang Ye could already envision the future. Domestically developed and manufactured goods and equipment will be exported worldwide, generating substantial profits. The strength of a nation is not measured by any single aspect, but by its sheer scale, whether it can achieve self-sufficient production and internal consumption, completing a virtuous domestic cycle without relying on foreign technology or imports. The scope of this is vast. In short, it boils down to two words: comprehensive. Alright, I'll demonstrate it for you. You'll understand once you see it. Jiang Ye. He made a list and had someone gather the materials on it. Things like white sugar, fertilizer, gas cylinders, steel pipes, and other such items. These items are quite common. They were fairly easy to come by any long. While the men were gathering supplies, Jiang Ye elaborated on his insights and views regarding Italy. The group listened with rapt attention. We've learned something. This meeting had already become centered around Jiang Ye. In fact, upon hearing about the Houthi armed forces' recent spectacular campaigns that had shocked the world, many remained skeptical. Especially Lang. Didn't they know their own men inside out? But now, witnessing Jiang Ye's formidable leadership and execution firsthand, no one doubted Jiang Ye's capabilities anymore. Everyone present now looked at this young man with newfound respect. Is this the reason why the Dragon Nation could rise from the ashes in just a few decades, reclaim its place among the world's leading powers, and become a superpower? Jiang Ye had also allowed these Arab men to experience the unique charm that belonged to the people of Dragon Nation. A dozen minutes later, the group stepped outside into a high-rise complex belonging to the royal family, serving as their recreational shooting range. The space was vast. The view was unobstructed. It was the perfect place for testing. Jiang Ye had his men lay out all the prepared items on the ground, arranging them neatly. Everyone watched Jiang Ye manipulate these items, utterly baffled. They still couldn't fathom how these components could be transformed into the formidable bombs Jiang Ye had described. If only they had studied properly earlier. Under the curious stares of the crowd, Jiang Ye had someone heat and melt the white sugar. Then, he added potassium nitrate extracted from fertilizer in a specific ratio, stirred it evenly, poured it into molds, and let it cool. This created a simple solid propellant. The sugar contained a large amount of energy, which would be slowly released during combustion. The addition of potassium nitrate accelerated the reaction rate. Once the potassium nitrate ignited spontaneously from the heat, it released a large amount of oxygen, causing the sugar to undergo a violent combustion. The resulting force was powerful enough to propel a rocket projectile high into the sky. Lang's team struggled a bit. Some steps required several attempts before getting it right. Fortunately, they ultimately achieved the effect Jiang Ye desired. Finally, Jiang Ye had the prepared propellant and other explosive devices placed inside the steel pipe. The fuse was assembled. A simple three-stage rocket was thus assembled. Thankfully, his chemistry background came in handy. He'd come across these things online before, so he remembered the details clearly without needing to search Baidu. Before the screen, Jiang Ye smiled. As the saying goes, master math, physics, and chemistry, and you'll conquer the world. Next, Jiang Ye watched as a group of rough-and-tumble guys on the screen examined the rocket launcher he'd developed with curious expressions. Their eyes still betrayed skepticism. But no worries, they'd soon realize he was telling the truth. Alright, have someone ignite it. Lu Hani ordered with mixed feelings. A soldier stepped forward to ignite the charge, and everyone quickly backed away. Seconds later. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground as a rocket was indeed launched from the steel barrel. The projectile ultimately struck a wall several hundred meters away. The force was staggering. The explosion tore a gaping hole in the wall, causing half of it to collapse. Lu Hani, Hand, Abdullah, and the entire Elan leadership were stunned. Holy crap! This actually worked? The sheer power far exceeded their expectations. And this was just the scaled-down version Jiang Ye had them make, worried the site wouldn't be big enough. If the dosage were increased, the resulting rocket launcher would only be more powerful. The only drawback is that accuracy becomes harder to control. This level of power is more than sufficient. The crowd excitedly gathered around, showering Jiang Ye with flattery. They were thoroughly impressed. They couldn't help but be impressed. Jiang Ye pushed the crowd aside, pulling Handra aside privately to discuss the import plan. Since Gaza lacked its own industrial facilities, it relied on imports for everything from fertilizer and sugar to steel pipes. Gaza was desperately poor, struggling to feed its own people. Jiang Ye kindly offered them a special price. Handra was so moved he nearly wept, immediately agreeing to import exclusively from Jiang Ye. As both parties signed the order, Jiang Ye hurriedly opened the map, shifting the view back to Yemen. The advantage of the game was that even if his stand was in Elan, he could still operate within the game using dual perspectives. Sugar refinery. Fertilizer plant. Steel mill. Under construction. Under construction. Jiang Ye exchanged several required factories at the prestige store one after another. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the game interface. Gaseous Affinity, 57. Chapter 40, New Feature Affinity. Affinity? What was that? Jiang Ye had never heard of such a thing as affinity in a game before. Could it be a new feature? Jiang Ye tapped the prompt. An information box appeared on the screen. Affinity. Upon reaching a certain affinity level with a faction, you may establish diplomatic relations, form alliances, and engage in joint international affairs. Higher affinity yields greater trade benefits and additional revenue. Average affinity, 15. Note, affinity below 15 is considered negative affinity, which can be understood as a corresponding hatred value. The lower the affinity, the higher the hatred. Affinity levels, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. Current affinity, 72 level 1. This confirmed Jiang Ye's suspicions. It was indeed a new feature. It was quite easy to grasp. The default affinity level is 15, meaning nations or organizations with which there is neither close ties nor hostility start at 15. Values above 15 represent positive favorability. This promotes cooperative relations between the parties. If below 15, it's negative affinity, essentially representing hostility. 57 plus the base 15 affinity makes 72. Is 72 only level 1 affinity? If that's how it's calculated. Jiang Ye realized that increasing affinity would only get harder from here on out. Otherwise, if it increased by 50-something each time, it would hit 100 in just 2 tries. Congratulations! Your affinity with Sandow has reached level 1. You have earned the following reward. X Special Forces. Description: a Special Forces unit that is absolutely loyal and obedient to you. Expertise: land warfare, decapitation strikes, assassination, rescue operations. Personnel: 300. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. Not bad. He'd actually acquired another absolutely loyal Special Forces unit. And this time, the numbers reached 300. You see? The Special Forces unit led by Alpha, which he had previously obtained from the system, numbered less than 200. The system's rewards are getting more and more generous. Jiang Ye marveled inwardly. Next, Jiang Ye examined the individual attributes of this Special Forces unit and discovered that every member possessed combat prowess off the charts. In the real world, even the world's top elite soldiers would be unable to match them. They were perfectly suited for executing special missions. Beheadings, rescues, assassinations, these would become routine operations for Jiang Ye in the future. Especially decapitation. If Jiang Ye could achieve a 100% success rate on decapitation missions, it would strike fear into the hearts of the entire world. Just imagine. Before the war even begins, the enemy loses a key commander who wouldn't be terrified? Who would dare to go to war with Jiang Ye? After spending over 10 minutes, Jiang Ye selected one with suitable attributes. As usual, he set it as the captain. Naming. Jiang Ye paused for a moment. Henry it is. Captain, Henry. Setup complete. Managing a 300-person Special Forces unit alone would be impossible. Jiang Ye then instructed Henry. Henry, you'll handle the personnel assignments. Divide them into roughly 10 squads, then assign a squad leader based on your experience. Henry, understood, leader. With that settled, Jiang Ye no longer needed to concern himself with the matter. He closed the military camp. His attention returned to the scene. Jiang Ye in hand signed the contract, and the assembled leaders stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Congratulations. The collaboration between Hush Armed and Gaza will undoubtedly make you stronger. We sincerely hope Gaza can break free from those demons soon. Most people possess a fairly righteous heart. At least that's how Andre felt. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never wish to see war. Rouhani patted hand on the shoulder. Hurry up and thank Jiang. If not for him, the siege by Yisili and our inability to resist would have dragged on for much longer. Hand immediately turned to Jiang Ye and bowed sincerely. His face radiated sincerity as he said, "Thank you. Once our nation develops, we will never forget this kindness." Jiang Ye stood with his hands behind his back. He nodded. These words were merely for show. After all, everything in the international arena revolves around interests. For now, mutual interests bind them together. As for what the future holds, that remains to be seen. Of course, the pleasantries must be exchanged. A dozen minutes later, the group returned to the conference hall. Ilang immediately dispatched personnel to procure the materials required for Jiang Ye's self-developed rocket-propelled grenades. These rocket-propelled grenades were not only convenient and efficient but also remarkably inexpensive. Rouhani believed they should also manufacture a batch to keep in reserve. The meeting continued. Beyond the Yisili faction, the discussion turned to Shashi. Ilang had long harbored apprehensions about Shashi. With Jiang Ye present this time, Rouhani seemed to open up, continuously venting about Shashan's shortcomings. Jiang Ye gave Rouhani a direct and affirmative response. Rest assured, if we get another chance with Shashi, we'll definitely keep hitting him hard. We won't let him off easy. The enmity with Session was already set in stone. In Jiang Ye's view, there was no turning back. They had to fight to the bitter end, until the other side conceded defeat. And as a notorious big shot in Dongzhou, how could Jiang Ye possibly be satisfied without fleecing them thoroughly? Upon receiving Jiang Ye's reply, Rouhani burst into laughter. Don't underestimate Houchi's armed forces as a subordinate of Ilang. They were cultivated by Ilang in the early years. But Rouhani knew full well. Times had changed. The relationship between the two sides had undergone a subtle shift long ago, after Jiang Ye led the Houchi armed forces to take flight. Especially after witnessing Jiang Ye's performance at today's meeting. He even felt a surge of desire to acknowledge Jiang Ye as his big brother. Of course. Just kidding. As the leader of Ilang, maintaining face was still crucial. By the time he left Ilang after the meeting, over 3 hours had passed. Yisili. Every executive's face was as sour as if they'd swallowed a fly. After Luan saw their plan so easily exposed by Jiang Ye, he slammed his fist on the table in fury, his palm turning crimson from the force. Even Yisili veterans like Muds and others. They were baffled. How could this guy be so sharp, so easily seeing through them? They were furious. Yet they couldn't deny one thing. Jiang Ye's decisive style of action, his exceptionally sharp mind, his personal qualities, and the strength of his subordinates far exceeded their expectations, leaving them deeply shocked. If such a man were allowed to continue developing unchecked, could very well bring devastating consequences upon them. Luan, I trust you understand we must eliminate this man. Muds couldn't contain his impatience and spoke first. It doesn't matter how we do it, whether through assassination, decapitation, or directly declaring war and sending forces to bomb him. The bottom line is, his existence is detrimental to us. We cannot stand idly by. Lu Wen's pupils contracted slightly as he gripped a pen in his hand. A cold, murderous intent began to manifest in his eyes. Chapter 41, Direct Appointment to Academician? If Lu Wen had already harbored murderous intent, then Mud's words only deepened his resolve. Yisili, a figure akin to the young tyrant of East Continent. He held the Eastern Continent's affairs firmly in his grasp. Whoever did what, or the future trajectory of East Continent, it all hinged on their word. Jiang Ye's sudden emergence had already begun to throw the Eastern Continent into chaos, gradually slipping beyond control. As a crucial strategic stronghold, Yisili could never simply abandon this vast natural treasure trove. Nor could they allow Jiang Ye to run rampant on their turf. At this moment, Jiang Ye remained unaware that he had done nothing to earn Yisili's such deep-seated hatred. Of course, even if he did know, Jiang Ye wouldn't care. Yisili still couldn't threaten him. Unless they intended to ignite a full-scale war in the Eastern Continent. Jiang Ye would welcome such a move. Then he could stir up trouble in the middle and make a killing off the war profits. This wasn't Jiang Ye being shameless. He'd learned it from the lighthouse father of Yisili. Who didn't know that the lighthouse nation's rise to power was essentially a history of war, a nation built on conflict? Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was inspecting several newly built factories, preparing to accelerate their production. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A call came in. It was his advisor. Jiang Ye, are you free? Come to my office immediately. Suspecting it might be about the innovation technology competition, Jiang Ye readily agreed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye arrived at the office door. Getting closer, he saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance, dressed in security uniforms. Jiang Ye even spotted a few familiar faces. The Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, the Director of the Academic Affairs Office, and various other department heads. In short, a large number of university leaders were present. What was going on? Jiang Ye wondered. Could it be that the material he developed had finally gained attention? Jiang Ye? Finally here. Come over, come over. Jiang Ye was puzzled as he stood at the office doorway. The vice principal spotted Jiang Ye and flashed an excited expression, urgently beckoning him over. Jiang Ye approached the vice principal. Only then did he notice the principal was there too. It seemed every big shot in the school, big or small, had gathered here. This was a rare sight indeed. Hurry inside. Someone's looking for you. The vice principal gestured for Jiang Ye to proceed inside. Jiang Ye scanned the office and was suddenly drawn to an elderly gentleman in his 70s or 80s. Dressed in a suit, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement and meticulousness. His deep-set features hinted at having been quite the handsome man in his youth. The moment he saw the old gentleman, a name popped into Jiang Ye's mind. Wang Deming. He was a bit stunned, never expected this heavyweight figure to be here too. This man was an expert in oil and gas field development engineering, a petroleum development engineer, a doctoral supervisor at the University of Petroleum, and a professor-level senior engineer. Moreover, he held an even more prestigious title. He was among the inaugural academicians of the Longwei Academy of Engineering. His lifetime achievements include countless national honors. He holds over a dozen national invention patents, including several international patents. Among all these patents and honors, even just one of them would be enough to make him a national treasure. The mere sight of him seated, with the university president smiling beside him as an accompaniment, speaks volumes about his extraordinary stature. Oh, and Jiang Ye's counselor was there too. He stared at Jiang Ye in astonishment. A heavyweight like Wang Deming was here. She wondered what on earth Jiang Ye had done. Had he gotten himself into trouble? Otherwise, why would an academician with a packed schedule bother coming to the college to find him personally? At that moment, upon seeing Jiang Ye, Wang Deming's eyes flashed with excitement as he hurriedly stood up and headed toward the exit. You're Jiang Ye? Wang Deming asked. Jiang Ye nodded. Yes, Academician Wang. You know me? Jiang Ye smiled. An academician of the Longwei Academy of Engineering? Of course I know you. Excellent. Wang Deming patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm one of the judges for your academy's innovation technology competition this time. I'm here primarily for you. Wang Deming hadn't been particularly interested in this competition at first. He was merely a nominal judge. Who knew that during the judging process he would discover something related to petroleum that caught his attention? After carefully analyzing and studying the material Jiang Ye had submitted, he was immediately stunned. He realized this material held immense practical value. If truly applied to stone mining, it could potentially revolutionize Longwei's petroleum extraction technology. Yes, it might sound exaggerated, but consider this. Longwei's current oil extraction technology is already quite advanced internationally. Reaching this level, making further progress is difficult. Extremely difficult. Jiang Ye's material, however, has the potential to break through this current bottleneck. Especially when Jiang Ye mentioned the concept of incorporating or integrating nanoscale sensors into the material's design. Seemed to open up an entirely new world. It offered a fresh direction for future research in oil extraction technology. He immediately confirmed. This Jiang Ye is nothing short of a genius. At least in the academic field of oil extraction, he possessed remarkable talent. He couldn't wait to tell anyone about it, rushing straight to the academy to see Jiang Ye in person. Jiang Ye had developed that material and written a specialized paper on its applications and future research directions. He suspected Jiang Ye's understanding of this field might extend far beyond what was already known. This was the primary purpose of his visit. Jiang Ye tried to appear calm. Academician Wang, are you asking if I have more detailed information about the material and introductions to related follow-up technologies? Yes, is that? Wang Deming's eyes widened in astonishment. His thoughts had been completely read by Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye smiled. He had already copied down all the relevant principles, parameters, and practical applications of the oil drilling equipment in the game beforehand, all in anticipation of this very moment. Wait for me in the dorm, Jiang Ye said. He dashed back to the dormitory at top speed, then jogged back to the counselor's office. He handed Wang Deming the complete set of detailed documentation. Wang Deming's hands trembled slightly. He swallowed hard and began to examine the materials carefully. The documents were substantial, yet he only took about 10 minutes to review them. Then, his expression shifted to one of profound shock. As a professional, he didn't need to scrutinize it, just a quick glance told him the gist of what Jiang Ye had mentioned. It was comprehensive, detailed, and it was entirely reasonable. Everything could be integrated into professional knowledge. He swore that the theories and techniques Jiang Ye had written were absolutely viable, not some haphazard fabrication. Jiang Ye, would you be willing to hand this over to me? Rest assured, I won't appropriate your work. I'll submit it faithfully to the state. With this contribution alone, you could be directly appointed as an academician. The moment these words left his mouth, every single person present was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 42, even the president is flattering? Especially the principal and vice principal. Hearing Wang Deming say this, they nearly collapsed to their knees. Academician? What does that even mean? It's the highest academic honor in science, technology, and engineering in our country. Out of over 1 billion people nationwide, how many could ever be selected as academicians? The total number doesn't even reach 2,000. The prestige is self-evident. When did such an esteemed figure arrive at their academy? Hadn't they noticed yet? Counselor Jiang Ye's jaw dropped so wide you could fit an egg in it. He'd seen impressive people before, but never someone this extraordinary. Just make him an academician already. Such obscure writing. I recognize every single one of these terms, yet when they're put together like this, they feel so unfamiliar. Facing Academician Wang Deming's inquiry, Jiang Ye replied calmly, Academician Wang, feel free to submit it. As a citizen of Longhua, I naturally wish to contribute to the nation. Otherwise, why would I have submitted this technical report and documentation to higher authorities? The bigger the splash, the better. The more solid Jiang Ye's genius persona becomes. This is precisely what Jiang Ye wants to see. Excellent. Absolutely perfect. To possess such profound national sentiment at such a young age, just entering university. At that moment, Wang Deming felt genuinely moved. A nation's most vital asset is undoubtedly its fresh blood for the future. With young people like Jiang Ye around, he felt the future of the Dragon Nation held great promise. How could it not grow strong? Very well. Wang Deming spoke up, in that case, I'll take these technical documents with me for now. I'll be in touch later, Jiang Ye. Yes, Mr. Wang. Jiang Ye wore a polite smile. It was an honor to converse with such a distinguished elder who had made immense contributions to the nation. Wang Deming turned to the principal. As for that Jiang Ye at our university, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him for now. No problem, absolutely no problem. The principal nodded vigorously, not daring to utter a single word of refusal. He was thrilled inside. Jiang Ye hailed from their college. This matter was bound to become a major sensation in the future. Their college would reap the benefits, and as the principal, he would profit from it too. Even if Wang Deming hadn't mentioned it, he would have proactively arranged Jiang Ye's future treatment with crystal clarity. Even if he were to be treated like a deity, he wouldn't have a single complaint. Wang Deming nodded, his mind now at ease. This research holds immense value for national oil extraction. I can assure you that once the technology is handed over, you will be well compensated. Wang Deming turned his gaze back to Jiang Ye, his tone earnest. By the way, if you have any other thoughts or concerns, feel free to share them with me. This old man may not be much, but I do have some connections. Jiang Ye liked hearing that. A top-tier academician of the Longhua Academy of Engineering. The scope of his connections need not be elaborated upon to understand its formidable reach. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the nation's most elite network. With that statement alone, Jiang Ye would have no trouble walking tall not just throughout the entire academy, but anywhere in society. So, we've basically hitched our wagon to the state's coattails? Exactly, Jiang Ye. If you ever need anything, just let me know. The principal even stepped in to vouch for him, setting aside the prestige Jiang Ye's honor would bring to their institution, but the endorsement of this technology by academician Wang Deming himself. Their college's research achievements aren't just secured for this year, they're guaranteed for years to come. After this incident, the college's standing on the international stage would likely rise significantly. Wang Deming didn't linger long on campus. This matter was of critical importance and could not be delayed. After the president and others repeatedly urged him to ensure Jiang Ye was well taken care of and nothing happened to him, he hurriedly departed the academy. He had important matters to attend to. Jiang Ye, the principal, the vice principal, and others personally saw off academician Wang Deming to the school gate. Only after watching him depart did they turn back toward the academy. By the way, Jiang Ye, not only have you brought honor to the academy this time, but you've also made a significant contribution to our nation. Therefore, to facilitate your future research work, I've arranged for a single apartment to be assigned to you. The principal was quite tactful. He didn't explicitly state that he was granting Jiang Ye special privileges by providing a single apartment. Instead, he framed it as ensuring Jiang Ye's future research would proceed undisturbed. This way, even if others learned the academy was giving Jiang Ye special treatment, no one would dare complain. After all, it was entirely reasonable for the sake of research. Jiang Ye accepted without hesitation. Because he deserved it. Oh, right. The president seemed to think of something else. Furthermore, considering your contributions to the academy and to support your future technological development, I've decided to personally sponsor a scholarship for you. I'll have it deposited into your account shortly. Principal, that won't be necessary. Jiang Ye feigned politeness. Because this was also what he deserved. Ah, no need to be so polite. At your age, you need money. If you ever run short, just come find me. The principal said with a cheerful smile. The accompanying vice principal and academic affairs director stood by, visibly embarrassed. The principal is usually so aloof. When did he become so obsequious? Oof. Life's A. After the principal's persistent insistence, Jiang Ye reluctantly accepted the scholarship. Ahem. If they insist on giving it, how could I possibly disappoint the principal? Beyond the scholarship and private apartment, every perk imaginable was included: full tuition waiver, extra credit on final exams, transportation discounts, travel perks, meal subsidies, the whole package. In short, he added everything he could think of. Truthfully, most of it was unnecessary. Take the extra credit and travel transportation perks. Jiang Ye is practically an academician already. Does he really need these? The main point was to show how much he valued him. Oh, and Jiang Ye, you're still single, right? Just as Jiang Ye was about to leave, the principal suddenly pulled him aside and asked without warning. Jiang Ye. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was the president trying to set him up? Jiang Ye recalled that this guy did indeed have a beautiful niece who had just turned 18. She'd visited the school once before, and her special status had caused quite a stir among the school's nerds. She was indeed beautiful. She dressed fashionably, had fair skin, and carried herself like a model student, the epitome of a rich, beautiful, and privileged girl. But was bringing this up now a bit of a stretch? The vice principal, the academic affairs director, and others nearly choked on their breath upon hearing this. The principal's obsession with networking has reached insane levels. Departing the academy. Wang Deming boarded a private jet and arrived in the capital city after just over 2 hours. Without a moment's rest, he rushed straight to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Here reside the nation's foremost petroleum technology experts. Upon learning of this novel technology, numerous high-ranking officials immediately accorded it the highest priority and rushed to the scene. Now, all eyes were on Wang Deming's arrival. Chapter 43: The potential to disrupt the global petroleum system. Inside a laboratory. The room was filled with various precision instruments, each one representing a significant investment in national R&D resources. A group of respected industry leaders kept glancing at their wristwatches, silently counting down the minutes. Among them, a gray-haired elder held all the authoritative data on petroleum extraction in the Dragon Nation from recent years. This man was none other than the president of Longbo Petroleum Engineering University, one of the most authoritative figures in the nation's petroleum sector. Li Chengtian. In fact, oil prices have consistently remained at a very high level worldwide. Only a handful of countries can truly enjoy oil independence. Ultimately, it boils down to the same reason. The cost of oil extraction has reached its theoretical minimum. In the coming years, even over the next decade or two, will be extremely difficult to reduce further. There is only one solution to this problem: developing new oil extraction technologies. Once extraction costs are lowered, theoretically, retaining it for domestic use would save costs, while exporting it would yield substantial profits. Simply put, once a technology capable of significantly reducing extraction costs emerges, most nations worldwide would scramble to secure partnerships. At that point, applying for patents. Even if you share the patent, the annual royalties collected from other countries would amount to astronomical sums. It may seem impossible, but this is no exaggeration. Because oil is an essential resource. Otherwise, the world wouldn't have developed its unique oil-based economic system around petroleum. Here's the key point. In other words, if Jiang Ye's research succeeds and the theoretical technology is effectively applied in practice, then the Dragon Nation might, to some extent, disrupt the world's oil-based economic system. A single technology could upend a world-class economic system. If you mention this casually, no one would believe it. But in this case, there's a very real possibility of success. That's precisely why so many heavyweights are buzzing about it. The main reason they've gathered here is to await Wang Deming. Who would have thought this student not only developed a new material but actually has his own tech project? Ha! Just over half an hour ago, they contacted Wang Deming by phone, informing everyone present of the news. If Wang Deming says it's feasible, then it truly is feasible. After all, not only across the entire Dragon Nation, but even worldwide in related fields, it would be hard to find anyone more authoritative than Wang Deming. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a black minivan pulled up at the entrance of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Longhua. With assistance from several attendants, Wang Deming stepped out of the vehicle. After all, he was in his 70s or 80s. Though he was still robust, he couldn't withstand any mishaps. The higher-ups were deeply concerned about his health. Special personnel had been assigned to attend to him. At last, Academician Wang has arrived. Li Qingtian and others rushed to the entrance to greet him. Wang Deming nodded, holding a document in his hand, motioning for everyone to follow him inside. Wang Deming took a sip of water before scanning the room with his gaze. Those present today. Either they were authoritative experts like Li Qingti or industry insiders. Or high-ranking officials of considerable stature. So high that even Wang Deming had to take notice. Everything was right here. This was Jiang Ye's own research as petroleum extraction techniques and theoretical work. As for that material, well, I'd already authenticated it, a completely new substance with broad applications and solid practical value. Wang Deming knew everyone was anxious. All eyes were on him. He patiently explained, therefore, I intend to apply for the necessary approvals and begin implementing this technology. My goal is to swiftly translate these theoretical concepts into practical reality. The sooner this becomes a reality, the greater and broader the benefits for the nation. There's no time to waste. Of course, when the time comes, I'll need everyone's full cooperation to get the project up and running as soon as possible so I can get started. Thank you all. Once this plan gets underway, it will be a massive undertaking requiring multiple levels of approval. Fortunately, all these decisions rest with the distinguished members present here today. Rest assured, Academician Wang. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit spoke solemnly, we would never delay such a project that benefits the nation and its people. As soon as you submit your application, we'll approve it. Li Qingtan smiled. Academician Wang, we're old friends, no need for formalities. Since you've confirmed the project's feasibility, we're all eager to proceed. By the way, was this truly developed by a university student? This matter had caused him considerable hesitation and doubt for a long time. He had found it hard to believe. Such specialized technology initially led him to assume it was developed by some mysterious academic heavyweight, at the very least, a doctoral advisor level figure. But then he learned it actually came from an undergraduate student. Not even from some prestigious university, but just an ordinary one. It was simply unbelievable. It's like a first-grade elementary student discovering an advanced mathematical function. No. It's even more unbelievable than that. It's true. I've met him. Wang Deming chuckled. Sometimes you just have to admit it, this is what they call the new generation surpassing the old, each wave stronger than the last. Wang Deming affirmed. The crowd swallowed hard, their expressions shifting subtly. They still couldn't reconcile the image of a college student with such specialized expertise. This was high-end technology capable of revolutionizing the petroleum industry. Cutting-edge technology capable of upending an entire economic system. Could something be wrong? Old Wang, do you think this student might have cheated? Like hiring someone to write it for him? The elderly man beside Wang Deming, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, spoke up. This man was Zhang Jiancheng, a high-ranking official and Wang Deming's longtime friend of several decades. Wang Deming shot him a look. That question was a bit stupid, wasn't it? The technical theories he couldn't even write himself, the things he couldn't develop, who else could he possibly hire to ghostwrite them? Noticing Wang Deming's eye roll, Zhang Jiancheng belatedly realized his question was rather absurd. First off, the technical content is genuine, written by Jiang Ye himself. I've discussed it with him, and he genuinely understands the subject matter. This wasn't an exam. Just whip out your phone and search Baidu, you'll find the answers. How could anyone cheat? Everyone present had no choice but to set aside their doubts, convinced and impressed. They were genuinely excited that their country could produce such talent. They could almost envision how astonishing the world would be. Would send shockwaves across the world? Especially the lighthouse nation, they'd be crying their eyes out. At that point, if the Dragon Nation adopted a firm stance, their oil dollar system would likely face significant disruption. Chapter 44, The Youngest Academician? The public relations war erupts. Next, Wang Deming conducted a live, transparent analysis of Jiang Ye's technology. The main goal was to help everyone understand the technology's feasibility, potential, and related applications. The session lasted several hours. Yet he had barely covered a third of it. Everyone was even more astonished. Jiang Ye wasn't just a genius, he was a prodigy. Many aspects were beyond even the explanation of a heavyweight like Wang Deming. Even these experts couldn't make heads or tails of it. Right. Wang Deming suddenly turned to one person, nearly forgetting something crucial. Jiang Ye had made such a significant contribution, we couldn't let his efforts go unrewarded. I was thinking, why not appoint him as an academician? Jiang Ye's contributions absolutely merit the title of academician. But as an academician himself, the decision to select academicians isn't solely his to make. But someone present held that authority. The man Wang Deming singled out was Zhang Chang, a close friend of his for decades. While others hold no sway over the selection process. But with Zhang Chang putting in a simple application, it was practically a done deal. The strongest network, no exaggeration. No problem, I can help with the application. With Wang Deming speaking up like this, he couldn't very well refuse, especially since Jiang Ye deserved it. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted subtly once more. Because if Zhang Chang actually applied, they would witness the birth of the nation's youngest academician right before their eyes today. Academician. The highest honor in science and engineering in the Dragon Nation. Many so-called geniuses spend their entire lives without ever reaching this level. Only the very best among the gifted manage to reach it. But it takes most of a lifetime. The youngest academician to date, if I recall correctly, it was Academician Liu of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was only 38 when he was appointed. At the time, it shocked the entire academic world. But Jiang Ye? He's poised to shatter that record by nearly 2 decades. It's safe to say this record will stand unbroken for generations to come. A single phrase spontaneously sprang to everyone's mind. Unparalleled in history. Right, besides conferring the title of academician, I think we should also give him some tangible rewards like applying for research funding for him or granting him special privileges at major universities nationwide. Li Qingtian proposed. It's rare to find such talent, we must retain him. Otherwise, if such talent were to be lost, he'd be heartbroken. Let's revisit these matters later. Instead, we should sit down with him properly and ask what he truly desires. What do you all think? There's no point in discussing it further now. We need to understand what Jiang Ye truly desires before we can address his concerns effectively. Alright, no problem. Upon hearing this, everyone readily agreed. Meanwhile, on the other side, the heated discussion raged on. Jiang Ye, under the principal's arrangement, successfully moved into a single apartment. These single apartments were originally built by the academy to house foreign instructors invited from abroad. They were considered a special perk for them. However, in recent years, as the quality of domestic citizens has markedly improved and their backbone has grown stronger, universities nationwide have successively abolished preferential treatment for those silly foreigners. Some of these apartments have since been left vacant. Built to dormitory standards, they aren't particularly luxurious or spacious. Nevertheless, they come fully equipped with all necessary amenities. The main draw is the excellent environment, quiet and peaceful. Consider this. Getting this kind of treatment at a university is something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Jiang Ye lay on the soft, comfortable bed. He was playing a game. Just moments ago, Jiang Ye had commanded his forces to conclude a battle that, while not a major one, was still significant. Though many participated, no large-scale clashes occurred. Upon seeing Jiang Ye's forces advancing toward their borders, the Yemen government troops chose to flee their territories en masse. Jiang Ye thus captured another territory. He had captured another territory. This news dealt a crushing blow to the already impoverished Yemen government forces. On the map, the tables had turned. The Yemen government forces now found themselves in a situation reminiscent of the Houthi militia when Jiang Ye first took command. They were forced to retreat and defend isolated pockets. All the strategic strongholds were now firmly in Jiang Ye's hands, presenting a highly favorable situation. Unifying Yemen should pose no further problems. The Yemen government forces appear to be putting up a last stand. But in reality, they are merely clutching at straws. The question now is how long they can hold out before Jiang Ye takes them down. As for the situation in Shate, things have been quiet these past couple of days, unusually calm, with no trouble brewing. Looks like they've been whipped into submission too. After all, they've suffered several heavy blows. Even if they were blind to the situation and lacked self-awareness, Jiang Ye's decisive blows should have finally brought them to their senses. They know when to back off. Jiang Ye shook his head. With Shashi staying quiet, he'd set them aside for now and deal with them when the opportunity arose. Game daily. Next, Jiang Ye activated a new system feature he'd only recently discovered. Through this game daily, it was incredibly convenient. Since many events differ between the game and reality, Jiang Ye couldn't rely solely on real-world news to gauge the game's evolving situation. Today's headlines. Lighthouse Nation strongly condemns the recent war intentions displayed by Elong toward Yisili. This will provoke international conflict, lead to war, and violate humanitarian principles. For details, click to view. Yisili strongly condemns Elong, labeling it a fanatical warmonger. Click for details. The Eagle Nation has imposed trade sanctions on Elong, including but not limited to freezing certain assets and increasing tariffs. For details, click to view. Napoleon Nation issued a stern condemnation of Elong. The Republic of Bobai strongly condemned Elong. The White Flag Nation has issued a stern condemnation of Elong. What's going on? After reading the breaking news, Jiang Ye froze. All these condemnations and sanctions against Elong? This is beyond ridiculous. And upon closer inspection, Jiang Ye noticed something interesting. Every single country announcing condemnation and sanctions against Elang were all lackeys of the Beacon Nation. As for the reason, Jiang Ye soon found it in the hotspot daily. Early this morning, Yisili was struck by rocket attacks originating from Gasha. The assault inflicted significant damage on Yisili, including the destruction of 4 key buildings, injuries to over 30 individuals, and 2 fatalities. Jiang Ye's strategy for Hand actually implemented it. And on its first deployment, it achieved considerable results, causing casualties. This alone was enough for Jiang Ye to believe Yisili must be furious. This is precisely why they've joined forces with the Lighthouse Nation to impose sanctions on Elong. As for why the condemnation and sanctions targeted Elong, rather than Jiasha, actually, it's quite simple. Yisili believed the mastermind behind this was Elong. The meeting had just concluded when Yisili was attacked. How could such a coincidence occur? Chapter 45, whatever you want, we'll make it happen. Regarding this, Jiang Ye could only say, well done. Yisili had committed countless evils. This retribution had finally caught up with him. All those years of rampant lawlessness in Dongzhou. Why didn't he think about today? Now that he's been struck down, he immediately plays the victim to win sympathy? A propaganda war. The Lighthouse Nation, one of Yisili's favorite and most frequently employed tactics. Jiang Ye could only say, though this tactic is nothing new, it's also genuinely effective. It remains the most direct and swift method to inflict damage on a nation's economy and international reputation without a doubt. This made Jiang Ye ponder a question. He too must seriously develop his media capabilities. For years, the lighthouse nation. It has consistently leveraged its media dominance to propagate its simplistic values worldwide. Simultaneously, they suppress any information unfavorable to them. They only let the world see what they want the world to see. This incident serves as a prime example. The initial attack on Yilang. Yet now, international media outlets carry no reports of the attack on Yilang. Instead, they're all lamenting for Yisili. First, establish a media company? No sooner said than done. Jiang Ye navigated to the entertainment section within the construction mode and selected media company. Initial registration requires $2 million. Confirm? Registering a company. That much money wasn't necessary. But Jiang Ye wanted to start big. Once it grew, he could gradually acquire existing media companies. Gradually gain control over overseas media. Thus gaining a voice on the global stage. $2 million were invested. The company was successfully registered. Jiang Ye spent a little more money to hire talent in media-related fields. Entry-level staff could be less selective. But for top-tier personnel, only the elite would do. Jiang Ye wouldn't skimp on these aspects. Registration complete. Registration completion countdown 24H. Registration takes 1 day. No rush, just wait patiently. Next. Jiang Ye made some personnel adjustments to his forces. He stationed some troops to guard the newly captured territory. Some returned to the city for resupply. One more thing. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic and his own presence became more frequent in the public eye, Jiang Ye initiated citywide patrols. This would prevent any repeat of the previous assassination attempt. Sugar refinery. Fertilizer plant. Steel mill. Production speeds at these facilities should also be increased. Times have changed, funds and prestige are now plentiful. Jiang Ye decided to strengthen the foundation. After briefly trying out the apartment, he returned to his old dorm that same evening. After all, his belongings were still there. Besides, he needed a reason to properly say goodbye to his roommates. Holy? What the hell happened at our school? A murder? As soon as he returned to the dorm, Wang Hai and the others were huddled by the window, peering down at something. Jiang Ye moved closer. He spotted several escort vehicles leading a black stretch limousine into the campus. This drew quite a crowd of students. Whispering and astonished glances were everywhere on the sports field, people murmuring to each other. Jiang Ye, haven't seen you all day. Wang Hai finally spotted Jiang Ye returning. Oh, I had some things to take care of. Jiang Ye replied casually. Wang Hai didn't dwell on it, instead turning to his roommates in awe. I heard the city mayor and deputy mayor are on that bus. What's going on at our school? All these big shots showing up? The others shook their heads. If only they knew. They only vaguely sensed something was amiss. They couldn't fathom what could possibly bring such high-ranking officials to their school all at once. Jiang Ye frowned, but didn't dwell on it either. The crowd on the playground grew larger and larger. Specialized security teams equipped with riot shields arrived to maintain order. Barricades were set up, barring anyone from approaching. This only fueled the onlookers' curiosity. What? What the hell is going on? Is the end of the world upon us? Dawn. A moment later, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Wang Hai went to open it. Outside stood uniformed officers with stern expressions. One face looked familiar. The deputy mayor? Only after a moment did Wang Hai realize he'd seen the man on TV. His face immediately filled with astonishment. Up close, the aura of such a high-ranking official was truly formidable. For a split second, that stern aura left Wang Hai's mind blank. What's the matter? He cautiously inquired. The deputy mayor offered a warm smile. Well, I'm here to see Jiang Ye. As the words fell, his gaze landed precisely on Jiang Ye, who was watching the scene unfold by the window. He had seen Jiang Ye's photo before, so he recognized him. Jiang Ye? Wang Hai. Everyone in the dormitory couldn't believe their ears. Did I hear that right? Who? Jiang Ye? Amidst their bewildered expressions, Jiang Ye arrived at the door and gave a slight nod. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Ye followed the person downstairs. Someone's looking for me? Jiang Ye asked in the hallway. Smart. The deputy mayor smiled faintly, shedding his earlier sternness and appearing approachable. All right. Jiang Ye had actually sensed this outcome long ago. Downstairs, concerned about potential incidents due to the large crowd, a group of security personnel armed with riot shields approached Jiang Ye, clearing a path for him. They escorted him to the vehicle. During the process, several classmates from school recognized Jiang Ye, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Their expressions were utterly shocked. Seeing so many important figures arrive at the school with such fanfare, they thought something major must have happened. But it was all just to find Jiang Ye? The confusion and shock in their eyes. Jiang Ye swore he'd never seen such expressions anywhere else. On the playground, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Oh my. Fame brings trouble, Jiang Ye sighed inwardly, feeling it was always better to keep a low profile. At the car, someone thoughtfully opened the door for Jiang Ye. Get in. Wang Deming was already waiting inside. They had practically returned to Shanghai immediately after concluding their meeting in the capital. And bigwigs like Li Qingtian, Zhang Qiang, and Zhang Jiansheng had all come along with Wang Deming, all for the sole purpose of meeting Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye. Academician Wang. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Deming got straight to the point. Jiang Ye, I've come back for one reason only. You've made such tremendous contributions to the nation. We've discussed it and can't think of how to reward you. So here's what we'll do. Tell us what you need. If it's within our means, we'll do our utmost to fulfill it. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. If nothing else, he appreciated this straightforward approach to business. No beating around the bush. Well, Jiang Ye replied solemnly, I don't need any special treatment. But regarding the matters concerning me, I'd appreciate it if you could keep them confidential and suppress them. Jiang Ye had actually given this matter considerable thought. For the contributions he'd made, even a mountain of gold would be granted if requested. But considering the sheer volume of secrets he carried, there's another country over in Dongzhou. As he'd said before, Jiang Ye currently only wanted to quietly develop his strength, becoming the hidden boss pulling the strings behind the scenes. He had no desire to step into the limelight just yet. Chapter 46, The Dragon Nation's Envoy, A Secret Visit. Tall trees catch the wind. Excessive exposure only invites trouble. Jiang Ye was at that age where vanity runs high. By all logic, anyone else would have fought tooth and nail for benefits. But Jiang Ye? He wants nothing? Not wanting anything was one thing. But to turn down such a glorious opportunity, something that would bring honor to his family. Yet Jiang Ye actually asked them to keep it secret? Wang Deming and the others exchanged bewildered glances. They never expected Jiang Ye's response to be like this. Academician Wang, I don't want to make a big deal out of this to avoid unnecessary trouble. I just want to focus on my research. If I make any breakthroughs or inventions in the future, I'll definitely come to you first. Jiang Ye cobbled together a somewhat plausible excuse. Alright. Wang Deming heard this and thought, new inventions and he'll come to me? Where in the world did such a good thing exist? He was thrilled inside. Jiang Ye was a true genius. Who knew when he might come up with something truly astonishing again? For him and for the country, it would be a tremendous blessing. He decided on the spot to follow Jiang Ye's lead and not ask any more questions. Perhaps this is what genius truly is. What sets geniuses apart is their uniqueness. They cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Old Wang, why don't you introduce us first? Li Qingtian had been waiting patiently all this time, hoping Wang Deming would introduce him so he could finally meet Jiang Ye. But Wang Deming, bless him, never brought it up, leaving him feeling anxious. Oh, right, allow me to introduce you. This is Li Qingtian, president of Longhua Petroleum Engineering University. Only then did Wang Deming realize he hadn't introduced the entire group to Jiang Ye. Me too, me too. Don't forget me. Zhang Chang, Zhang Jiansheng, and the other bigwigs scrambled to get Wang Deming to introduce them. It looked like they were vying for attention. Those in the know understood this bus was packed with top-tier heavyweights, men whose commands were obeyed without question, men of immense prestige and influence. Those unaware might mistake them for Jiang Ye's elderly fan meetup, just a bunch of ordinary old men. Jiang Ye greeted each of them in turn. Finally, they all exchanged contact information for future communication. By the time he returned to the dorm, over half an hour had passed. Jiang Ye walked in and stretched, feeling a bit tired. Wang Hai and the others were still awake. Spotting Jiang Ye return, they immediately surrounded him. What's up, Jiang Ye? Did you get into trouble? Why the hell were the city mayor and deputy mayor looking for you? What's going on? Don't tell me you've made it big, or that you're actually some hidden big shot? Wang Hai and the others stared at Jiang Ye in astonishment. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't possibly connect Jiang Ye, their roommate who'd lived side by side with them for so long. And those big shots. It was like a damn dream. Jiang Ye. I knew something like this would happen. Fortunately, Jiang Ye had prepared his story in advance. Earlier, the school held an innovation and technology competition. I participated and accidentally won an award. The award ceremony is coming up. Nothing to it. Award ceremony? They know about the innovation technology competition. When did Jiang Ye even enter it? And does this competition really warrant so many big shots coming in person to present the awards? Did he invent the trisolarans or something? A moment of silence fell over the group. While they were still stunned, Jiang Ye had already climbed onto his bunk and started playing with his phone. Launched the game as usual. You have one unread email. Jiang Ye opened it out of habit. He assumed it was some military intelligence. Dragon Nation favorability, 55. The result surprised Jiang Ye, for this time it wasn't a battle report or military intelligence. But it's another affinity prompt. Strange. I haven't collaborated with the Dragon Nation, have I? Jiang Ye frowned. After a moment, Jiang Ye suddenly understood. As the protagonist of this game, could it be that maintaining good relations with nations in real life automatically translates into in-game benefits? That must be it. Otherwise, why would he receive this notification immediately after contacting officials like Wang Deming? And immediately received this notification. Interesting. The beauty of this game lies in its immersive experience, seamlessly blending reality and gameplay without any sense of dissonance. Oh, right. Calculating my favorability with the nation, it reached 70. That counts as level 1 favorability. Any rewards? Just as Jiang Ye was anticipating the reward to arrive, the system suddenly prompted him. A confidential letter had been received. Dragon Nation, dear ally, to foster mutual development and strengthen our relationship, we will conduct a goodwill visit to the Houthi armed forces in 3 days. This confidential letter reeks of machine-generated text. It was clearly generated by the system itself. But Jiang Ye knew the system wouldn't issue such an invitation without reason. So, in a few days, Dragon Nation would genuinely be visiting his side? Jiang Ye froze. What did this mean? It took over a minute for Jiang Ye to gradually piece together the situation. First, the increase in his friendship level with Longwa was a conclusion drawn by the system based on his actions. In reality, the Longwa government had no knowledge that Jiang Ye was the actual controller of the Houthi armed forces. Therefore, they were unaware that, unbeknownst to them, the sudden dispatch of the envoy, the sudden dispatch of the diplomatic mission. Jiang Ye believed it was likely the system detected this and automatically converted it into favorable conditions for him based on the real-world situation. So this reward, is it like that? Jiang Ye murmured softly. One could only say the system knew how to play the game. Dragon Nation was one of the top 3 permanent members among the 5 major powers, holding immense status and influence internationally. Establishing diplomatic relations and fostering good ties with the Dragon Nation would make the international path much smoother. For Jiang Ye, there were only benefits, no drawbacks. Take this recent public opinion battle, for instance. Serves as a prime example. Without assistance, he would inevitably be swept away by the storm of public opinion. Had the Dragon Nation intervened, Jiang Ye believed the outcome would have been entirely different, at the very least, far better than the current situation. Come for a visit? Jiang Ye flashed a mischievous grin, deciding to give the Dragon Nation delegation a little shock. After all, first impressions mattered during initial encounters. He needed to make the Dragon Nation realize that the Houthi forces were formidable and worthy of deep cooperation, so they wouldn't be underestimated. At the same time, he could also reap a wave of prestige points. After some thought, Jiang Ye immediately focused on the equipment aspect. As an armed faction, Houchi's most fundamental strength lies in its military capabilities. Only with a formidable fist will others fear you. Armory. Jiang Ye recalled the previously constructed armory and decided to start there. Worth noting. Thanks to a previous upgrade, the arsenal could now independently DIY all the equipment it developed. But Jiang Ye didn't have time to configure it himself. Random. He input his general requirements and let the system generate options randomly. Soon, the specifications and parameters of a new rocket launcher appeared on the screen. Jiang Ye clicked to view. Chapter 47, New Equipment. Audience with the Dragon Nation delegation. Name, Z-Type Portable Rocket Launcher. Weight, 7 kilograms. Overall length, 94 centimeters. Effective range, 1,500 meters. Maximum range, 2,200 meters. Rate of fire, 12 rounds per minute. Ammunition type, high explosive rocket. Weight per round, 5 kilograms. Rocket projectile muzzle velocity, 450 ms. Explosive power, equivalent to 75 kilograms of TNT. Accuracy, at 500 meters. Circular error probability CEP 2 meters. Recoil force, approximately 150 N. Operator, 1 person. Carrying method, shoulder-fired or hand-carried. Advantages, rapid fire capability, portable, concealable, capable of easily penetrating high-strength alloy armor. After reviewing the specifications, Jiang Ye could only say, impressive. Weighing only 7 kilograms, it can be carried by a single person yet possesses the destructive power to shatter high-strength alloy armor. Visually, its performance vastly surpasses conventional weapons of the same type currently in use by nations worldwide. Development. Jiang Ye decided to develop this model. Development countdown, 35H. 35 hours? The confidential letter stated the Dragon Nation delegation wouldn't arrive for another 3 days. Good, we'll make it. Nothing much left to do now. Time to sleep. The next day, Jiang Ye discovered that the soldiers he had trained earlier had already completed the majority of their training. He checked their current stats. Any random one had stats more than double that of an ordinary person. Those with exceptional talent could even reach 3 or 4 times the average human stats. They were practically superhuman. And Jiang Ye now commanded 150,000 such individuals. It was time to march. Jiang Ye was thrilled. Not only had they trained their physical abilities, but combat experience had also filled in the gaps. They were itching to fight. He was itching to get started. Today, I'll give you a small objective, capture these 3 locations. Jiang Ye selected several strongholds on the map that were heavily guarded by the Yemen government forces. Attacking these spots carries high risks. Jiang Ye had never attempted them before. But now, there's no need to worry. Marching out. On the screen, Jiang Ye watched his army march out in full force. Soon, the army advanced with great momentum, capturing the first stronghold in no time. Jiang Ye pressed his advantage. The second, the third. The pace was far quicker than Jiang Ye had anticipated. They reached their goal in less than half the time he'd estimated. Mission accomplished. The key point. The casualty ratio this time stunned even Jiang Ye. For instance, during the assault on the first stronghold, over 7,000 enemy troops were annihilated, while our losses amounted to just over 200. Yes. It was a ratio so absurd, no one would believe it if you told them. The casualty ratio was roughly 351 to 1. Taking the second stronghold, 4,500 enemy troops, 170 friendly casualties. Casualty ratio, 261. The third engagement involved the enemy's elite main force, also a crucial economic artery for Yemen. Nearly 10,000 enemy defenders were present, resulting in over 600 friendly casualties. The casualty ratio was approximately 161. Looking at the numbers alone might not give you a clear picture. Let me put it this way. This casualty ratio is utterly unprecedented in the history of all modern land wars, a mythical feat. It's borderline invincible. Jiang Ye couldn't help but hear a song echoing in his mind. Invincible, how lonely it is, invincible, how empty it is. After several engagements, when Jiang Ye re-examined the map, he found it had turned greener. The red coverage, the territory controlled by the Yemen government forces, was nearly entirely engulfed by his own forces. At this rate, unifying Yemen was within reach. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Ye received no word of the Dragon Nation envoy's arrival. He therefore continued his campaign of conquering cities and territories. However, the rocket launcher he had been developing was now complete. Jiang Ye couldn't wait to summon a soldier. He ordered the soldier to retrieve one from the warehouse for testing. Parameters are one thing. The real question was whether it could be used in practice. Testing ground. A soldier held Jiang Ye's latest rocket launcher in his hands. The launcher was painted red, bearing a wing emblem. Its muzzle resembled the fierce jaws of a beast. Visually, it looks incredibly sleek and imposing. Jiang Ye had prepared over a dozen targets of varying difficulty for the soldier to conduct bombing tests. First target, 300 meters. Upon launch, it struck with pinpoint accuracy. A blazing inferno erupted on the spot, and the violent explosion sent shockwaves rippling through the training ground. Jiang Ye's face lit up with excitement. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Next came the 500-meter test, the 1,000-meter test, and the 2,000-meter test. The specifications stated a maximum range exceeding 2,000 meters. All tests passed successfully. For firepower, Jiang Ye exchanged a piece of Chobam armor from the prestige store. This tank armor is made from a special material. According to the specifications, it provides protection equivalent to 600 mm of homogeneous steel armor against kinetic energy projectiles and 1,300 mm of homogeneous steel armor against armor-piercing projectiles. Its depleted uranium armor features a mesh-like structure with material thicknesses of approximately 125 mm steel, 95 mm titanium boride, and 105 mm depleted uranium. The composite armor has an average density of 10,317 kg m superscript 3. It ranks among the strongest tank armor materials available. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the so-called strongest Chobam armor. Imagine if that shell had struck a tank. What would the outcome be? Jiang Ye could almost see a tank reduced to a pile of scrap metal. It was nothing short of spectacular. But Jiang Ye soon noticed a problem. The power and range were both excellent, exceeding expectations. But as the distance increased, accuracy and stability would decline. It made sense. The parameters provided represented ideal conditions under which such data could be achieved. In reality, various environmental factors must be considered. But in Jiang Ye's view, none of these were issues. Even at over 2,000 meters, the testing margin of error was far smaller than any 500-meter test conducted on comparable rocket launchers across all nations. Yes, the Z-type portable rocket launcher's 2,000-meter test error is smaller than the 500-meter error of other similar rocket launchers. When you compare them like this, its performance is nothing short of formidable. After the test concluded, Jiang Ye had the recorded video sent to hand. He was confident Gaza would be highly interested in this rocket launcher. Sure enough, shortly after sending the video, Jiang Ye received an excited reply from hand, along with a substantial order. Jiang Ye didn't hesitate, expediting production of a batch and arranging for it to be delivered to Gaza. He also instructed Han to take good care of Yisili. Continue building the foundation. The highways connecting the main city to various regions were nearly complete. Looking at the map, the orderly and well-planned layout filled Jiang Ye with a strong sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, the airport was also declared complete. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Another day passed. Jiang Ye opened his phone to find a surprise notification from the system. The Dragon Nation delegation has entered your territory. Would you like to receive them? Receive, decline. Finally, Jiang Ye naturally chose to receive them. The game transitioned to a cutscene. Meanwhile, Dongzhou, a private jet touched down at the airport. On board, several uniformed individuals in their 40s and 50s stepped off the plane with anxious expressions. This time, the mission assigned to them by higher-ups. To meet the mysterious new leader of Dongzhou. Chapter 48, Showcasing Technology to the Dragon Nation Delegation. Everyone says the new leader is from Longhua. Do you think that's possible? Just before disembarking, Wang Yinian suddenly turned to his colleague beside him, Gao Shangzhong. Both men held the status of senior diplomatic envoys from the Dragon Kingdom. This visit to Yemen on behalf of Longhua was primarily led by these two. The others were merely accompanying them. I don't know. Probably fake. How could they possibly be from Longhua? Gao Shangzhong chuckled softly. The two disembarked slowly. Among the welcoming party, a man stood out tall, around 180 centimeters, wearing a top hat. His face remained shrouded in mystery beneath the dark rim. Is this the delegation? Jiang Ye watched the other party through the screen. He had imagined the delegation would at least bring a large entourage, but it seemed less grand than he'd expected. As the other party descended, Jiang Ye maneuvered his character closer. Click the input box. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your arrival. After the greeting, Jiang Ye politely introduced himself. Wang Yinian and Gao Shangzhong froze. That was some seriously fluent and authentic Long Nation Chinese. Could he really be from Longhua? recalling all the rumors circulating online. The two were slightly taken aback. They had just been discussing this very possibility. And Jiang Ye's appearance was distinctly East Asian. After catching up, they introduced themselves and shook hands with Jiang Ye. A few polite exchanges followed. "It's a pleasure to be here today and meet you." Jiang Ye responded in kind. "It's an honor to have you both here," and so on. The usual formalities, in short. To be perfectly honest, we come here today with sincere intentions. The Dragon Nation is eager to pursue mutual development and progress alongside you, hoping we can all achieve win-win cooperation. Gao Shangzhong stated his position first. That goes without saying. Jiang Ye wore a polite smile. If the Dragon Nation is interested, we would be delighted to cooperate. Jiang Ye had previously announced that exported oil would receive preferential treatment from Longboy, a privilege extended to no other nation in the world. Let Gao Shangzhong and Wang Yinian know. Jiang Ye meant every word. In that case, it would be straightforward. It's those with ulterior motives and ill intentions who are difficult to work with. At Jiang Ye's invitation, Wang Yunian and Gao Shangzhong got into the car, heading toward the main city. On the way, the two men gazed at the newly constructed highway and scattered factories, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had been to Yemen before. As diplomatic envoys, they frequently traveled between nations. In their memory, Yemen was a poor, backward backwater with little infrastructure. Due to years of war, their last visit had revealed nothing but ruins. But now, the roads were neatly laid out, the city well planned, factories operating smoothly, and there were some buildings whose purpose they couldn't identify, but which were constructed with remarkable luxury. All this made them wonder if they had come to the wrong place. This wasn't the Yemen they remembered. Moreover, many areas they passed through were supposedly under Yemen government control. Could it be that the Houthi forces had already seized so much territory, marching toward unifying Yemen? They gradually realized. The current Houthi forces seemed far more formidable than anything they'd encountered online. Soon, the vehicle entered the main city area. This was different from the dilapidated image they had in their minds. The current main city district, though less crowded and bustling, boasted exceptionally luxurious buildings and facilities. Particularly the central structure in the city center. It looked solemn and majestic, with an extraordinary presence. Had they really built such a city in such a short time? A true infrastructure powerhouse? They couldn't fathom what methods the man before them had employed to transform Yemen so profoundly in such a short time. It was simply unbelievable. Arriving in the city center. Mr. Jiang, what is this? The moment he stepped out of the car, Wang Yinian's gaze was instantly drawn to a colossal structure in the distance. The structure was immense. Its outer walls were cast from steel, a true fortress of bronze and iron. The gates stood tightly shut, exuding an air of mystery. "Oh, it's just the training ground," Jiang Ye replied. Seeing their keen interest in the training ground, Jiang Ye offered, "Why don't I give you a tour?" "Sure thing." Hearing they could tour the training grounds, Wang Yunian and the envoy group perked up with interest. Jiang Ye led them to the training grounds. Passing through the towering iron gates, they entered a vast, open space, the soldiers' physical training grounds. It was absurdly large. They had no idea how Jiang Ye had managed to construct such an enormous training ground. Soldiers were already training there, appearing highly professional. Some soldiers' feats astonished them. They were flipping tires weighing nearly 1,000 pounds with their bare hands. Were they all superhuman? Suddenly, a wall of firearms came into view. Various types of pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and more. Many were models they had never seen before. Jiang Ye explained, "This is the firearms training area." "What kind of gun is that? I've never seen it before." Wang Yinian, who was somewhat of an expert in this field, was stunned. When had so many new models been released internationally? Had he fallen behind? "Oh, these are domestically developed," Jiang Ye explained. At this, Wang Yunian's expression turned as if he'd seen a ghost, utterly incredulous. Independently developed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Firearms involve complex knowledge across mechanical engineering, materials science, and ballistics. With Yemen's level of education, where on earth would Jiang Ye find enough skilled personnel? Second, developing firearms. Precise design of the firearms structure and component integration is required to ensure reliability, safety, and firing accuracy. This involves various complex industrial technologies. Even major powers cannot guarantee complete self-sufficiency in development. Some components must be imported. As if sensing their doubts, Jiang Ye led them to the outer area of the armory. The core facilities couldn't be shown to them, but the surface areas posed no issue. Inside, row upon row of precision equipment stood before them, its purpose unknown. Yet they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the unfamiliar technology. Finally, Jiang Ye led them to a wall entirely covered with various weapons. All were novel creations developed by Jiang Ye's system, things they'd never seen before. Wang Yinian and Gao Shangzhong's jaws dropped so low they could almost fit an egg in them. This. Wow, these were actually self-developed by Jiang Ye? And not just a few, so many? Can we try it out? Gao Shangzhong suddenly asked in a humble tone, like someone who'd never seen the world before. Perhaps these are efforts are all show and no substance? That would explain everything. Just for show. Jiang Ye tossed over a Type 4162 pistol. As soon as Gao Shangzhong caught it, his expression froze. Lightweight in his hand, the grip design felt spot on. He fired a test shot at the rear target. Bang! The bullet struck the bullseye with precision. That precision. Gao Shangzhong's hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the profound impact. Chapter 49, Global Sensation, Arms Dealers in Shock. This wasn't due to his marksmanship. Gao Shangzhong knew his own capabilities well. He had handled nearly every commercially available handgun on the market. But one with such an exceptional grip? Honestly, he had never encountered a pistol with such exceptional accuracy. The factors determining a gun's quality. There weren't many. For instance, accuracy and stability, ammunition power and muzzle velocity, and then weight and dimensions. These factors determine whether the user can enjoy a better design experience. Then there's manufacturing cost. Lower costs facilitate mass production and widespread adoption. Maintainability matters too, ease of disassembly, cleaning, repair, and part replacement. Durability is crucial. The weapon must withstand heavy firing without significant wear or performance degradation. The former factors are particularly critical, because shooting accuracy and stability are the core factors that determine ammunition effectiveness. He could feel all of this in that single shot. Every parameter is absolutely top tier. This thing must be expensive to manufacture, right? To determine the latter, he would need to conduct thorough research, meticulously disassemble and analyze the pistol. For now, he had no way of knowing. But his gut told him this gun was maxed out in performance. Its cost must be astronomical. Not conducive to mass production. This was the first conclusion Gao Shangzhong reached. What a pity. Such an exceptional firearm, if mass-produced, it would undoubtedly be a hit in the market and among the armed forces of nations. Especially in the beacon of freedom and compassion, that beacon nation where gunfire erupts daily. Wouldn't it become standard issue for every citizen? He dared not imagine the consequences. How much could Jiang Ye earn annually as an arms dealer? Exporting worldwide. This single supply chain alone could easily fund his entire private army. Production costs. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. Because the armory has an interesting feature, only the initial construction phase. The required investment is relatively high. Subsequent costs, however, the costs were practically negligible. That's why, once construction was complete, Jiang Ye could produce without hesitation. Jiang Ye casually picked one up. The cost was probably less than 300 yuan per unit. Jiang Ye offered what he considered a reasonable price. What? Upon hearing this, Gao Shangzhong and the others nearly froze in place. 300 yuan? Are you kidding me? 300 US dollars? No, I'm talking about Dragon Nation currency that'll make it easier for you to understand. Gulp. Gao Shangzhong swallowed hard. Holy crap. As a Dragon Nation citizen, his first instinct was to assume it was Dragon Nation currency, but then he thought, no way. Absolutely impossible. Because every pistol produced in the world, the average price is roughly 1,000 Longwa currency. That was the accepted figure. If Jiang Ye meant US dollars, that would make much more sense, roughly 2,000 Dragon Nation currency. Jiang Ye's guns were top-notch. Forget 2,000, he'd even accept one priced under 3,000. And now you tell me, it's in Longwa currency. A gun this well-made and high-performing costs less than 300 Longwa currency? What does that even mean? If Jiang Ye successfully launches this pistol, even selling it at a premium market price, it could quickly achieve massive profits and become a global sensation. It would send shockwaves through the global arms trade. Jiang Ye saw an astonishment on the envoys' faces unlike anything they'd ever witnessed. Jiang Ye explained with a smile, honestly, it's nothing special, just a stroke of luck that the development succeeded. Gao Shangzhong and Wang Yinian stared at Jiang Ye with peculiar looks. I'll be damned if I believe you. Could something like this really be developed by sheer luck? Can we continue touring the interior? Gao Shangzhong's gut told him there was more to this place. Their purpose this time was twofold. First, to visit the Houthi armed forces. Mutual communication, win-win cooperation. But international level cooperation hinges on strategic value. There must be benefits for them to cooperate. Otherwise, it would be charity. Thus, the second objective is to gauge the Houthi forces' true capabilities. We will report back truthfully on everything we see and hear during this mission. The higher-ups will then determine the level of cooperation. At a lower level, export and import some insignificant goods, symbolically promoting relations between the two sides. For higher-level cooperation, well, that's a different story. They can determine a nation's economic trajectory, let alone the Hush armed forces. Strictly speaking, they aren't a nation yet, merely an armed faction. Alright, this way please. Jiang Ye had already decided to give the envoy delegation a small shock. He had already planned what to show them this time. He didn't bring it up first, letting the other side speak first. Of course, this was to avoid seeming too contrived when the time came to put on a show. As the group proceeded inward, they passed a squad of soldiers engaged in physical training. These soldiers wore distinctive uniforms, different from the others. Each was a massive figure, appearing exceptionally robust. These men were. Gao Shangzhong voiced his question. They're tank crewmen. Jiang Ye explained, by the way, would you like to see our domestically developed tanks? Jiang Ye had intended to show them the rocket launchers, but he changed his mind. They could look at those later. A domestically developed tank? The envoy delegation's expressions were once again stunned. So the rumors they'd heard were true. The Hush armed forces really did possess their own tanks, drones, and other weapons. What about those legendary fighter jets that supposedly crushed the sand shards? Could that be real too? Since this involved classified information, he couldn't ask directly and could only keep his doubts to himself for now. However, they still found it hard to believe that a faction could rise so quickly and develop at such a rapid pace. even with their own tanks and fighter jets. When compared to genuine military powers, they'd likely be considered subpar, right? Jiang Ye claimed it was sheer luck that they independently developed a world-leading firearm. They certainly didn't buy that. But when he claimed it was luck that they defeated Shashi, that they won through a series of fortuitous circumstances, that they wouldn't doubt. The battlefield, after all, is ever-changing. For instance, Shashi made a fatal mistake at a critical moment. Anything is possible. After all, he wasn't a soldier from any particular nation. They don't possess the same level of professionalism as Dragon Nation soldiers. There's no shortage of embarrassing incidents involving foreign militaries. Just search online and you'll find plenty. Moreover, fighter jets represent the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Their development complexity is no joke. A single production line alone requires investments of tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Otherwise, why would a powerhouse like the United States, after dismantling a certain fighter jet production line years ago, never regain the capability to rebuild it? The design field alone involves too many complex and diverse elements. So in their eyes, it was utterly impossible for Houthi armed forces to independently develop a fighter jet. If it can just get airborne without crashing, that's already quite an achievement. Alright, we'll take your word for it. Of course, Gao Shangzhong and his associates would never voice such condescending remarks openly. They kept them firmly to themselves. This way, please. Chapter 50, The Envoy Delegation's Shock. Shortly after, Jiang Ye led the group out of the armory and arrived at the tank training base. This surprised Gao Shangzhong and his group. What was this? Individual soldier training grounds, infantry training grounds, firing ranges, special forces training grounds. Every conceivable training facility was present at first glance. It seemed quite the operation. Extremely comprehensive. Its scale and professionalism surpassed what he had seen in many countries around the world. When Jiang Ye arrived, Alpha had already been there for some time. Behind him were parked 3 VZ-58 armed tanks, a PL-01 stealth tank, and a Y-58 amphibious tank. Viewed up close, the sheer colossal size of the 3 tanks still exerted an overwhelming presence. For those encountering such colossal machines for the first time, this was undoubtedly an unforgettable experience. Jiang Ye specifically called Alpha over to demonstrate and explain to Gao Shangzhong and the others. When Gao Shangzhong and the others saw the 3 concept tanks, their eyes were struck by a powerful visual impact. Alpha bowed to the group. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce these 3 tanks developed entirely in-house. The envoy delegation nodded attentively, listening intently. These are all key points. We dare not be anything but attentive. Alpha pointed to the VZ-58 concept tank on the far left and began his presentation. This model, the VZ-58 series strategic tank, embodies our design philosophy of creating the ultimate land combat predator. We've optimized its firepower extensively, now equipped with a Tier 9 122mm gun. It features a 440-round single-shot capacity, a 4-round magazine, and fully automatic autonomous reloading in just 35 seconds. Reload time? You ask how long? 35 seconds? And it's fully automatic? The crowd was stunned. This opening revelation delivered a massive shock. That reload speed alone. No tank they knew of could even come close. And that gun Alpha mentioned? Capable of firing 440 rounds per minute. That's terrifying. A standard tank's ammunition capacity is only around 40 rounds. Not to mention it can carry 4 magazines at once. This single tank alone could match the firepower of an entire regiment in a conventional force. They couldn't even imagine a monster of this caliber. What would happen if they deployed in large numbers simultaneously? Attack the aliens? Yet this was merely the beginning. To adapt to different scenarios, the VZ-58 could simultaneously swap its Tier 9 122mm gun for 257 penetration AP shells, a new type of munition designed for large-scale area coverage. In short, it was developed for artillery carpet bombing. Everyone swallowed hard. Stunned into silence for a long moment, they couldn't utter a word, utterly speechless. As envoys from the Dragon Nation, they considered themselves well-traveled and knowledgeable. Dragon Nation's comprehensive advancements in recent years had set the pace. Even the technological advancements from the Lighthouse Nation barely caught their attention. Yet today, they found themselves humbled by a lesson here. But then again, the same question remains. Data can be manipulated at will, but its practicality remains to be seen. Alpha understood their perspective perfectly. He reached behind him, pulled out a tablet, and handed it to Gao Shangzhong and the others. The material had been prepared long ago. Everyone, please take a look. This is a test video we just released not long ago. Gao Shangzhong's fingers trembled as he tapped to play the video. In the video, the VZ-58 was positioned in a desert landscape. Under the control of several soldiers, ammunition was being fired out at an insane rate. The firing rate was astonishingly fast. They had never witnessed such velocity before. The fastest known tank firing rate belonged to the T-14 tank produced by Big Goose. But even that only reaches a maximum of 12 rounds per minute. The VZ-58 in the video, however, achieved a rate of at least 50 to 60 rounds per minute. That's nearly 1 round per second. Is this the advantage of automatic loading and replaceable magazines? The bombing target was a small hill. Under such inhumane bombardment, the hilltop was soon leveled. Yes. Within minutes, a single tank leveled a small hill, not enormous, but still remarkably impressive. This is something no other tank of its kind could ever hope to match. This damn thing. Is this really a product of this era? Gao Shangzhong, Wang Yunian, and the entire envoy delegation doubted they were dreaming. Then, Alpha began introducing the PL-01 stealth concept tank and the Y-58 amphibious tank. In certain aspects, both vehicle specifications surpassed those of the VZ-58. Shock. Shot into numbness. This wasn't the hush armed forces they remembered at all. The difference was staggering. It was like discovering a civilization you thought was agrarian was actually a star-faring power. That kind of shock. They began to question whether they had underestimated the Houthi armed forces. Had they been looking down on them? Right. Alpha was carrying a prototype Z-type portable rocket launcher. That was also Jiang Ye's order. So he gave Gao Shangzhong and the others a demonstration. Rocket-propelled grenades differ from tanks. They're easy to operate with minimal restrictions. He simply found an open area and gave them a live demonstration. Sure enough, at the 500-meter test, they remained calm when the rocket launcher hit precisely. When it hit accurately at 1,000 meters with an error margin under 3 meters, they remained relatively calm. But when it achieved the same precision at 1,500 meters with an error margin under 5 meters, they lost their composure. Finally, when they saw the sub-10-meter accuracy within 2 kilometers, the entire group fell silent. They never imagined that such an ordinary-looking rocket launcher could be so high-tech. Alright, there's nothing much to see here. Jiang Ye glanced at the time. This was the fighter jet patrol shift change, perfect timing to take them for a look. The moment they heard they could see fighter jets, Gao Shangzhong and the others were all excited. But at this point, they still clung to a sliver of hope. Tank rocket launchers were already cutting-edge tech. Could headquarters really have fighter jets too? Strictly speaking, fighter jet technology was on an entirely different level from the previous two. Air Training Base. As the warehouse doors swung open, 7 Caliban model fighter jets stood motionless inside. Their appearance looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Are you sure these aren't just scale models? Gao Shangzhong and the others wondered. A pilot in flight training uniform approached Jiang Ye, helmet in hand. Reporting, Commander. Ready for takeoff at any time. Alright, let's get started. Jiang Ye nodded, and the pilot dashed into the cockpit. Gao Shangzhong and the others craned their necks, wishing they could get closer to see if it weren't forbidden. It still looked like a model plane. But the next second, as the pilot activated the controls, the fighter's dazzling sci-fi colored lights illuminated the cabin, casting a dreamlike glow throughout the interior. The fuselage stirred like a sleeping beast awakening. Buzz! The roar of the engines erupted like thunder, shaking everyone present to their core. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, powerful thrust erupted from the nozzles, the scorching airflow violently churning the surrounding atmosphere into visible vortexes. The airflow was so intense it made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. Incredulous expressions flickered in their eyes. This scene made them feel as if they were in a sci-fi movie. Chapter 51, the top-tier powerhouse of the Dragon Nation. Partnership forged. It was at this moment they finally confirmed. This was no mock-up, it was a genuine fighter jet. But, could it truly take flight and engage in bombing raids like the fighter jets they knew? As it turned out, their assumptions were far too simplistic. The fuselage shot out of the hangar like an arrow released from its bow, soaring straight into the sky. Jiang Ye brought them outside. In the blink of an eye, the fighter jet vanished. What's the maximum speed of this fighter jet? Gao Shangzhong asked in astonishment. 279. Jiang Ye didn't specify the unit. But as a professional, Gao Shangzhong knew Jiang Ye was referring to 279 Mach. Everyone felt their worldview crumbling. The renowned F-22 of the Lighthouse Nation only reached a maximum cruise speed of 182 and a top speed of 225. But Jiang Ye's fighter jet? Its cruise speed was nearly 1 Mach faster than the F-22's, and its top speed surpassed theirs as well. Judging by the numbers, the Caliban fighter's top speed? 3 Mach is a conservative estimate. Suddenly, the Caliban fighter reappeared in everyone's field of vision. A guest is a guest. Jiang Ye certainly wouldn't let them come empty-handed. The next second, the Caliban fighter began executing a series of high-difficulty maneuvers at high altitude. For other fighters, these maneuvers, such as barrel rolls, leaf fall maneuvers, clock maneuvers, Yerman maneuvers, Pugachev's Cobra maneuvers, steep climbs, consecutive rolls, and more, were performed with remarkable ease by the Caliban fighter. Moreover, they performed these maneuvers seamlessly, with almost no gaps between each maneuver. If we consider the above high-difficulty maneuvers, other pilots flying different fighter models might barely manage to execute them individually. But this kind of seamless performance? Gao Shangzhong and others knew there could only be one outcome. Crash and burn. It just goes to show how exceptional performance can be so bold and unrestrained. After witnessing all this, they were thoroughly exhausted. Jiang Ye arranged for someone to escort Gao Shangzhong and the others to the VIP lounge to rest. Inside the VIP lounge, after a moment of silence, Gao Shangzhong picked up his phone and made a call back to China. He recounted everything he had seen and heard during this visit. He recounted everything in detail. Upon learning of this, the higher-ups were also shocked and immediately attached great importance to the matter. Shortly thereafter, a document arrived. Originally, higher-ups would evaluate the visit and their impression of the Houthi armed forces before determining the cooperation level based on different circumstances. Now, upon review, they had directly assigned the highest level of cooperation. Upon receiving the cooperation details, Gao Shangzhong headed straight for Jiang Ye's office and found him. Cooperation? Jiang Ye had anticipated cooperation between the two sides but hadn't expected it to materialize so quickly. Jiang Ye clicked to view the details, quickly scanning through the collaboration terms. After reading it, Jiang Ye was ecstatic inside. The contract's essence could be summarized as follows. Longbo would provide substantial industrial assistance to the Houthi armed forces under its command, such as infrastructure assistance, exporting and importing various industrial products, and exchanging certain industrial technologies with Yemen domestically, and guide some enterprises from the Dragon Kingdom to set up factories here in Yemen, creating jobs and more. This way, domestic living standards will rise dramatically. One point must be emphasized. To control a nation or unify a region, gaining the recognition of the local people is paramount. Otherwise, even if you seize the gates, internal conflicts and contradictions will persistently erupt. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. That's the essence of it. And such direct improvements to the local standard of living, as long as they're not complete idiots, would willingly follow Jiang Ye. As the cooperation takes shape, Jiang Ye is confident he will soon gain a large following of loyal citizens. The people's hearts is also one of the keys to Jiang Ye's solid position in Yemen. Gao Shangzhong assumed the partnership would proceed via a remote contract. Little did he know that higher-ups had learned of the news. They took it too seriously. So they decided to send someone personally to sign the contract. Upon seeing the list of attendees, Gao Shangzhong and the entire envoy delegation were stunned. They never imagined that prominent figure would come as well. After all, this individual was among the nation's most influential decision-makers. He could shake the nation. And the entire nation trembles. Gao Shangzhong wasn't the only one stunned. Jiang Ye was equally shocked. Holy cow, this guy showed up? With this development, Jiang Ye naturally had to take it seriously. Decision. When signing the contract, he would use the descend ability to sign it personally. The next day, a private jet, escorted by several fighter jets, arrived directly within Yemen territory. Jiang Ye received intelligence immediately and began preparations. Simultaneously, as a precaution, after communicating with the other party, Jiang Ye dispatched 3 fighter jets to assist with security. By noon, the special aircraft landed safely. Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief. A figure of this stature would certainly not be allowed to encounter any mishaps. Jiang Ye activated the descent function. Descent. The immediate priority was securing this partnership. No time to worry about reputation points. Opening his eyes again, he found himself back in his familiar office. Jiang Ye didn't rush to greet them immediately. Instead, he washed his face first, making himself look more presentable. This wasn't about being humble. It was a matter of attitude. First impressions matter greatly in initial meetings. After finishing, Jiang Ye waited in the reception room. Soon, word came. He's here. Jiang Ye approached the doorway and saw an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wearing reading glasses, being escorted by attendants toward him. Jiang Ye stepped forward and introduced himself. They shook hands. I didn't expect you to be so young. Su Jinghua regarded the young man before him with an admiring gaze. It's hard to imagine that such earth-shattering achievements in Yemen today. It was all achieved by such a young man. Unbelievable. Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Ye smiled, turned, and gestured inward. Please come in first. We can talk at length. A big shot is a big shot. He appeared amiable, yet the aura radiating from him was clearly beyond that of ordinary people. They entered the hall. Jiang Ye had someone bring in some fine tea. People in the Dragon Kingdom, especially elderly gentlemen, have a particular fondness for tea. Please. Certainly, please. The other party accepted without hesitation. Despite his age, his voice carried with remarkable vigor and authority. Fine tea. Taking a sip, Su Jinghua immediately recognized this tea as something quite extraordinary. Of course. This tea was top-tier premium tea exchanged through Jiang Ye's system in the real world. It would be unmatched in quality. After finishing the tea, the conversation gradually turned to business. Truth be told, when I heard about it yesterday, I couldn't believe it. But seeing it with my own eyes, I realize it's all true. You've really shown me what it means to be young and accomplished. Ha! Not at all. Jiang Ye replied modestly, compared to our seniors, my achievements are insignificant. Alright then, let's discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Have you reviewed the contract thoroughly? Jiang Ye nodded. With something this important, I read it immediately and reviewed it several times. The discussion lasted over an hour. At the final stage, both parties inscribed their respective names in the signature section. The partnership was successfully finalized. Chapter 52, Earth-Shattering Changes. Gazing at the contract, Jiang Ye exhaled deeply. He was finally on the right track. Having gained recognition from Longwo, one of the 3 permanent members among the 5 UN Security Council permanent members, his path on the international stage would now be much smoother. He would no longer be looked down upon. This conversation proved smoother and more satisfying than Su Jinghua had anticipated. Despite Jiang Ye's youth and relative age, his maturity and composure far surpassed those of his peers. Moreover, Jiang Ye's grasp of the current situation seemed clearer than anyone else's. On numerous international issues, Jiang Ye had his own insights and perspectives on each one. In many respects, even he found himself convinced. A phrase came to mind. Great minds think alike. Very well. I'm delighted to meet you here today, Su Jinghua said with a smile. This remark astonished the few accompanying staff members nearby, who found it utterly unbelievable. Who was Su Jingye? Even foreign leaders he routinely met with weren't worthy of such words from him. Yet today, he was saying this to a junior colleague. It was clear this wasn't mere flattery. Old Su seemed to hold this young leader in high regard. The crowd felt a deep sense of respect. They rarely witnessed Old Su displaying such an affable demeanor toward anyone else. It's clear he genuinely admires the young man before him. Venerable Senior, we are still in our early stages, so we humbly request your continued guidance on international matters. Jiang Ye rose and bowed to the other man. Building a relationship with such an influential figure could only bring benefits, never harm. As fellow citizens of the Dragon Nation, Jiang Ye held no reservations about collaborating with Longhua. On the contrary, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship. After concluding the cooperation talks, Jiang Ye had dinner arranged. Taking advantage of the break, Jiang Ye temporarily returned to the lounge to deactivate the descent function. This time, it cost nearly 3,000 merit points. Ouch. Fortunately, with his recent relentless campaigning, his reputation points had steadily climbed without him even noticing. Even after spending over 3,000 today, he still had 7 or 8,000 left. Moreover, with this collaboration secured, the subsequent improvement in domestic living standards in Yemen. The domestic populace of Yemen will also contribute a substantial amount of prestige points to the cause. Afternoon meal. By evening, Su Jingye returned to Longhua with the visiting delegation. Not long after, when Jiang Ye opened the game again, he discovered numerous prompts in his system mailbox. Multiple notifications had appeared. Longhua Tianxiang Steel Group has initiated a cooperation request. Cooperation details: construct a steel mill within your territory. Hosts may generate revenue through taxation, collaborate to strengthen the domestic steel industry, and subsequently acquire control of the group through acquisitions. Provide 7,000 jobs for your nation. Increase in Dragon Nation affinity, 7%. Increase prosperity, 1%. Increase international reputation, 1%. Increase trade flow, 3%. Jiang Ye was overjoyed. Just one steel mill could bring him so many benefits. Accept cooperation. Every country has steel mills, but who would ever complain about their nation's steel output being too high? Steel, like oil. It's hard currency worldwide. As long as it's produced, there's no worry about selling it. Moreover, it creates jobs, boosts prosperity, and enhances friendly relations with the Dragon Nation. These are precisely what Jiang Ye currently lacks. After choosing to accept the cooperation, a banner notification appeared at the top of the screen. Tianxiang Steel Group has established operations in your nation. Please designate a construction site for the steel plant. Jiang Ye consistently chose suburban areas for such facilities. First, proximity to urban areas would compromise residents' quality of life. Second, they would generate some pollution. In suburban areas, proper pollution management can minimize environmental impact. On the map, a construction prompt appeared, showing a group of workers building a steel mill. Before long, construction is complete. The steel mill appears on the map. Jiang Ye zooms in, and a dialog box pops up. The other party is the steel mill manager. Li Hua, esteemed President Yemen, hello. I am Li Hua, the steel mill manager. I'm delighted you've come to inspect our facility. Would you like me to give you a tour of the steel mill? Jiang Ye. No need. Jiang Ye only wanted to review the plant's basic data. He clicked exit and re-entered. Tianxiang Steel Plant. Land area, 12,000 square meters. Construction cost, 760 million. Required workers, 16,500. Current workforce, 400 recruiting. Raw materials: iron ore 50,000 tons month, coal 42,000 tons month. Production capacity: 52,000 tons of steel per month. Energy consumption: 730,000 kilowatt hours per month. Pollution emissions: 1,200 units of environmental pollution per month. Product quality categorized into 3 grades: standard, premium, and special, with respective proportions of 50%, 30%, and 20%. Technology upgrades: production efficiency, pollution reduction, and product quality can be enhanced by investing additional funds. Transportation utilizes rail and road networks, with dedicated freight stations and fleet. Safety level, high. Excellent. The first factory was discovered and completed without incident or unexpected complications. Jiang Ye took a deep breath and approved all cooperative projects with the Dragon Nation. Among these, heavy industry takes precedence, such as energy enterprises, machinery manufacturing, chemical industries, building materials industries, etc. Oh, and transportation, like the high-speed rail stations Jiang Ye hadn't previously considered, and brand new airports. To facilitate exports and imports, new port facilities were also included. These are all major drivers of development. They can unlock tremendous potential for Yemen's future development. They hold immense potential. Therefore, construction efficiency is being executed at wartime levels and scale. The pace is incredibly fast. Of course, Jiang Ye hasn't forgotten about light industry and migrant workers, ensuring better progress across all fronts. Sectors like textiles and apparel, food processing, furniture manufacturing, electronic equipment production, and cultural and sports goods manufacturing, alongside a smattering of haphazard private enterprises. These were established to enhance the quality of life for the people of Yemen. Moreover, many merchants came over from Longhua, which also helped boost the local economy to some extent, with the addition of these new factories and industries. Next, The entire Yemen region undergoes a dramatic transformation. Previously, under the command of the government forces, due to years of constant warfare, the government forces were corrupt, indifferent to the people's suffering. It wouldn't be accurate to say the people were barely surviving. But things weren't much better either. Many people couldn't even guarantee their basic necessities: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Now, a single large industrial plant can generate tens of thousands of jobs. Jiang Ye's recent moves effectively solved the employment issues for hundreds of thousands of people domestically, providing them with stable incomes. Jiang Ye reviewed the city's data. He noticed metrics like prosperity levels and resident happiness indices, key indicators of a city's condition, were skyrocketing. Notice, city resident happiness has reached level 2. Congratulations! You have obtained large-scale oil field exploration device. Chapter 53, Strike unexpectedly, attack when unprepared. Jiang Ye froze upon seeing the prompt. Rewards for this too? Very nice. Another oil detector. This means Jiang Ye's team can add another oil field to their portfolio. It's worth mentioning that last time, considering wartime funding constraints, Jiang Ye exchanged a detector through the system and assigned the task to a bugel. Not long after, a bugel discovered an oil field. However, since the reserves weren't particularly high, therefore, Jiang Ye merely instructed a bugel to oversee its development without paying much attention. If this detector could uncover another oil field, then Jiang Ye would simultaneously possess 3 oil fields, achieving a 3-pronged development scale. Jiang Ye's account already held over 10 billion yuan in funds. Add another oil field to that. This is the rhythm of an economic takeoff. This time, Jiang Ye took personal action. Equipped with detectors, he scanned the entire territory of Yemen. With such vast territory, discovery was never in question. As the world's oil reservoir, oil was the last thing Dongzhou lacked. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Less than 20 miles east of the western coastline, Jiang Ye received the alert. Unmined oil field. Reserves, approximately 90 million tons. Development difficulty, 25 stars. Current status, exploitable. 90 million tons. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. Compared to the first discovered 1.2 billion ton oil field, this was equivalent to 2/3 of its scale. Not bad at all. Moreover, this oil field had an advantage. It was close to the port of Hodeidah. Hodeidah Port. Located on Yemen's western coast, it is the country's second largest port, renowned for its advanced facilities and efficient management. It serves as a vital maritime hub for Yemen, featuring warehousing and logistics centers that support the nation's trade operations. Its proximity to Hodeidah Port, representing future oil extraction, its convenient transportation makes it a priority export destination. Coincidentally, this port was one of Jiang Ye's key targets after completing his military training. Jiang Ye had already captured it several days prior. Therefore, currently, of Yemen's 4 major ports, Aden, Hodeidah, Mukalla, and Hodeidah, 2 of them are already under Jiang Ye's control. As for the remaining 2, their capture was merely a matter of time. Jiang Ye exchanged a new set of oil drilling equipment from the system and immediately ordered preparations for extraction. Simultaneously, he dispatched troops. Today's target, Mukalla Port. Jiang Ye intended to seize all 4 major ports, thereby gaining complete control over Yemen's economic lifeline. Without these assets, the Yemen government forces would soon face insurmountable deficits. Even if Jiang Ye ignored them, they couldn't hold out much longer and would collapse on their own. Ever since their last scheme was exposed by Jiang Ye, the entire Yisili leadership had been shrouded in an uneasy atmosphere. After all, having dominated Dongzhou for so long, whether in major or minor conflicts or even propaganda wars, when had they ever suffered such a setback? Thus, Lu Wen and his associates now harbored a deep, seething hatred for Jiang Ye, especially since they'd recently learned that Gasha, which they'd always firmly controlled, had unexpectedly been in contact with the Houthi forces. It seemed both sides had even reached some form of cooperation. This left them utterly helpless. They feared the Houthi militia might secretly support Gasha, delivering a crushing blow at the most critical moment. What exactly has Gasha been up to lately? A high-ranking official examined the recent Gashar situation report and spoke with puzzlement. They discovered that Gaza has been importing large quantities of commodities like white sugar, fertilizer, and steel pipes. Lu Wen shook his head. The entire executive team was baffled. In any case, we need to be vigilant. If they suddenly exhibit unusual behavior, they're definitely brewing some plan. Or perhaps they're just trying to muddy the waters? Right. At the assembly, Lu Wen presented his proposal. I have a plan that might allow us to strike a blow against the Houthi forces. Would you like to hear it? Although Lu Wen is the supreme leader of Yisili, such critical decisions still required approval from the majority of the high-ranking officials before implementation. Naturally, everyone was intrigued. Nothing could capture their attention more than the prospect of thwarting the Houthi forces. They couldn't let a bunch of Houthi rebels threaten their status as the little tyrants of East Continent. As far as I know, due to their repeated defeats, the Shashan faction has decided to abandon support for the Yemen government forces. What I mean is, they've now reached the point where they're most vulnerable to annihilation. If we extend a helping hand to them at this critical moment. Lu Wen revealed his plan. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. How had they not thought of this? The current Yemen government forces? Put bluntly, they can be seen as a group of desperate men heading toward their doom. Offer them benefits, give them a chance to survive, and they'll do anything. Otherwise, they'd be abandoned by Sandow. With their domestic territory steadily eroded, they're ultimately headed for annihilation. Very well. Should we then support the Yemen government forces? A high-ranking figure cast a probing glance around the room. Lu Wen's gaze swept around the room. Finding no opposition, the plan was swiftly finalized. They all hail from Yemen. Let them tear each other apart, that's the best strategy. What Yisili didn't know was, while they were devising ways to deal with the Houthi forces, Jiang Ye's side had also decided to take the offensive. Jiang Ye contacted Hand. Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions? Jiang Ye's previous concessions and guidance toward Gasha had taught Han how to deal with Yisili. In his mind, Jiang Ye held a status nearly equivalent to that of a mentor. Though there was no formal hierarchical relationship between them. Hand deliberately positioned himself at a lower level. After all, it wasn't Jiang Ye. They had been like headless flies in a fog, but now they had direction. I've got a job for you. Interested? It's for Yisili. No need to think about it. Hand wouldn't refuse. Because of Yisili, Gasha became the world's largest open-air prison. This humiliation of imprisonment. No one with dignity could endure it. Yes. Sure enough, Hand answered without hesitation, resolutely. Good. Jiang Ye smiled and explained his plan to Hand. A surprise attack on Yisili in 7 days? Hand was taken aback by the news, it was too sudden. Yes. Do as I say, and you won't be shortchanged. Jiang Ye nodded. The plan was to exploit the chaos created by Gasha's surprise attack on Yisili to draw the attention of all Eastern Continent forces. We'll seize the Yemen government forces in one decisive move and complete unification. Yes. Jiang Ye was poised to strike, executing the first step toward unification. This would inevitably draw the attention of all factions across East Continent. Jiang Ye instructed Gasha to create a disturbance. The primary purpose was to divert attention. As the saying goes, strike unexpectedly, catch them off guard. By the time everyone reacts, it would already be over. Chapter 54, The Bombing Plan. Good. Hand hesitated. The stakes were too high, he had his own position to consider and couldn't act recklessly. But he quickly realized. They'd been preparing for so long they'd strike sooner or later. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, if Yisili noticed their recent large-scale imports of various goods and the suspicious covert production of rocket launchers, they would become wary. Then the element of surprise would be lost. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with approval. This one is teachable. Cultivating Gasha himself had indeed been the right choice. He discussed the specifics of the plan with Hand, focusing primarily on the timing of the operation and the execution details. Oh, right. Hand remembered something. He invited someone to join the meeting, a leader from Hamas. This organization was born out of opposition to Israel, and he believed this individual would be highly interested in the operation. Hamas? Jiang Ye had some knowledge of this organization, though not extensive. He exited the phone interface and searched online, quickly grasping the situation. Hamas, established years ago. It had been fighting for Gaza, opposing Israel. If anyone in this world hated Israel the most, Hamas was undoubtedly among them. Hello, my name is Sal. In the conference video, a weathered-looking man appeared in Jiang Ye's field of vision. He appeared to be in his 40s, but his overall mental state was not good. Living in Gaza, he had been suppressed for far too long. Under the prolonged despair of being powerless to resist, his spirit had been utterly shattered. Sar stated earnestly, we have indeed been preparing to bomb Gasha recently. We will fully cooperate when the time comes. Jiang Ye saw in Sal's eyes. Afterward, they continued discussing the battle plan. With Sal on board, Jiang Ye believed the plan would proceed much more. Afterward, they continued discussing the battle plan. With Sal's involvement, Jiang Ye believed the operation would proceed much more smoothly. The complete capture of Yemen was within reach. Shashi. Ever since the last battle ended with Shazai's crushing defeat, Houthi had sensed something was terribly wrong. Sure enough. Just moments ago, during his communication with Shashi President Salman, the latter's words plunged him into despair. Sashin could no longer offer them any assistance. After several attempts to help, not only had they gained nothing in return, but they had incurred losses amounting to billions upon billions. Such losses were unacceptable even for a wealthy nation like Sarsar, let alone one that had already given so much. This meant that the government forces led by Houthi were on the verge of total collapse. Even their last remaining territory would likely be lost within a very short time. His fate at that point is easy to imagine. Perhaps even Solomon and his group might hand him over for certain benefits. When it comes to interests, human nature is complex. Why has the Houthi militia suddenly grown so powerful? Is it all because of that dragon countryman? Houthi's fury boiled over. His expression perfectly embodied envy, jealousy, and resentment. Who could have imagined that the Houthi armed forces, once thoroughly beaten by them, suddenly take off? Growing this powerful? So powerful it made him doubt the very reality of it all. It was simply too absurd. Mr. President, we cannot continue like this. Otherwise, a senior official from Yemen spoke angrily, if this continues, we'll just be waiting for death in vain. Even without him saying it, Houthi knew the fate of a commander left with no troops. But he had no way out. I know, but... Houthi's face twisted with anguish, a resignation as if his time was up. But if even Shashi refuses to help us, what else can I do? Should we seek peace? No. They know we have no fighting strength left. If we beg for peace now, they won't agree. Even if they did, I'd worry. They'd kick us while we're down. After they surrender, execute them. After all, no one would want former enemies living in this world, leaving behind hidden dangers. The high-ranking official fell silent. If nothing works, does that mean we're truly waiting for death? One morning, the lounge where Houthi was staying was filled with an odd atmosphere. Houthi, along with all the senior officials of the Yemen government forces. By the end of the morning, they all looked decades older. Night fell. Houthi received a call. Learning it was from Yisili, he was stunned. What could Yisili want with him? Mr. President, just take the call first. Things might turn around. All right. Houthi had no other options. He chose to answer. At this point, he can only cling to the last shred of hope that Yisili was reaching out to discuss cooperation and offer assistance. Though the odds were slim. No one will support a lone commander whose time has passed. We'd like to discuss a partnership with you. I believe you'll be quite interested. What do you say? The Yisili executive spoke with a hint of amusement. Because they knew. The terms they offered, Houthi couldn't possibly refuse. What kind of partnership? Houthi's heart skipped a beat. A genuine partnership? Was there hope for him? It's simple. We'll provide you with substantial resources. In return, you must continue assisting me in combating the Houthi forces. What do you say? Gulp. Houthi swallowed hard. At that moment, he was genuinely tempted. But he knew the might of the Houthi forces. Shashi had suffered repeated defeats, beaten into submission. Even with Yisili's support, his current forces were no match for the enemy. He was about to refuse. Because continuing to provoke them would only hasten his demise. But no buts about it. Why not hear what resources we can offer you first? Houthi was about to refuse, but before he could finish, the other party cut him off. All right then, speak. Houthi took a deep breath, his expression more serious than ever. Forget it. You should see for yourself. On the other end of the line, an image was sent directly to his phone. The image displayed the equipment list for this aid mission. After seeing it, Houthi froze, his pupils slightly contracting, his face filled with shock. Is this real? He asked incredulously. 20,000 sets of advanced Lighthouse Nation individual combat gear, 30 billion in organizational reconstruction funds, and a large number of active-duty Lighthouse Nation land battle tanks. The other party chuckled. Of course. I promise you, if you complete the mission successfully, the subsequent benefits will be even more lavish than this. Think it over and give me your answer within an hour. I accept. His tone held not a shred of hesitation. That much equipment, that much money. Enough to equip an entirely new armed force, especially with tanks, those battlefield killers. Perhaps he could truly crush the Houthi forces with this and reclaim control of Yemen. Chapter 55. On the eve of the great battle. Inside the office, Jiang Ye reviewed the readiness report sent by Gasa, then wore a satisfied expression. He hadn't misjudged hand. The man was quite dependable. Within days, everything Jiang Ye had asked him to prepare was fully ready. During this period, Garsha had mobilized virtually every available underground resource, working around the clock to process everything. The counterfeit rocket-propelled grenades he had taught them to replicate alone had reached over 7,000 units. If all these bombs were dropped on Yisili, it would be a devastating blow. Of course, Gasha's offensive was merely a diversion. The real preparations needed to be made on Jiang Ye's side. Noon. Jiang Ye entered Alpha's lounge to review intelligence. Alpha rose upon seeing Jiang Ye enter. Good afternoon, leader. How's the preparation coming along? Jiang Ye nodded and sat down on the sofa. This battle, aimed at completely securing Yemen, represented a major transformation both for himself and for the world. Therefore, when Jiang Ye gave instructions to Alpha, he had instructed Alpha to prepare as if for a decisive battle. Alpha reported, 100,000 soldiers are fully mobilized. All 10 fighter jets are on standby, along with the concept tanks and swarm drones. Among these, 400 units are designated for reconnaissance, while 1,200 are combat ready. As a precaution, we've also prepared suicide drones capable of detonating at critical moments to deliver the final blow to the enemy. Jiang Ye pondered thoughtfully. And the strategy? Alpha unfolded a map pointing to a city marked on it and continued, this is our ultimate target, Aden, currently the most heavily fortified stronghold of the Yemen government forces. Capturing this city would mean the complete annihilation of their military. My strategy is to launch a four-pronged assault and seize it at all costs. Of course, given the vast disparity in our current military strength, we could also employ a turn-based approach to wear them down. After several rounds, they'd be virtually unable to hold out, minimizing our own casualties. Alpha is an authoritative expert in combat operations. As a system-rewarded special forces unit, his attributes are exceptionally well-rounded. In real-world terms, he'd be equivalent to a super soldier. He laid out a detailed tactical map. It specified when each squad would attack, which would provide cover, when to feint, and when to execute fire support, among other details. Jiang Ye was thoroughly satisfied after reviewing it. Let Henry assist you. Henry was also a special forces soldier rewarded by the system. However, Jiang Ye hadn't utilized him extensively yet. This was the perfect opportunity for him to prove himself. In terms of attributes, Henry's capabilities were no less than Alpha's. In fact, in some areas, he surpasses Alpha. Each man had his own strengths. Henry was summoned to Jiang Ye's office to receive his assignment. Standing over 6 feet tall, nearly 2 meters in height. His muscles were as hard as iron blocks. His appearance was imposing. Even the so-called warrior nation of Russians seemed petite and delicate in Henry's presence. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. Henry was deeply grateful. For soldiers like them, being entrusted with important duties by their superiors was a tremendous honor. Jiang Ye arranged for Alpha and Henry to speak privately. Jiang Ye would not be heavily involved in this operation. Discussing the battle plan was sufficient. Jiang Ye's role was simply to await the news of the Yemen government forces being annihilated and his own unification being accomplished. It was past 8 in the evening. Jiang Ye conducted a final inspection of his forces. 100,000 troops were assembled in different locations across multiple waves. Even a single contingent was formidable enough to strike fear. Moreover, nearly every soldier was equipped with the most advanced firearms, tanks, fighter jets, and swarms of drones. Additionally, Jiang Ye had exchanged some of the individual exoskeleton armor units he'd acquired from the prestige store. He had exchanged for a portion of individual exoskeleton armor suits for the main force to use. Equipped with these exoskeleton suits, a single soldier could effortlessly lift hundreds of pounds and move swiftly through complex terrain. In short, they were formidable. At first glance, it has that sci-fi feel. Such combat capabilities cannot be ignored anywhere in the world. The reason for such exaggeration was mainly because Jiang Ye wanted to err on the side of caution, to ensure that by tomorrow morning he would definitely receive news of the completed unification. Inspection complete. Back in his office, Jiang Ye had barely sat down when an email arrived from Longhua. Since the completion of the collaboration, Jiang Ye has been in frequent contact with high-level officials in the Dragon Kingdom recently. It is worth noting that Longhua is aware of Jiang Ye's surprise offensive and his grand plan for unification. Strictly speaking, Jiang Ye's move against Yisili was not merely a declaration of war against Yisili alone. For behind Yisili lie numerous Western nations, led by the Lighthouse Nation. Once this battle concludes, it will inevitably provoke discontent among Western nations led by the Lighthouse Nation, potentially even triggering their frenzied retaliation. Jiang Ye feared the situation could spiral out of control. He feared a situation he could not stabilize. After much deliberation, Jiang Ye decided to collaborate with the Dragon Nation on this matter as well. The reason was simple. The current global landscape may appear complex, but strictly speaking, behind all these competing forces, only 3 major powers truly control everything. Longhua, the Lighthouse, and the Big Goose. The current situation is this. Yisili was already backing the Yemen government forces, opposing us. The remaining choices. Naturally, only the Big Goose and the Dragon Nation remain. Between the two, it goes without saying that choosing the Dragon Nation is the most convenient and advantageous option for Jiang Ye. The Dragon Nation itself has long-standing grievances with the Lighthouse Nation. Su Jinghua and the Elder Su faction didn't hesitate. They convened an emergency meeting and immediately agreed to Jiang Ye's request. They pledged to cover for Jiang Ye. For instance, should the Lighthouse Nation suddenly intervene if it couldn't sit idly by. In exchange, Jiang Ye provided several conceptual tech weapons exchanged from the system. A win-win cooperation where neither side loses out. Aden City. The once dull atmosphere within the city walls had been revitalized by Yisili's aid, breathing new life into the metropolis. This place is one of the most crucial strongholds for the Yemen government forces. Inside the underground warehouse, several officers were examining the newly arrived supplies, chatting animatedly. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. With this equipment, those Houthi militants won't stand a chance against us. The speaker was a man with a thick beard. His name was Abrams. He was one of the key leaders of the Yemen faction. His status was second only to Houthi. In his view, their repeated defeats weren't due to weak combat strength. Rather, the Houthi forces had stumbled upon some treasure from some desert. They were only ahead because of that superior equipment. Otherwise, they would never have lost to the Houthi forces. The bald man beside him grinned broadly, pulling a weapon from the crate with such delight his face nearly split. Yeah, who'd have thought Yisili would be so generous this time, giving us all this good stuff? Chapter 56, the official start of the war. Though I still don't know what happened. Yisili had become so generous. They knew their chance to turn the tables had arrived. Not long ago, they had been waiting for death in despair, convinced all hope was lost. But now it was different. With this equipment, Houthi armed forces, they could easily disregard them. Don't forget that just a month or two ago, the Houthi armed forces were driven to the brink of annihilation by them, nearly wiped out completely. Truth be told, their luck has been remarkable, otherwise, they'd never have enjoyed such prominence today. But sadly, their days of glory are numbered. The bald man flashed a smug grin. Reclaiming control of Yemen is non-negotiable. Abrams gestured for the bald man to calm down. Alright, our ambush is almost ready. We must catch them off guard. Give the order, everyone stay alert. Win this battle, and Yisili promises us greater rewards. Plus, we'll reclaim Yemen's rightful rule. The bald man and his group of henchmen beside him. Their eyes lit up. What did this signify? It meant they could once again bask in luxury and splendor. What they didn't know was that Jiang Ye was already fully aware of Yisili's support. Not only was Jiang Ye unhurried, he was biding his time, waiting for the fish to take the bait. It was nothing short of intriguing. Undercurrents swirled beneath the surface of Dongzhou. On the surface, this appeared to be Dongzhou's chessboard, but Jiang Ye knew the players involved were far more numerous. All nations, All nations were now closely monitoring the developments in Dongzhou. Nations like the Lighthouse Nation, the White Elephant Nation, the Mountain Nation, the Blue Nation, and even the Dragon Nation. Especially the Lighthouse Nation. As one of the primary players, the Lighthouse Nation must realize that once this battle concludes, the entire landscape of Eastern Continent may be transformed. From the Lighthouse Nation's perspective, they are in cahoots with Yeslai and naturally hope for Yeslai's complete victory. Unfortunately, Jiang Ye was destined to dash their hopes. The sea at dawn was eerily still, devoid of any life save for the howling of the sea wind. Pale moonlight scattered sparsely, casting a faintly desolate glow. Shadowy figures darted across the sandy shore. Sal commanded thousands of Hamas members as they secretly deployed rocket launchers. They had been busy for hours. By now, most of the thousands of rockets had been mounted and were ready to fire at any moment. Sar glanced nervously at his wristwatch. This was their first true act of resistance. He hoped it would yield significant results, teaching those bandits who had seized their land a lesson. At the same time, he must not disappoint the mysterious Dragon Nation leader who had extended a helping hand to them. 5 minutes left. Sar murmured. To ensure perfect coordination, Jiang Ye had even given him a launch time precise to the minute. Finally, the 5 minutes passed. Thal gave the order. Whoosh! Thousands of Hamas fighters simultaneously launched their rockets. The first wave of the assault saw over 1,000 projectiles soaring into the sky at once. Each one carried the Hamas fighters' burning passion and hatred. They roared toward the Israeli city of Steret. The scene was spectacular. Shortly thereafter, across Israel, air raid sirens blared, sending shockwaves through the nation's leadership. Everyone was stunned. What happened? Report. We've been hit by over 1,000 rockets. Upon hearing the report, Lu Wen and all Yisili leaders immediately thought, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who could possibly have the capability to launch so many rockets at them? And who dares? Investigate. Investigate immediately. What the hell is going on here? The Yisili leadership was furious. They were seething with rage. Meanwhile, within Yisili's borders, countless Yisili citizens faced the sudden assault, utterly bewildered. Chaos erupted swiftly. In every street and alleyway, terrified Yisilians wailed everywhere. Their eyes were filled with terror as they watched explosions erupt one after another, reducing houses and streets to rubble. Before long, Israeli authorities activated the air defense system Iron Dome. However, the attacks unfolded too rapidly, and the rockets launched by Hamas reached far lower altitudes than conventional missiles. The interception efficiency could only be described as a complete mess. Well done. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was monitoring everything unfolding within Gaza through satellite imagery. But now was not the optimal moment to act. Jiang Ye decided to wait. Because the stakes were too high. Before half an hour had passed, news of the major attack on Yisili had already spread across the entire eastern continent. Online, videos of Yisili under bombardment flooded every corner of the internet. In an instant, not just East Continent, most nations across Blue Star were thrown into turmoil. Who didn't know that Yisli's powerful backer was the Blue Star's dominant power, the beacon nation of the world oversight? Daring to attack Yisili? That's practically suicide. This was shaping up to be quite the spectacle. At this point, Jiang Ye realized it was time to make his move. In the input box, Jiang Ye issued his command. Alpha, Henry, it's time to move. Roger. Alpha and Henry, each commanding a different main faction, received Jiang Ye's directive and immediately launched their operations. On a small hill less than 5 kilometers from Aden City, Alpha had positioned his men in ambush here beforehand. Jiang Ye's command signaled the official commencement of the mission. In the next instant, hundreds of unmanned reconnaissance drones took to the skies, heading toward the skies above Aden City. Alpha's display screen showed the real-time footage transmitted back by the drones. The enemy's defensive positions and vulnerable points. All exposed by the unmanned reconnaissance drones. Alright, follow me. At Alpha's command, the over 7,000 fully armed troops behind him marched toward Aden City. As for the other branches, they launched simultaneous assaults from different directions. Jiang Ye watched on his phone as Aden City, a city not particularly large in area, surrounded by no fewer than 12 factions' armies, forming a complete encirclement. It was unimaginable how utterly hopeless the enemy would feel if they knew this. Just Alpha's command alone, viewed from afar, appeared as a vast, surging mass and overwhelming spectacle. Ground forces launched their assault. Then the air forces followed. Jiang Ye changed his mind at the last moment, deciding to first conduct an aerial bombardment of Aden City's main areas. Of course, this wasn't indiscriminate bombing. As he intended to claim the city as his own territory, Jiang Ye naturally couldn't bear to see Aden reduced to ruins. Jiang Ye selected only a few locations where high-ranking Yemen government forces were stationed. It was a decapitation strike in disguise. To defeat the enemy, first eliminate their leader. With the commanders dead, the rest would be easy pickings. All fighter jets were deployed. Meanwhile, inside Aden City, Helmus and several high-ranking officials of the Yemen government forces were still pursuing their dream of seizing Yisili's equipment, dreaming of a counterattack and reversal. Little did they know, death was imminent. Chapter 57, Crushing Dominance. Oh no! Oh no! The tranquil city of Aden was suddenly shattered by a loud outcry. Haramus spoke with displeasure. What is it? All this shouting, don't you have any manners? Reporting to General Hera, Houthi armed forces? The one reporting the military situation was a young man, Clearly, he hadn't seen much of the world. Terrified, his voice trembled as he stammered, "They attacked us first." "What?" Abrams jumped to his feet in shock. "Are you certain? They were just discussing how to launch a surprise attack on the Houthi forces. You're telling me they're all coming to attack us?" Before the subordinate could answer, boom! A sudden deafening explosion startled everyone present. Abrams looked out the window and saw blinding flames and thick smoke. Not far from their residence, a building. A missile had struck it, blasting a gaping hole through the structure. Abrams' face was frozen in horror, unable to believe his eyes. Every single high-ranking official of the Yemen government present nearly stopped breathing. Buzz! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted overhead. Hearing this sound, Abrams and the others looked as if they'd seen a ghost, their scalps tingling. They knew it all too well. That sound. Fighter jets. Fighter jets too? Abrams refused to believe it. Steeling himself, he peered out the window and indeed saw two silhouettes streaking across the sky, dropping bombs. "General Abrams, this is no time to stand there dumbfounded. We must quickly organize our forces to meet the enemy," a subordinate urged. Abrams snapped out of his daze, his eyes vacant. Panting heavily, he commanded, "Right. Mobilize the troops immediately. Meet the enemy head-on. Aden City is our last stronghold, we absolutely cannot lose it." Furious, he slammed his fist on the table. Weapons provided by Israel. He refused to believe they couldn't defeat the Houthi forces. The enemy held the advantage in fighter aircraft. But they could turn the tide on the ground and seize the advantage. Aden City. Under the command of Abrams and several other high-ranking officers, tens of thousands of troops rapidly assembled. They were deployed throughout Aden City, establishing tight defenses to prevent the Houthi forces from crossing the red line. Resistance? What Abrams didn't know was that Jiang Ye was using Longwa's satellite maps. Every move they made was under Jiang Ye's surveillance. Jiang Ye wondered how long they could hold out. 10 hours? 8 hours? Or 5 hours? At this moment, the game system indicated that Alpha's first army had encountered a delaying action. Jiang Ye immediately went to observe the battle. Artillery unit. Alpha wasted no time, swiftly adjusting the offensive formation. A group of soldiers armed with Z-type portable rocket launchers moved to the front line. They raised their rocket launchers and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the enemy forces blocking their advance. Boom! Ah! With an exceptionally long effective range and negligible error margin. Dozens, even hundreds, fired simultaneously. Under such relentless firepower, even steel would melt. Some enemies were lucky enough to react in time, letting out agonized screams. Most, however, were instantly reduced to ash too quick to even cry out. Rocket launcher? Rename it the equalizer of all beings. This was the first time I witnessed the Z-type portable rocket launcher's effectiveness in actual combat. Excellent. Jiang Ye realized they'd need to mass-produce another batch soon. "General Hara, our first blocking column has been completely wiped out." In Aden City, Abrams received yet another devastating piece of news. His mind went blank. It had only been a few minutes since he'd mobilized his forces to defend the city, hadn't it? The first column had over 2,000 men. How could they all be wiped out? The enemy seems to possess some kind of high-precision, long-range rocket launcher capable of rapid fire. We simply couldn't withstand it. The subordinate replied in a timid tone. Long-range, high-precision rocket launchers? Abrams' mind was in turmoil. Order the second squad to hold their ground at all costs. If they keep advancing, we'll all die. Do you understand? Abrams roared. On the battlefield. Alpha made no battlefield adjustments, leading his men deeper into Aden City. "Commander, heavy forces are guarding the front. They're somewhat scattered. If we use rocket launchers, it will destroy Aden City's infrastructure. What do you think?" Alpha considered for a moment. "We absolutely cannot leave the leader with a city in ruins. Deploy the Hunter drones." The Hunter drone. A variant of the swarm drone, it can precisely survey battlefield terrain, scan enemies, lock onto targets, and execute pinpoint kills. This precision strike method causes far less collateral damage than indiscriminate rocket barrages. Rear units. Nearly 1,000 Hunter drones took to the skies. Alpha integrated the terrain maps transmitted by reconnaissance drones, establishing a designated strike zone within a defined perimeter. The Hunter drones would then autonomously attack all enemies within the designated zone. Nothing further needed to be done. Just watch the Hunter drones perform. A dilapidated district near the outskirts of Aden City. Yemen government forces were hiding in buildings, preparing for urban combat. Little did they know, something outside their windows had already locked onto them. Abrams transmitted back a video clip. In the footage, their soldiers had been well concealed, but suddenly, one after another, armed drones appeared out of nowhere. These drones were like Grim Reapers. They rampaged across the battlefield, reaping the lives of their soldiers. Often, their soldiers fell before the guns even had time to react. How could this be? Abrams couldn't accept this reality. "Deploy the tank units." Abrams roared. Under no circumstances must they be allowed to formally enter Aden City. Meanwhile, Henry's forces advanced in the exact opposite direction of Alpha. 3 squads had already been annihilated. Watching the massive vehicle rumbling toward them, Henry let out a smile. Tanks? Those 3 squads earlier were child's play. Finally, something with a bit more challenge? He ordered several soldiers clad in individual exoskeleton armor to scout ahead. Then he ordered the VZ-58 to be brought out. As a special forces soldier, he absolutely loved the sheer, overbearing presence of a colossus like the VZ-58. Simple, brutal, violent aesthetics. He believed no man could resist it. Henry took the wheel himself. He swung the VZ-58's barrel toward the enemy tank. One shot rang out, its thunderous roar shaking the heavens. The opposing tank was instantly reduced to scrap metal. Total domination. Henry smirked. Looks like the leader's tank really is the real deal. While Alpha and Henry were putting on a wild show of skill on the battlefield, Aramis knew the stakes were high. He contacted Yisili. You guys got hit too? Lu Wen's head was spinning. Bad news comes in pairs? Moreover, why is the Houthi militia so formidable? Rocket launchers, drones, fighter jets. How did the Houthi militants get their hands on all these scarce resources? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Wen's words, Aramis's expression faltered. Why say also? A vague unease stirred within him. But he dared only report the situation, not ask further questions. Enough. This must all be the work of the Houthi forces. Don't panic, I'll reinforce your positions immediately. Lu Wen gritted his teeth. He resolved to intervene forcefully. International law be damned, he cared not a whit. Chapter 58, Gasha attack, Yisili rages. Aramis, hearing Lu Wen's words, looked thrilled. If Yisili intervened, their survival would be assured. After all, they had the Lighthouse Nation backing them with its most advanced weapons and technological support. The standing of the Lighthouse Nation in the eyes of many around the world. Needless to say, the world's dominant power. Having led global development for over 2 centuries, it possesses immense depth and stands unrivaled worldwide. To some, the formidable strength the Beacon Nation displays is simply invincible. He hung up the phone. Lu Wen swiftly mobilized troops to prepare for reinforcing the Yemen government forces. As for the sudden attack they had suffered, the matter had been clarified. The perpetrator was someone Lu Wen never could have imagined, none other than Gasha, whom they had always believed to be under their control. Lu Wen was both stunned and furious. The insignificant Gashan dared to launch an attack against them. He intended to suppress the incident first, then deal with the punishment later. It wasn't that he underestimated Gasha. But if Yisili got serious, Gasha's group wouldn't last 5 minutes. Moreover, their initial offensive seemed to have concluded. They must have run out of ammunition and supplies. After all, Gasha was under their tight control all along. Lu Wen knew they didn't have many weapons to begin with. Now, they were likely just a bunch of defenseless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Just as Lu Wen was organizing his forces, Yisili's ground forces formally entered the border region between Gasha and Yisili. The man in command of this operation was a man named Chekhov. He was merely a low-ranking official in Yisili. This clearly demonstrated that Yisli regarded Gashan's resistance and the conquest of Gashan as inevitable, paying it little heed. Thus far, over 1,500 rockets have been launched from Gaza territory. Both Chekhov and the Yisrael leadership estimated that this represents the absolute limit of Gashan's ammunition reserves. Chekhov addressed the soldiers behind him, sharpen your focus. Their ammunition is likely depleted. We can end this battle swiftly. Behind him, the soldiers were itching to fight, eager to engage. The ground forces pressed forward, soon reaching deeper territory. Chekhov wore a puzzled expression. After all this time, they hadn't encountered any resistance at all. Those bastards must be scared less, huh? Chekhov flashed a confident smile. Little Gash, truly no match for us. Yisili grew serious. He could easily destroy countless Gashas. However, just as Chekhov was getting carried away with his triumph, countless points of light suddenly flashed across the distant sky. These guys finally showed up. Not far away, Sal led his troops, concealed along a secluded coastline. This location lay beneath a harbor. Under the cover of night, it was virtually impossible for ordinary people to detect. Just moments ago, Sal had dispatched another squad to approach the Yisili border from another location, secretly infiltrating the western outskirts of Yisili city. He was preparing to deliver a grand gift to Yisili. Boom! Hearing the distant roar of rocket fire, Sal hurriedly looked through his binoculars. What met his eyes was the horrified expressions on Chekhov and the others' faces. What the hell? A rocket-propelled grenade landed not far from Chekhov, its blast wave knocking him to the ground. A piece of shrapnel pierced his calf. Blood poured from the wound. The excruciating pain contorted Chekhov's face. Not far away, over a dozen soldiers were struck directly by the rocket-propelled grenade, killed instantly. Before Chekhov and the others could react, countless rockets soared into the sky, barraging them with fire. And now they were right in the center of the bombardment. Escape was no longer an option. Their legs couldn't outrun the incoming rockets. Western handover. Safin, the squad leader assigned by Sal, was now leading hundreds of Hamas fighters in a stealthy approach. The moment was ripe. He ordered his men to prepare the rockets. He also had a dozen men carry the Z-type portable rocket launchers purchased from Jiang Ye, continuing their advance into Yisili. Rockets. Powerful, but lacking in accuracy. Thus, they served only as cover. The Z-type portable rocket launchers were their true killing weapons this time. Fire. Safin gave the launch order. Thousands of rockets unleashed a barrage on a residential area to the west. A quiet night. Many Israelis were fast asleep, lost in sweet dreams. Suddenly, deafening explosions jolted them awake. What greeted them was the devastating artillery fire. Office. Luwen had just finished assigning the strike force, preparing to send them immediately to Yemen for reinforcement. If the Yemen government forces were truly routed, they would lose their only puppet regime. This would be extremely detrimental to Yisili. Ring. The phone rang. Luwen answered impatiently. Don't worry. Our troops are on their way. With our support, we guarantee we can hold off the Houthi militia's attack. He was confident in Yisili's military strength. Frankly, it was also because Luwen fundamentally looked down on the Hawks. Frankly speaking, it was also because Luwen genuinely looked down on the Houthi forces from the bottom of his heart. They barely managed to defeat the Sandan forces after making a lucky deal with the Yemen government army. How could they possibly defeat them? He'd sooner believe a sow could climb a tree. No, Mr. President. A panicked voice came through the line. This is Anthony. The western city under my jurisdiction has just suffered another attack. Dozens of civilians are dead, and hundreds more are injured. Luwen's pupils contracted sharply. His body froze instantly, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, rooted to the spot. Another attack? Where on earth did they get all those weapons? Luwen nearly shouted. For a moment, he even doubted whether this report was a false alarm. During the first wave of bombardment, their intelligence analysis had concluded that the over 1,000 rocket attacks represented the enemy's maximum ammunition capacity. The enemy wasn't using standard rockets. Anthony's face was pale, his palms drenched in sweat. Preliminary assessment indicated the enemy was using homemade rocket-propelled grenades primarily made from raw materials like coal gas, fertilizer, and sugar. While their accuracy was unpredictable, these weapons possessed tremendous destructive power. This news left Luwen frozen in place once more. No wonder Gasha had been importing large quantities of these goods recently. He had assumed it was due to local shortages. Just some daily necessities, what kind of trouble could they cause? So no one paid attention. But this was brewing? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Luwen's body trembled slightly. Launch a counterattack. This time, capture all participants and key personnel alive. Interrogations can follow later. Eliminate all remaining members on the spot. He was furious. Never had he been so enraged. Yes. Only after hanging up did Luwen exhale deeply, convinced the situation remained under his control. But just over a minute later, a subordinate urgently relayed military intelligence. Reporting to President Luwen, our northwestern city is under attack. Over 100 casualties and hundreds more injured. Chapter 59, Raid on Aden. Utter despair. Upon hearing the news, Luwen nearly choked on his own blood. Exactly the same scenario. Hadn't he just heard this somewhere? Another attack, only this time, the losses were far greater. The death toll reached over 100. The injured numbered in the hundreds. He couldn't fathom how such a thing could happen in their own backyard. How many weapons did those damned bastards have in their possession? Luwen was utterly panicked, his forehead drenched in sweat. He had intended to deploy troops to support the government forces, but now he was barely managing his own situation. Attacks from three sides and the enemy had gained significant ground in each. Oh, right. The bad news doesn't stop there. This time, the enemy is using weapons of mass destruction rocket launchers. Any video footage? Yes, Mr. President. The other side produced a video. In the footage, Hamas launched attacks on their city from concealed positions. Rocket after rocket slammed into buildings. Amid the relentless bombardment, even a towering skyscraper seemed to sway precariously, while rubble littered the entire street. These weren't homemade weapons. Where did they get them? Luwen's brow furrowed. The situation seemed to have exceeded his expectations. This was definitely not the kind of crude, homemade weapon capable of such destructive power. No word from Chekhov either. Luwen's expression grew grave. Chekhov, the main force he'd dispatched to confront Gashhadon, had also gone missing. He couldn't fathom why. He had an ominous premonition. Mr. President, we cannot muster a resistance force in the short term. What do you suggest? I understand. Luwen's face darkened. He dismissed the officer and swiftly ordered the troops originally deployed to Yemen to fall back. There was no other choice. Our own house is burning, yet we're sending troops to aid outsiders. He feared that reinforcing Yemen's government forces, only to lose his own home in the end. It was a losing proposition. Meanwhile, on Gasha's side, victory reports poured in one after another. Salman's heart surged with emotion, a feeling beyond words. The humiliation of being oppressed by Yisili, imprisoned in the world's open-air prison, at this very moment, was finally lifted. It wasn't just Salim, almost every Hamas fighter felt the same way. They were grateful to Jiang Ye for granting them this chance at vengeance. Report: Israeli defense forces have arrived at the scene. Standing at the harbor, Sal gazed at the distant scene of Yisili's soldiers being bombarded. It was a sight to behold. Those who commit too many evil deeds will eventually reap what they sow. Fire the remaining shells, then withdraw. Jiang Ye's orders were simple. First, attack Yisili to create momentum, drawing the attention and focus of various factions. Simultaneously, if Yisili showed any inclination to support the Yemen government forces, hold them off. Now that Sal knew their mission had been successfully accomplished, no need to linger in battle. Oh, well done, Sal. Everything unfolded exactly as Jiang Ye had anticipated. He smiled, then turned back. I'll give you all something special. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Sar said, it's an honor to serve you. Without you, we wouldn't have had a chance to resist Yisili. This isn't flattery. It was sincere. The current Sal, while not entirely devoted to Jiang Ye, was always at his beck and call. He was convinced that following Jiang Ye was absolutely the right choice. With Yisili's reinforcements now confirmed impossible, the next steps would be easy. The Yemen government forces were like fish in a barrel. Jiang Ye could toy with them at will. Alpha, Henry, let's wrap this up quickly before complications arise. Yes, sir. No problem, Commander. Henry chuckled. These guys are no match for us. Alpha, how about a race to see who can capture the makeshift presidential palace they set up in Aden City first? No problem. Alpha agreed immediately. Sometimes a man's competitive spirit is just that inexplicable. Jiang Ye smiled. These two really had their own ideas. But Jiang Ye wouldn't interfere with this kind of healthy rivalry. War was tedious anyway, might as well treat it like entertainment. Henry and Alpha each ordered their tank units to lead the way. The upcoming battle proved far simpler. With their forces crushing through the defenses, they swiftly breached the outer city walls and formally stormed into Aden. With reinforcements still nowhere in sight, Abrams grew increasingly anxious. He was on a phone call with Houthi in distant Shashi, pleading for assistance. Houti's tone was grave. No matter what, Yisili promised you reinforcements. They will come. Hold your ground. You absolutely cannot lose Aden. You know how crucial Aden is to us. Abrams cursed inwardly, unsure if he should voice his thoughts aloud. Hold it? Easier said than done. Here he was, a general commanding his troops to fight fiercely, while Houthi, the president, was hiding away in Sandow, refusing to return. Hold Aden. Houthi remains president. If defeated, those killed or captured would be him and the entire Yemen government military leadership in Aden. Oomph. Helmas snorted coldly. Mr. President, with disaster looming, you choose to remain in Sada, leaving all danger to us while hoping to reap the rewards yourself. If we win this battle, you won't need to return. Houthi erupted in fury. Helmas. How dare you speak to me this way? Is what I say not reasonable? Abrams showed no sign of backing down. At this point, there's no need to keep working for the enemy. He then decisively hung up the phone. The sound of artillery fire from outside the city seemed to draw even nearer. Henry and Alpha's forces, along with other units, advanced unimpeded. With concept tanks clearing the way and swarm drones delivering precision strikes, they encountered almost no effective resistance. But both men knew the real resistance lay within the city itself. Upon reaching the outskirts, they reported their situation. Jiang Ye wasn't about to coddle them. Fighters, engage. Bombing targets were designated across several key areas, including government military strongholds, the temporary presidential palace in the city center, and military bases within the city, places likely riddled with ambush points. Outside Aden, Caliban fighter jets roared in. Previously, it had only been about exerting pressure and delivering psychological blows. This time, however, they meant business. Soldiers within the city felt nothing but despair. Their pale faces showed no will to fight. The disparity was too great. Before the fighters, they were nothing but cannon fodder, living targets. Boom! Minutes later, within Aden City, small mushroom clouds rose visibly into the sky. Military installations, command posts, and countless lives of the Yemeni government forces were reduced to dust. Helmas and other high-ranking officials, who had received advance warning and were hiding in air raid shelters, were ashen-faced. Complete despair. Chapter 60, Hush Army live streams founding ceremony? No suspense. The immense psychological pressure and dual torment of their spirits left the Yemen government soldiers utterly drained of any will to resist. Both Alpha and Henry believed that entering Aden City marked the true beginning of the battle. The outcome proved far smoother than anticipated. They encountered almost no significant resistance. The presidential palace came into view. Alpha and Henry led their troops in a final assault, storming inside. We surrender. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. The last remnants of resistance inside surrendered without hesitation upon seeing this. Henry shook his head in resignation. What a letdown. It's over already. Ha! Alpha's laughter echoed from across the battlefield. Honestly, it's mostly because the leader's firepower was too overwhelming. These guys were no match at all. Yeah, follow the leader and just win battles. Henry absolutely loved this style of battle, brutal advances and violent assaults. Under the heavens. Only by following the leader could one experience combat like this, right? By the way, Alpha, when did you arrive? Henry recalled their duel. At the same time as you. Alpha ordered his men to search and inspect the presidential palace while simultaneously initiating cleanup operations. A draw? Looks like it. We'll have to settle it next time. Henry shrugged. All right. Before the screen, as the battle concluded, Jiang Ye took a big gulp of ice-cold cola. Refreshing. The icy cold cola slid down his throat and into his stomach, leaving Jiang Ye feeling refreshed and invigorated. Tank division, withdraw. Drone swarm, return to depot. As for the ground forces, no need to defend. Some cleared the battlefields along the route, while others handled the aftermath. This battle unfolded more smoothly than Jiang Ye had anticipated. This must be the advantage of firepower suppression. Jiang Ye had identified the key area for development. Although he had always prioritized military strength as a key development direction, after this experience, he resolved to elevate its priority even further. The next step could now be taken. Establish a nation. Though Jiang Ye had gained complete control over the entire Yemen after this battle, Strictly speaking, what Jiang Ye controlled was still merely an armed force. To truly develop and establish a nation, it was essential to take this step the true path to legitimacy. This point, Jiang Ye had already communicated with the Dragon Nation in advance. Considering Jiang Ye's alliance with them and their close cooperation, the Dragon Nation believed that allowing Jiang Ye to develop and gain greater influence and leverage in East Continent, there would be only benefits and no drawbacks for Longhua. Therefore, Longhua strongly endorsed Jiang Ye's nation-building plan. The population, territory, economy, and official institutions required for nation-building. Jiang Ye possessed all the necessary elements. As for whether Western nations would recognize it, was not Jiang Ye's concern. It was obvious that, given his opposition to Yisili, they would never recognize him. How convenient. Jiang Ye didn't need their recognition anyway. The takeout arrived. Jiang Ye decided to eat first. Ever since the scholarship funded by the principal's private sponsorship was dispersed, Jiang Ye now had considerably more financial leeway. Essentially, he no longer had to worry about daily expenses and could indulge however he pleased. The fancy meals he used to splurge on were now just casual orders. It was a small indulgence. After finishing his meal, he logged back into the game. I contacted Longhua in-game and relayed the battle report to Su Jinghua. Su Jinghua replied promptly. Well done. Didn't expect you to take them down so quickly. Congratulations. Jiang Ye, no big deal. Their remaining forces were already thin. Senior Su, regarding my announcement of establishing the nation, I humbly request your support and advocacy on the international stage. I'd be deeply grateful. Ha, no need for formalities. I'll have it arranged. May our cooperation grow ever stronger. By the way, should you require any further support, just let me know. Moving forward, Dragon Nation may also need your assistance with matters in East Continent. Jiang Ye understood well. In the international arena, interests reign supreme. But courtesy must be observed where due. Besides, as a Dragon Nation citizen himself, collaborating with Longhua felt like home to him. Communicate effectively with the Dragon Nation. Next, Jiang Ye instructed a Bugil to prepare for a press conference. He teased that this time, he would announce major news. This drew the full attention of major media outlets across East Continent. Over 100 journalists arrived. Jiang Ye temporarily arranged for these journalists to wait in the lounge area. He sought out Alpha. Alpha, did you record all the combat? Reporting to the leader, it's been recorded. Alpha handed the recorder to Jiang Ye. The details were meticulously documented. Henry has another copy, should I retrieve it? No need. Jiang Ye gestured, handing the video recorder to a Bugil. He instructed a Bugil to quickly edit out some of the explosive footage segments. It would be used as material for the subsequent press conference. Jiang Ye kept pondering. How could he make the founding of his nation more sensational, capturing the world's attention? On one hand, it was about showcasing himself to the world. To step onto the global stage. On the other hand, he could also reap provincial-level technological prestige points in the process. He pondered long and hard. Nothing could be more compelling than authentic combat footage. He retrieved the video edited by a Bugil's team. Jiang Ye reviewed it. He was satisfied. The high-octane explosive scenes were thrilling and exhilarating. Then there were the soldiers' heroic charges. The heroic feat of storming the presidential palace in one decisive move. It could be said that the entire video was packed with high-energy scenes. Releasing these videos wouldn't just attract casual onlookers, but also capture the attention of high-level officials worldwide. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Ye, controlling the situation, rushed to the press conference with the prepared footage. The event was held in a grand hall. The venue was packed to the rafters, already swamped by journalists from all over. Jiang Ye's arrival instantly became the focal point of the entire venue. Everyone, please calm down. Jiang Ye cut through the chaotic, noisy environment. I've gathered you all here today primarily to announce one thing. I intend to hold a founding ceremony in Sanaa City in a few days. I sincerely invite leaders from all nations to attend, and all media are welcome to cover the event. Whether they accept or decline is not important. Whether they come or not, that doesn't matter either. What matters is getting the message out. To put it plainly, Jiang Ye's founding ceremony is merely to notify them not to seek their approval. The moment the news broke, the entire press corps froze for 3 seconds. Oh, a nation-building ceremony. What? Establish a nation? Ignoring the reporter's astonishment, Jiang Ye continued, additionally, this founding ceremony will be broadcast live in its entirety. Friends worldwide who cannot attend in person may join us through the live stream. Here, I warmly welcome everyone. The reporters nearly had heart attacks upon hearing this. Establishing a nation and live streaming the entire thing. Once this news breaks, it's bound to send shockwaves through the global media world? Chapter 61, Sitting Back and Watching the Tigers Fight. Sitting on the mountain watching tigers fight. You must understand. Ever since the Great War ended decades ago and the world gradually stabilized, subsequent years saw their fair share of overt and covert struggles. But in the grand scheme of things, the world order has remained stable for a long time. Now, the Houthi armed forces have suddenly declared the establishment of a new nation. And that it is doing so in East Continent, a region under the world's watchful eye. This development will fundamentally alter the global landscape. How does Yisili view this? And what about the lighthouse nation behind Yisili and the many Western countries? If they agree, that's one thing. But if they refuse to recognize the new nation established by the Hutu armed forces? Then, all journalists know this signifies that the East Continent region will face a new wave of global conflict targeting the Hutu armed forces. The East Continent region is already unstable. Now there's even more drama to watch. Jiang Ye's announcement was so explosive that journalists scrambled, their minds racing to craft headlines that would grab the most attention. Almost certainly, this major news will trigger a global earthquake in the coming days, capturing the attention of countless people. The press conference concluded smoothly. Jiang Ye departed the scene with a flourish. Now it was up to the journalists to do their work. Jiang Ye could simply sit back and reap the prestige points. After the reporters departed, they immediately published their written news reports and edited video footage online. The moment the news hit, it immediately caused a global uproar. It went viral. The press conference went viral. First to react was Longhua, which had prior insider knowledge. Upon seeing the news, Su Jinghua instructed official personnel to edit and report on it. This was done to further amplify its domestic impact. Official intervention speaks for itself in terms of efficiency. Within Longhua's internet sphere, news about the Hutu Armed Forces Declaration of Independence saw its page views surpass hundreds of thousands within just 10 minutes and hit 1 million within 15 minutes. As one of the world's most internet-developed nations, Dragon Nation netizens' speed at consuming gossip is absolutely world-class. Holy crap? It's not that I don't understand, it's just that the world is changing so fast. Is East Continent adding another country? The East Continent situation is getting harder and harder for me to figure out. Holy crap, the Houthi armed forces are this badass? I'm seriously impressed. They crushed the Yemen government forces, took down Shait, and now they're ready to establish a nation? Has the Houthi militia been injected with adrenaline? They're moving at breakneck speed. Something's off here. Did a new leader bring about this transformation? Who the hell is this new Houthi leader? I'm bowing down in awe. How did they revive the Houthi forces to the point of nation building? Wait, weren't the Houthi forces just a bunch of trash? How? Military enthusiasts. No matter how well one knows Dong Zhou, the Houthi armed forces have long been a household name. Never imagined the Houthi armed forces would see a day like this. This new leader. Just how goddamn powerful is he to pull this off? How could they not know just how destitute the Houthi armed forces were? Yet under this new leader's guidance, the recent transformations within the Houthi armed forces. It's no exaggeration to say they've undergone a complete transformation. The freedom of the open internet. Needless to say, this has drawn immense global attention, with certain Western nations paying particularly close watch. The Lighthouse Nation. The public is buzzing with excitement, while high-level officials are outright furious. Who doesn't know that the East Continent region has long been firmly controlled by the Lighthouse Nation, once jokingly referred to as its backyard and oil reserve? Many nations also host their military bases there. It is evident that the Lighthouse Nation maintains control over the Eastern Continent. And now, the Declaration of Independence by the Houthi Armed Forces effectively establishes a nation in East Continent entirely beyond the Lighthouse Nation's control. The extent to which this will threaten the Lighthouse Nation's standing in the East Continent region. It goes without saying. This development prompted the Lighthouse Nation's high command to immediately convene an emergency video conference. They deliberated for hours on end about how to address the Houthi Armed Forces issue. White Elephant Nation, Black Chicken Nation, Mountain Eagle Nation, Baguette Nation, Stick Nation, Never Setting Sun Nation, Football Chicken Nation, and so on. In short, Jiang Ye's announcement of nationhood sent shockwaves across the globe. In the dormitory, watching his reputation points skyrocket, Jiang Ye's mouth practically split from ear to ear. Is this what they call making money while lying down? No doubt about it. Awesome. In just a short while, his reputation points had soared to tens of thousands. Whether used to unlock tech trees or purchase weapons and black tech from the store, would be more than enough to significantly boost Jiang Ye's current capabilities. To make another quantum leap. Sandstorm. This development sent shockwaves through the entire Sandy leadership. However, they dared not act rashly. Having been defeated every time they clashed, no one understood the true strength of the Houthi forces better than they did. Moreover, Jiang Ye was secretly backing Jia Shah. He was helping Jasha deal with Yisrael. And the fact that Yisrael was secretly backing the Yemen government forces, news of this had reached Shashi to some extent. They knew Yisrael would never stand idly by and watch the Houthi militia succeed in establishing their own state. They would absolutely intervene. Therefore, in the end, Solomon and other top leaders of Sazan decided to hold their position and wait for Yisrael and the Houthi armed forces to engage in covert conflict. When the time is right, they will make their move to reap the benefits of their conflict. Sassak was in a hurry. They couldn't let their opponents grow too comfortable, lest their development. That would be a fatal blow to Sandow. But Solomon knew that right now, Yisrael and his faction were even more anxious than Sandow upon receiving this news. Sure enough, the Yisrael leadership erupted in fury the moment they received the report. On one hand, they were stunned by the military equipment of the Houthi forces. Too many unconventional weapons had appeared in their hands. On the other hand, they were stunned by the audacity of the Houthi militia. An armed faction is fundamentally different from a legitimate nation-state. The former could be viewed as minor skirmishes or petty squabbles. But the latter is a genuine international conflict. If the Houthi militia wasn't taken down soon, Yisrael would lose face before the entire world. The nature of the situation had fundamentally changed. Luan spoke earnestly. The only good news for us now is that bastard Houthi is still alive. I know he's in Sunda. With him here, the legitimate authority in our region will never belong to the Houthi militia. We can use his name to continue deploying troops to intervene against them with full legitimacy. Yisili could even hire mercenaries. We won't even need to lift a finger ourselves. A high-ranking official stood up. That's precisely our plan. I've just contacted the Lighthouse Nation. We'll apply international pressure on the Houthi armed forces next. A nation-state? He's dreaming. Yisili controls most of the world's media. The decision was made to deploy their most potent weapon. Propaganda war. By uniting numerous Western nations in opposition, they're confident Jiang Ye's nation-building won't stand a chance. Chapter 62. The propaganda war erupts. Global opposition. The press conference concluded. Jiang Ye retired to rest. The past few days had been filled with intense strategic planning and combat command. He intended to get some proper rest. The task of nation-building was entrusted to Abujal, Alpha, and the others to carry out. Jiang Ye didn't need to worry too much about it. Additionally, Jiang Ye has also temporarily assigned Henry to handle the transition work with Gaza and Hamas. Over there, they were brewing the flood plan against Yisili. Anything that strikes against Yisili holds Jiang Ye's interest. He couldn't just walk away. After all, Jiang Ye was one of the beneficiaries of the recreation of Yisili. The next morning, he woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. He felt refreshed and invigorated. He wasn't sure if it was the effect of the gene enhancer. Ever since that incident, Jiang Ye awoke each morning feeling his physical abilities restored to peak condition. Clenching his fist, he felt like he could knock out a bull with a single punch. Of course, that might be a slight exaggeration. But it was certain that any punch Jiang Ye threw now, amplified by the gene enhancer, possessed the power of a world-class boxing champion. After breakfast, Jiang Ye sipped his drink while unlocking his phone. His reputation points had shot up by several thousand again. But when Jiang Ye opened the daily hot news, something felt off. First, the top headline. Houthi armed forces, true terrorists. Yisili will oppose all terrorists in the name of justice and morality. Houthi militia